Hook up to our guys in our UK studios. Football Live is a unique football service from the stables of Brilla Media. In about 14 minutes, we'll have the kickoff right there. The first in England, Chelsea hosting Crystal Palace. We'll roll out the starting lineup shortly, but we appreciate everyone watching us live on Facebook, Sports Radio, Brilla FM. That's the Facebook fan page. Also, thank you for connecting with us on Twitter at Brilla FM. And please use the hashtag Football Live. Very important. Also, dial the studio numbers 07 00000889 0700000889. It's kicked off already. 16 minutes gone in the game between Valladolid and Eibar, right there in the La Liga. It's goalless in 16 minutes. 17 minutes already gone. The German Bundesliga 2, where the likes of Hanover and Braunschweig are already slugging it out. No goals recorded yet. 2 p.m. kickoff between Sassuolo and Crotone are loading. Expectedly, we should have our darling guy there. I'm talking about one man who needs to see me. So, I mean, see me, Marco. I mean, anyway, FJ, let's get a starting lineup. Talking about a game, Chelsea Crystal Palace.
Okay, topmost striker. The games, of course, that will go down today. As far as that one is concerned, Frank Lampard bringing surprises with his starting lineup today. His favorite kid has been left on the bench as well in this fixture, and of course that is quite a surprise as far as Chelsea are concerned as well. They start in a 4-2-3-1. Edward Mendy starts in goals for his first start. Of course, Jorginho plays alongside N'Golo Kante at the base of midfield. Timo Werner, Kai Havertz and Callum Hudson-Odoi all play behind Tammy Abraham. Up top right there, Kai Havertz playing in his preferred attacking midfield role. Crystal Palace line up in a 4-4-2. Joel Ward, of course, plays at right back. He was the one who made 2 mistakes last week from the handball rules. He's joined by Sheku Kouyaté, Mamadou Sakho and Tyrick Michel. In defence, of course, they're playing in front of Vicente Gaita. In midfield, Andros Townsend, James McCarthy, James MacArthur and Eberechi Eze play together in a flat midfield 4. And up front is Jordan Ayew and Wilfred Zaha. On the bench for the Eagles today in this London derby, Wayne Hennessy is joined by Jairo Rildewild. Of course, on the bench as well, Martin Kelly, Scott Dan, all parts of the substitutes as far as this particular fixture is concerned. For as Christian Benteke, who was one of those players that was once linked with Tottenham's second or deputy striker role. Kepa Arrizabalaga is on the bench today. Fikayo Tomori is on the bench. Reece James is on the bench. Christian Pulisic on the bench. Mateo Kovacic on the bench. Mason Mount on the bench. And Olivier Giroud on the bench. Only 3 of these players can come onto the pitch to change things when it begins to go wrong for Chelsea. For Chelsea fans, Ben Chilwell making his full Premier League debut is the highlight as far as that one is concerned at Stamford Bridge topmost.
All right, yes, let's get a feel you and hear from you. But before we proceed, we've got an interesting talking point today, right here on Football Live. And then we'll let you into what the talking point is about. Yes, we've got a very interesting talking point and let you what it is really about. But FJ, take a look at Frank Lampard. At some point, it seemed he would rather want to depend on his key guys or his new guys, Timo Werner, Kai Havertz, but Tammy's in the fray already. No.
Topmost, I think it's more about situationships. That's what's happened here. Tammy Abraham, I'm a little bit surprised that Tammy's actually getting to start, but perhaps I think it's because he wants to get the best out of Timo Werner and of course Kai Havertz, and because Hakim Ziyech is not back. Once Hakim Ziyech gets in and is fully fit and Christian Pulisic is 100%,
there will be a problem for Tammy.
Tammy is going back to where he came from. So I think he should, but I think I'm quite excited that he's giving him that opportunity to at least prove himself. You've got this opportunity to prove yourself, so show me why when Ziyech and Pulisic come I should have headaches in terms of selection. And I think he's laid down the gauntlet well. Tammy's actually done well, to be precise. He's taking up the challenge, seeing that if he's not careful, Werner's going to keep him on the bench.
And if he's not careful, no England call-ups. Yes, he's English. He wants to play for the. He wants to have control of a jersey at least. You know, I'm on the squad of the 3 Lions. Someone like a player like Tammy, if there's a competition today, he's not sure of his squad role. I didn't say team role, squad. let's say a squad of 23.
He's not sure of being in the 23.
Yes.
But
Do you think, do you expect Tammy be called up by the Three Lions?
I think he needs to have a very strong season. Extremely strong season to be called up.
To be able to convince the coaching crew, right?
Yes.
Okay, now let's roll up this. Sharp. Former Arsenal boss Arsene Wenger admits he may have stayed in the job too long right there at Arsenal. Wenger led the Gunners in 2018 after a 22-year spell in charge, which returned 3 Premier League titles, 7 FA Cups, a Champions League final appearance, and also a new stadium. Well, he said maybe he stayed too long. I don't know, but I was committed. Like on the first day, I think I guided the club through the most difficult period in a very successful way. At some stage, people say you are too old, but they don't really look at what you do. I served the club as much as I could. These supporters were not happy anymore. Some of them, you can understand that at some stage, 22 years, people want to change. And he admitted he wasn't offered a board role right there at the club. I remember he won virtually everything except a continental title with Arsenal. When do you think Wenger should have left Arsenal? At what stage was the Omomika carry my bag, they go now stage? Rather than when he left.
Topmost, I have to be honest. I think the moment Arsenal lost that Champions League final, he should have left.
Wow. Like 12 years earlier.
Yes.
He have left 12 years earlier than
Topmost. I think one of the problems Wenger had was being the management guy. The guy everyone looked at and said, "Oh yes, we know he's got our backs. He's gonna stick it through thick and thin." And it became his undoing because Arsenal fans forgot this was the manager who helped us in getting to the Emirates Stadium. Wenger had to ultimately alter his transfer targets. The team
to suit the budget.
To suit the budget.
Yeah.
And what happened? The truth is, whether we like it or not, Arsenal competed to a certain degree after that change came. But it just felt like there was not enough in the tank like his earlier teams had, simply because the quality had somewhat dropped. You were going from relying on Dennis Bergkamp, Patrick Vieira, Martin Keown,
Jack Wilshere.
I mean,
Jack Wilshere.
Jack Wilshere. You go on from playing Ashley Cole at left back to managing William Gallas. Respect to Gallas.
Gallas was not that bad.
Yeah, respect to Gallas. But I mean, Ashley Cole was perhaps the best left back in the Premier League at that point in time. And, the chasm and the drastic shift was just too much. And I think he couldn't handle it. And the moment Henry left in 2007, and then at that particular point, I think Wenger should have perhaps, or maybe he shouldn't have even waited that long. He should have just waited 2006. He just left the club. I think for me...
Well, I think it should have been that 2017. I think when they won the FA Cup.
The FA Cup.
I think at that point, just announce, I don't go. At least you won something. The season he left, he didn't plan it.
He didn't win anything. He was forced out.
Yes, he was pushed out. He was pushed out. So maybe 2006 might have been too early, because at that level the belief will be there. Oh, I got to the final. Let me try and see what will happen the subsequent seasons. Let me build. But again, things change in football. Everything changed. Tactics, finance, the funds in football, the volume of money in football. When Wenger achieved success with Arsenal, what will be the volume when it comes later? And at that point, Arsenal could not match it because it was the money. It was about the money. Once you have the money, in quotes, that's why financial fair play rule will not work. The money, in quotes, these big teams still buy success. They still buy success. The big trophies are up for grabs for the big spenders. Yes, the big spenders. I pity Crystal Palace. They won't. I mean, even it will be hard for Leicester. What happened? It will be hard for Leicester to get there again. No, you have to compete in terms of this. Leicester's success was a rude awakening to the money bags in the Premier League. It was a rude awakening that what are we doing? Yes, Besides, remember that season could have been Arsenal's season.
Yes. It could have been.
At least they still had a bigger budget than that, so at least they could have been one to step in and save the face of those ones that still had that money. But man, it just happened like that, and nobody. The only savior then, Arsenal, could not save the big spenders. So I think at this stage, Wenger should have left perhaps in 2017. The ovation was still there, loud. Not wait till that time when he had to be
Forced out to the club.
Forced out. 06 was good. At least memories of 04 were still there. The team was at the peak.
Yes.
But again, that was really the peak of that bunch.
Yes,
That was the peak of that
bunch.
bunch. That collection of players.
That's the reason why I felt he should have left topmost, because at that point, he confessed in an interview once that he had offers from Real Madrid, not once,
true.
not twice. He had offers
If
from
he had
Paris
left at that
Saint-Germain.
stage, he would have thrown Arsenal into turmoil, because any subsequent managers will find it difficult to cope with the budgets. The board
That was his career on the line.
Yeah, I know, but yes, at times, you see, I think he was too committed to Arsenal, and at that stage, that commitment was his own undoing and Arsenal's undoing. The board were so comfortable making the money or recouping their investments they made on getting a new ground, and not that they forgot. No, investors don't forget. They don't forget anything. They were just reaping. They were enjoying. It was, see, at that stage when he said it, that top 4 was a trophy, people did not get it right. He knew what he was talking about.
But now,
yes, it is a trophy. Everybody knows.
it's a trophy. We all know.
Yes, because the kid in the ask, are you the champions of your league? If you want to sign players, and you say no, okay, good. Are you playing in Champions League? That's the next thing.
Question. Yeah.
So, are you the champions? No. Are you playing in the Champions League? Top 4. That's it. So, and that was the strategy. They were so comfortable with it, but things started changing, and they still did not understand, because they still managedly got to the Champions League second round, and then like that, the money was still coming in. They were pampered. The board, Wenger spoiled the board. Yes, with too much commitment. But again, when it was time and the money was not coming again, Europa, the board made him realize again, guy, this is a commercial relationship. No, see, don't mess with investors. They walk him up, tell him, say, okay, the party is over, guy. This is a commercial relationship first. We're not making this. At that point, Wenger will be wondering, the commitment, everything after. That was the last paycheck you brought. I'm talking, we've not been bringing the checks now. The money, the books are not balancing anymore.
Wow.
So once in a while, he tried to get some big name players, but you cannot just do it that way. You already had the Jack Wilsheres. Too many wheelchairs on the wheelchair of Arsenal. There was no bench anymore in Arsenal. There was wheelchair, and too many people were there. You understand? It was really terrible, and that was the greatest undoing. Not to his career. It's tough. Who else could have employed Wenger when he left Arsenal? You know, there was this debate here. I told Salim, I said it will be hard to employ Arsene Wenger. Who else? Who? How? Which coach? Which club? How will he even start? He must have seen it too in reality that, man, he won't, because football had already gone. So all this board role, that's what you'll be looking for. Football director. Wait, get a blueprint. But the blueprint, how effective will it even be? Anyway, it started already. Talking about the game, the Premier League game between Chelsea and Crystal Palace. So let's ask you guys again. When do you think Wenger should have left Arsenal? When should he have left Arsenal? Hello, good evening. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you too. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, colleague.
Yeah, good afternoon.
That's FJ.
MJ1, hail you.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Sorry, quick update. Sorry, let me give you a quick update. Valladolid 0, Eibar 1. Eibar scored a goal. Okay, continue.
Good. Before I proceed to the topic, I think starting Tammy Abraham today is a good one. I just want to know how he used his opportunity, because when people say Lampard is not giving him enough chance, you understand? So, that is that. Well, coming to the topic, I think Babu is the also Wenger. I think he got it wrong. I think he should have left when it's something like top 4 finishes a trophy. I think at that moment, I think he should have given it a goodbye and take his career elsewhere. And maybe in other clubs or some other posts at Arsenal, maybe board of directors or something like that. But he overstayed after them. When you know you cannot win the league, why are you fighting? Just give up because and look for other better club to focus and maybe progress in your working career. That's what I think.
All right, good. Yeah, all right, thanks so much. Says the moment he stopped challenging for the title and felt comfortable with top 4, he should have been eased off.
2012.
Or eased out. Yeah, that was 2012. Hello.
Hello, Baba.
Yes, so good afternoon. How you doing?
Good afternoon to you. I'm fine. My name is Abechi.
You're welcome, Amechi.
We're talking about when Arsenal should have left, Wenger should have left Arsenal.
NLD too. When Arsenal would have left Wenger, or when Wenger would have got that marriage, they won't care.
Yeah. I think Wenger should have left Arsenal after that 10-2 starting by Bayern Munich. Come on, that way in Champions League that year. Should have left after that 10-2 loss to Bayern Munich. That would have been better.
Sorry, which of the 10 twos?
Yeah.
Which of them? Oh,
Hello?
I said which of the 10 twos? Which of the 10 twos?
Remember that year that Bayern beat them?
Yes, now, yes, now.
Yes, now they lost to Bayern. Come on, that way 5-5-1. That is 10-2.
That's
Should have
what I'm
left
saying.
after that season.
Okay, should have left after that season. Thank you very much.
Okay. 0700000889. Hello.
Hello, Baba Feberaje.
Yes, so good afternoon.
And FJ. Good afternoon, my good brother.
Good afternoon.
This engineer Peter Mondi.
Oh, the good engineer, you're welcome.
You're welcome.
Thank you, my brother. I'm so delighted with this topic you guys brought for us this lovely afternoon. First of all, I want to say, Arsene Wenger was his own doing. You have to be sincere with ourselves. You know, he started losing focus about Arsenal because he was making lots of money for the club. He has built a very great confidence on the team because he really worked hard. I've never seen a wonderful coach like him in that Arsenal club. And he was so he lost his focus when he left the fans out of the skills of that club. He was so concentrated on making money for the boards and other, the board of the team. Forgetting that there are people who are paying their hard-earned money, pounds, to watch Arsenal as a football team. Because they were the highest paid, club for ticketing, in terms of ticketing. They are the highest. And when he started losing focus, he was making top 4, which is beautiful. But he was not impressing them with some, if not just moderate signing. He was only depending solely on inbuilt players, which is not supposed to be. And the hard work he was putting, the board were only enjoying the money he's making for them. While the fans were, that was where I expected him to have done something, possible to help the team. Bringing some, at least, fresh leg on top of. But when he realized it was too late, that was when he started bringing Jose. If you can remember, when he bought him 42 or so.
Yes. And at that point, it was rather too late. Arsenal could not attract the big players again.
Exactly.
The era
so they said that now the boss, instead of them to insist, but because they just have only little financial problem because of the tickets they were reducing. When they were withdrawing. If you remember, that's where you see Arsenal spectators ground not being filled up to expectation. People have given him some time if they are really sincere with themselves. But they thought his usefulness has gone to a level. They just dumped him. That's why I know he's using that language. He said that he has sacrificed for Arsenal, which is the truth. But I wish him the best of luck. At least he's in a directorial mood now. Let him continue to direct the organization and make money for FIFA. Thank you very much, my brother.
All right, you're welcome. It's goalless. 4 minutes in the game between Chelsea and Crystal Palace. Right there. And elsewhere, it is Valladolid 0, Eibar 1. In that game, in the championship, Norwich, Derby County, it's goalless as we speak. In about 24 minutes, our guys in the UK are waiting. We also indeed will serve you the multi-choice Showmax Pro. Our radio show kicks off 1 to 1:30 p.m. Later on, Italian Serie A, Sassuolo will take on Crotone at 2 p.m. 7:45 p.m. Udinese versus AS Roma. Hello, good afternoon. Hello. Hello, good afternoon. Okay, you're not ready for me. 0700000889. 0700000889. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Okay, you know what I want to tell you?
What is your name, please?
My name is Guy myself.
Okay, Marshall, all right.
Yeah, see, when that has an agreement to generate 200 that stadium is the national. He signed the contract. I want to see why he wasn't buying players. Immediately they started giving that he was just set to good players. There was the contract that they signed with that however, that they cannot quit that club until they have finished paying the money for the stadium, the loan they took. So you were told you must clap players to finance the payment of that loan.
Oh, so now wait, Arsenal, is it Arsene Wenger that collected loan?
No, the club was told that that money was paid at a certain period of time. And when that signed the document with the club, that he will clap players and then the money back for them to pay. And they have to pay paying. The thing they finished paying that loan was when he went on the problem. He went and bought some several players, and they done everything again. You want the FA Cup, and you're going to push back up. I want them to have before FA Cup, because yes, before that period of time, it was a clean play by we hadn't played FA Cup. But immediately, we didn't play that FA Cup for that money. And those players, as I said clearly, for this season, it's not like we won't win the season. We are in the first point for one season. There's the record of seven FA Cup. People have just dropped out. If you have just players, like you said, you have done nothing now. If you have just players, you don't have that record that you have a better record that, and I said that you have 7 FA Cup. I think I have 14 now. It is better than this.
Wait, did I just hear you say, wait, cool down, hello sir. Did I just hear you say Wenger had a better record than Alex Ferguson?
No, in FA Cup, I said FA Cup.
Oh, FA Cup. But FA Cup is Europa level now. So Wenger was a better Europa material than Ferguson. Maybe you are right.
Which Ferguson won't debate with
anyone. Ferguson will not even want to be joined in that. This can sue you.
I mean, this was the man who intentionally got knocked out of the Europa League twice.
Okay, make it possible for Arsenal to have more FA Cup than United. So Wenger is running coach in England. They have won 7 FA Cup. They have won clubs in their own city. One coach. All the coaches from Man City have not won 7 FA Cup. All the coaches. The Man City so about that. This year, I don't know what.
All right. Okay. 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 Okay, good. Okay, yes, sir. Already, it's 11 right there in the game between Valladolid and Eibar. Yes, Tony Villa getting that goal, collecting the pass right there. No hesitation, fired an unstoppable shot. Bottom right corner, it is Valladolid 1 and then Eibar 1. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, understand. What? If I look at table, I don't know where Soja is currently on the table.
What? Shots fired, Thomas. What do you mean by that? I mean,
no, he said he should go and learn. But there's one Yoruba adage that if you want to collect clothes from someone is promising to dash you clothes.
Hello,
look at what he's wearing first. Hello, good evening, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Adams here.
Wow, you're welcome, Adams. You're welcome, Adams. FJ is right here with me. So when do you think Wenger should have left?
Good afternoon.
I'll answer quickly before I go into the analogy. I think 2016 should have been his best time to leave Arsenal.
16.
I have been an Arsenal supporter for the better part of 15 years, and I think Wenger is a victim of his own success as a manager. The reason is, in the first 10 years of his career, he had it very easy with the general economy of the Premier League. What I mean is, he could only compete with Manchester clubs caught up with him financially. Chelsea had a new owner who was a fan. Liverpool had owners who were fans. Even the smaller teams, Leicester City, West Ham, all had fans as owners. And then Arsenal had an owner who was a businessman. So I think the next 10 years of his career, he wanted to outdo his first 10 years and prove to the world that he's a super manager. So I think in 2015, it was his best opportunity to leave when the ovation was loudest. Yeah.
But he refused to leave.
He refused to leave.
At what stage is it best to leave?
One to be
Some people will say, some will say when the ovation is loudest, but when the ovation is loudest,
Sometimes
it's
it's
difficult
not
to
always the
leave.
best time.
It's not always the best time at times, because
but there's this saying that a knowledgeable person is someone who knows something and knows the extent he does not know. So if you have gotten to that point where you cannot win the Champions League, you are no longer able to win the league because you cannot compete with persons who almost buy the league. For instance, Manchester City will buy players for 250 million to compete for a league of prize money total 80 million. So we're buying the league. So at that point, you should know that I have nothing more to give really as a manager. I think that's when every knowledgeable person should just stop.
Sorry to cut you in there. Now, if you're saying this and you're putting the timeline at 2016, Arsenal were long uncompetitive before then.
Yes.
So why did he have to wait probably almost an extra decade?
Wenger, being a very principled person, gave his word to the Arsenal board, and indeed the investors who bankrolled the stadium to stay. It was a condition for the financiers to give the loan out to build Emirates Stadium, that Wenger should stay and then oversee the transition and that process. So he felt committed to the point of, okay, let's see how the settling down in the new stadium will work out before I leave. So getting that opportunity with a trophy would have, one, fulfilled his commitment to the Arsenal board and the financiers, and then two, live with his legacy, so that nobody would question Wenger's legacy in the English league. Really.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much.
all right, good. Thanks, I appreciate you. Okay, 070000000889. 0700000889. It is still goalless after 13 minutes. Will first 15 minutes draw happen? Yeah. Let's wait and see what happens on the show right here. It is still Football Live. When do you think Wenger should have left Arsenal? Hello.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, what's your name? Yeah, what's your name, sir?
My name is Abiodun. Firstly, I want to ask something. The code you gave out yesterday on BetKing.
I'm with you.
Yeah, the code is not correct. I played the game this morning. So
Well,
saying expired.
expired. Wow, I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
But that's the code. It was freshly generated there. But that was yesterday's show. Now, please let's face today's show. Apology. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Go ahead.
On Winger, I think we should have left Arsenal at 2006, as the other guy said.
Why 2006?
Thank you.
That was early. Anyway, thanks so much. 06. It go hard.
I will stick to 2000.
Why didn't Mauricio Pochettino leave Tottenham?
That's
The moment he got to the
No, Thomas, I'll say the reason why I stopped with 2006. Now, at that point in time, here's a timeline of things that were happening in the Premier League. At that point in time, Chelsea had just come in, and there had been 2 title challenges then from Arsenal that were failed. 2004-2005, they finished second after the invincible season. 05-06, they finished third. And they got to the Champions League final. Now, the players were all at their peak. The likes of Vieira were leaving, the likes of
Everybody.
Henry. I mean, at that point in time, the club was already gearing towards the Emirates Stadium move. I pretty much understand the impact he had in making that move to the Emirates Stadium happen. Almost a generation of kids actually believe that Arsenal were named Arsenal after Arsene Wenger. So it was, we're talking about perhaps the most revolutionary Gunners manager in history. That's absolutely unarguable. And at that point in time, I just felt, you look at Real Madrid, you were sought after. That was perhaps the most dominant, most commanding Arsenal were, despite the fact they didn't have a trophy.
Do you think Wenger would have survived at Real Madrid?
Flawlessly, topmost. Oh, flawlessly. Wenger is one of the most fantastic managers I know.
No.
He's a management man, topmost.
No.
He's a management man. You saw it. See, at Real Madrid, all you need to survive is to know how to tell Perez, okay, yes.
Wenger, Capello.
Oh, topmost.
And then the same Capello won Capello won the La Liga.
And he was fired.
I was still fired.
Topmost, that's the thing,
Man,
huh?
Wenger would have been fired after one season.
Why do you think you'd have been fired?
See, because Real Madrid will not allow him buy babies. The time he wanted to leave, those guys that were there, Wenger wouldn't have. See, it's not Yaya Sanogo that was in Real Madrid there.
Topmost, why?
From the goalkeeper, Ike Casillas was still in goals at the time they were seeking his. Now big goals, it's not Fabianski, not Lucas Fabianski, not Roger Chesney and the likes.
I'm not Traore.
No.
Senderos.
No. What's the name of this guy? This Danish guy that said he's the best player in the world. Lord Bentner. Hey. At some point, man, I said, Wenger just see. Oh, yeah, no, Baba. Let me laugh. Let me have a healthy laugh. Hello. Hey, Baba. I hear you too, boss.
Yeah, good afternoon, Fema.
Yeah, this is everything one on the line.
How are you doing?
I'm okay, bro. How's work?
Yeah, great.
Fine.
And how are you family now?
Wow, we thank God, though.
That's a picture where I talk with you. I post up on Facebook. People say that Baba Magazine is one of the sporting analysts in Nigeria. I say to that. You don't forget, they read your banana.
Okay.
I post a picture. They say that you be one of the stubborn person ever.
I don't know what is stubborn meaning, but let's hear you.
I want to correct something when you ask one talker. See, when you're going to set up a big case with a Lampard, you know why?
I'm listening to you.
Because before organization became club, Van Lampard, and only don't wake up for Norway. If he come England, he goes Derby County or mean something, one club in England, he goes. He come MIU. So, for us, organization need to be made. For those who might you know the DLA, or maybe you know some player, we can keep a Lampard. I want to correct that one because he win cup, Van Lampard never win cup. And Van Lampard never win cup. And
He said he win third, Abby.
he win cup now.
Wow, so third self now winning. Chai!
No.
He win third. You very call that he win third. Like say third na trophy. He win third. He win third. Okay. I just say he win third. I want to say Arsenal win 7 too.
No, he win cup from Norway.
Okay.
He come England, go coach 2 clubs in England. He go to top of Lampard. Maybe Lampard don't win. And Lampard has played and played and maybe he win. Just go to Champions League. Now the man of the match in 1999. So watching again. Van Lampard maybe he need. Van Lampard will learn from the organization. And what I want to tell you, I do have pity. I say Cavazos, with Chelsea, the whole squad say, like the Mizaya, I put 10,000 for that person. Cavazos, they play 10 matches, you know the score now go. Do you get it? Biology. I put 10,000. Cavazos, with Chelsea, they make mouth. They go play 10 matches, you know the season go. For Premier League. And I will tell you, I tell you again, I don't win my money.
No wahala.
Thank you.
I don't follow you, Drago. Anyway, 0700000089, 8 minutes. We'll join our guys in our UK studios. In the meantime, it is still goalless in the game. 21 minutes. Chelsea versus Crystal Palace. No goals recorded yet in that game. Elsewhere in Spain, it is 1-1 at halftime. Valladolid 1, Eibar 1. The game between Yeni Malayaspo and Atanyaspor. Talking about Yeni leading by a goal to nothing after 60 minutes of action in this game. It is still football live, and this is Brilla. A whole lot of things popping up. We'll take your calls. When do you think Wenger should have left Arsenal? When do you think he should have left Arsenal? We'll also take your comments on our Facebook fan page, Sports Radio Brilla FM. Our Facebook fan page. Yes, Mukairo right there on the field of play for Atanyaspor. As indeed they hope to come back from this one-goal deficit. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello.
Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, is that the topmost striker?
Yes, speaking. What's your name, sir?
All right. My name is Abdul Hakim.
You're welcome, Abdul Hakim.
My brother MJ.
Yeah, MJ is here. He's hearing you.
I greet you.
Yeah.
All right. Talking about Arsene Wenger. First, I just want to have a quick question. If let me say top 4 finish, let me just say qualifying to the quarterfinal or second round of the Champions League versus winning the FA Cup, which one brings more money?
The knockout stages of the Champions League now. Which one is FA Cup?
Good. So I think Arsene Wenger should have left when he qualified. The last time he qualified for top 4, which was what year again? I think forgotten, but I think it was with Tottenham or something. I've forgotten, sure. So that should have been the year. That should have been the year. Arsene Wenger, shout out to Arsene Wenger, one of the greatest to ever do it. You understand? I really respect the man. You understand? It's just what happened was Arsene Wenger. He thought he had a philosophy. If you look at the team he built at that time, the Invincibles, that team. To look at it, all those players, apart from Thierry Henry and Anelka, players, there will be nothing without Arsene Wenger. You understand? Thierry Henry, we know he had some stints in Monaco before he came. Anelka, we know maybe he was, I think, it was in Real Madrid before he now came, and some other stints. So, if you look at the other players, Laurent, Pires, Vieira, all of them were made by Arsene Wenger. They grew, they were able to make their careers because of Arsene Wenger and the style of play. And if you look at it, I believe that Arsene Wenger thought that what he did by bringing these players from nothing to something, he believed that yes, even if they go, even if Henry goes or all these players become old, he can still do it again. And that's why he felt like, okay, Fabregas came, he felt like, okay, yes, I can still nurture Fabregas to become a new Pires. I can still nurture this one, Flamini, Song. He thought he could do it again. I disagree that Arsene Wenger wanted to make money for the club because there's nobody that doesn't want to win trophies. How can you tell me that Arsene Wenger was not interested in winning trophies? And we can even go into debates of Arsene Wenger, of the board saying Arsene Wenger should raise money for them for the Emirates Stadium. We can go into debates, but I don't think I'm ready for that debate yet. So I believe that Arsene Wenger was just still old school, and it felt like his mentality of before could still happen again, and that's where his fall began. So, and again, you said,
a lot of people talk about football philosophy, or they say your philosophy in life. At what point do you think philosophies go stale or are no longer relevant in the scheme of things? You have to adjust or adapt.
Yes, when you look at changing times, you understand? If you look at right now, there are businesses that are not moving the way they were before.
True.
You understand? So when you change, when you have a particular philosophy, as life changes, you change that philosophy. You have to keep getting better and better. Mourinho thought those Porto players he won Champions League with, they came from nothing to something. He made Deco who he became, all those players. Then when he now came to Chelsea, what happened? He started buying players.
You understand? So, and again, you said something that Wenger, like you said, that people were clubs were not looking for him. I think Real Madrid looked for him at that time.
No, I didn't say
Real
clubs.
Madrid
No, I didn't say no. Clubs were looking.
Okay.
I said so. I said, but he would have been fired after one season because that philosophy truly, he did not adapt. He did not adjust to things. See, this club. Wait, again, club's philosophy that is still ongoing is in tune with modern trends. But again, go and check club at Dortmund and club at Liverpool. You will notice some changes.
Very well.
He has
very
adapted. Go and check Pep Guardiola at Barcelona, Guardiola at Bayern, Guardiola even in the last 2 seasons at Man City. You will notice changes. So
philosophy. So let's give respect. Let's give respect.
Yeah, we respect Baba. We respect Baba.
At least I'll still say he was among the. If you call the top 20 coaches to ever do it, I'll say he's there. Even though he won any Champions League.
Yeah, right. All right, thanks so much. At what stage should the philosophy change? And this food for thought for everyone. If you they do on one style now, and then you are so comfortable with that style, but meanwhile things have changed. And yes, everything does go like this.
Thomas, you know
that's why a lot of coaches have just fallen.
You know the issue I have with people, Arsenal fans, and this Wenger issue is the belief that Wenger had started this whole philosophy of buying young players and then grooming them into stars. They felt like it was something that he started his Arsenal times with, and basically this was a man who went and got Emmanuel Petit, who became a world champion a year after joining Arsenal as well. And of course he went on and got Robert Pires after he had won the Euro 2000. So I think that's a little bit of a chasm that needs to be corrected as well.
All right, good. Okay, that's it for this leg of Football Live. We're about to go straight to join our guys in our UK studios. But you know, the first 30 minutes of this leg indeed is powered by multi-choice Showmax Pro. Will indeed serve you that, and then and the cost of things, I'm talking about FJ is right here to also drop 1 or 2 lines from multi-choice Showmax Pro. Over to you right now. Yes, Bobby Jackson and Tom McGarry right here. It is Football Live, ladies and gentlemen. This is Brilla.
Football Live will be on air soon with all the best matchday coverage from today's big games. You're listening to Football Live. Welcome along to Football Live on this Saturday afternoon, the 3rd of October 2020. Myself, Bobby Jackson, and Tom McGarry with you once again on this Saturday as we have plenty more action to take you through. We've got 4 games to take place today in the Premier League. We'll be with you from now 1 p.m. through until 5 p.m. UK time, so we'll manage to get in 2 Premier League games during that period. One of them is currently underway. It's almost half an hour played. Chelsea 0, Crystal Palace 0. We'll go across to our reporter to hear a little bit more about what's gone on in the early stages there. Simon Paulo watching that match for us today. At 3 p.m. we've got Everton looking to continue their winning start this season. They host at Brighton at Goodison Park. That is a 3 p.m. kickoff. The 2 later games in the Premier League come at 5:30 and 8 p.m. when it's Leeds United against Manchester City, and the final one, Newcastle against Burnley. We've also got plenty of action to come from across Europe, as always, keeping you in touch with football across the continent. France, Germany, Italy, Netherlands, Spain, Belgium, Turkey, and we'll even throw in a little bit of Portuguese football for you as well this afternoon. Warren Ashurst is watching our featured game later today. That comes from the Bundesliga. Sees Borussia Dortmund play host to Freiburg at 2:30 p.m. UK time at kickoff. Got plenty to discuss as well We've got, of course, just days left of the summer transfer window. What business still needs to be done? Manchester United falling behind the rest, it would seem, in the transfer market. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer seemingly not too happy. We'll also be assessing what's gone on with the draws in the Champions League. And we'll assess just chances of teams going deep in that competition, whether English, British or European. So all of that to come here on Football Live today. Let's firstly go across to our reporter Simon Barlow. He watches Chelsea Crystal Palace.
Midway through the first half at Stamford Bridge, where it's still Chelsea 0, Crystal Palace 0. Chelsea have dominated possession and territory so far. Palace at times haven't been able to get the ball off them, but they haven't really suffered any damage. They've defended very well, Palace, and they've restricted Chelsea just to efforts from the edge of the penalty area. One counter-attack orchestrated by Kai Havertz caused a bit of a threat, and he shipped it out towards Timo Werner, but his countryman hit a fairly tame right-footed effort into the near post, which was gobbled up by Gaeta. There's also been a header down from Thiago Silva towards the edge of the box, which was volleyed over by Jorginho. Palace have offered a little bit on the counter-attack, but aren't really concentrating too many efforts in attack at the moment. They're just looking to defend, and they're doing pretty well. It's still Chelsea 0, Crystal Palace 0.
Thank you very much, Simon Barlow. We'll hear more from him as the afternoon develops. We've also got a game ongoing in the Championship at the moment. It's Norwich City against Derby County. You'll remember Norwich, of course, relegated from the Premier League last season. An unforgettable campaign, rather a very forgettable campaign for them. They're up against the Derby side who have Wayne Rooney in their ranks. Watching that one for us today, it's James Butler.
Norwich had the better of the start at Carrow Road, but Derby have grown into the game. A couple of half chances for Wayne Rooney. The second, Dwayne Holmes coming forward down the right-hand side. He's crossed into the penalty area. Rooney opted to take it first time on his left foot, but sliced his volley well wide of the goal. He'd had a half chance just a few moments before that, Wayne Rooney, but couldn't quite get the pace onto behind the ball to get a shot on goal. He's still goalless at Carrow Road. Norwich looking the most likely, but Derby, as I say, growing into this first half. It's Norwich 0, Derby County 0.
Thank you very much, James Butler. He'll keep us in touch with that Championship game throughout the remainder of this first half, and then all the way through to the full-time whistle, when we'll get his thoughts, both snappy in the full-time view and a little bit of a lengthier view on it by his considered thoughts. Games elsewhere that are currently underway. It's just starting up in the second half in Spain. It's Real Valladolid 1, Eibar 1. The goals in that game coming initially from the penalty spot for Eibar. It was Burgos who gave the away side the advantage before Tony grabbed one back just on the stroke, well, just prior to half-time. So that one is 1-1 Valladolid against Eibar. And in Turkey, 72 minutes played. It's Yeni Malatyaspor 1 and 0. Tete is the man who's got the only goal of that game so far, and we'll see if they can turn it around. Antalyaspor, they have made a raft of changes in the second half, 4 substitutions, and one of those that has been is the veteran German forward Lukas Podolski, currently playing his straight in the Turkish top flight. So we'll keep you in touch with that one in the final 15 minutes. As I say, we've got about 10 minutes to go until half-time in our Premier League game. But we've got plenty of action also to come from across Europe, haven't we? Tom McGarry is alongside me today. It's been a couple of weeks since we were on air together, Tom.
Football Live. Pacquiao has done it! Knockout victory! How about it?
And Igalo finds the back of the net again. He just cannot stop scoring.
Some change the game.
Lionel Messi! Oh my goodness! Lionel Messi does it again! He's superhuman!
We changed the way you watch it. Introducing Showmax Pro. Now live streaming world-class boxing, football, athletics, and more from Supersport. Sign up at showmax.com for live sport, live news, series, movies, kids shows, and music.
All the latest scores from all the big leagues across Europe. This is Football Live.
The obvious one, given the way leagues have started, we know what Manchester City are all about. They'll also be looking to respond from their big defeat against Leicester last weekend. But I'm really intrigued by the 3 o'clock kickoff from the Premier League as well. Everton, 100% record to start the season. 3 wins from 3. They're also progressing in the Cup against a Brighton side who've only got 1 victory to their name, but they've really been receiving a lot of plaudits for their performances. So for me, that could be one of the games of the weekend.
Yeah, it is an interesting affair, isn't it? I think it's two sides as well that want to play a bit of football. We've seen the majority of teams maybe doing that this season. Possibly won't see too much of it later on tonight when Newcastle take on Burnley. But I think certainly Everton, and as you say, Brighton, although they haven't won a lot of games, they've been praised for the manner that they've gone about their business and do look as though they are a decent side, even if results maybe haven't fallen in their favour. What about elsewhere across Europe then, Tom? What's the list looking like for today?
Yeah, there's some exciting games all round. In France, we've got Lens against Saint-Etienne. That kicks off at 4 o'clock, so we'll get the first half of that one. Nice against Nantes is the late game in Ligue 1. Big programme of action as ever on a Saturday afternoon in the Bundesliga. 5 games kick off at 2:30. We've mentioned our featured game, Borussia Dortmund against Freiburg, but there's also some intriguing matches as well. Cologne against Borussia Mönchengladbach, one of the sides that were involved in the Champions League draw the other day, and Eintracht Frankfurt against Hoffenheim, who are looking to ride that crest of a wave, aren't they, after their big victory over Bayern Munich last time out. Stuttgart against Leverkusen as well looks an intriguing fixture. At 5:30, just after we go off air, it's RB Leipzig against Schalke. In Italy, we've got Sassuolo against newly promoted Crotone at 2 o'clock. Udinese Roma is the late game in Italy. In Spain, as we were mentioning, Valladolid Eibar won apiece that game in the early exchanges of the second half. Atletico Madrid are in action at 3 o'clock against Villarreal. That should be a really intriguing game. The likes of Real Sociedad and Valencia are playing later on as well this evening in Spain. In the Netherlands, we've got Vitesse against Heracles at 5:30. That's an intriguing looking game in Holland. As I say, a couple more games to come as well later this evening. In Belgium, we'll have Waasland Beveren against Genk at 3:15. Likes of Leuven and St. Truiden in action later on. In Portugal, the first half of Santa Clara versus Gil Vicente. That's a 4 o'clock kickoff UK time. Porto are playing later this evening as well at home against Maritimo, and Braga are usually up in the European places in Portugal as well. They're away to Tondela at 9 o'clock. Braga, interestingly, yet to pick up a point this season in Portugal. They've suffered 2 defeats so far. And in Turkey, as we said, Yeni Malatyaspor 1-0 up against Antalyaspor. Less than 15 minutes to go in that game. The Turkish champions as well, Istanbul Başakşehir, in action, kicking off in less than an hour's time against Göztepe. They're another big side, yet to pick up a point domestically this season. Fenerbahce are also in action in Turkey later on at 5 o'clock. They take on Karagümrük in a home fixture. So that's all we've got coming up over the course of the next 4 hours or so. I can just tell you as well, in that game in La Liga, Valladolid have just missed a penalty. 1 apiece it is with Eibar at the moment, and a certain Sergio Guardiola is the man that's failed from the spot.
All the latest scores from all the big leagues across Europe. This is Football Live.
Make sure you stay tuned in with myself, Bobby Jackson and Tom McGarry through until 5 p.m. this evening, then here on Football Live with you today. We keep you covered across all of the action, either between myself and Tom or via our reporters out there watching the games for us. And we can go across to one of them now. James Butler, he watches Norwich Derby.
I'm struggling to work out which will be the happier of the two managers at Carrow Road at the moment. It's been an entertaining first half without too many incidents inside the penalty area. Wayne Rooney's had 2 half chances for Derby County. Stiepermans went close early on for Norwich City. At the moment, it's hustle and bustle, but not too many incidents inside each of the penalty areas. It remains at Carrow Road, Norwich City 0, Derby County 0.
Football Live. Pacquiao has done it. Knockout victory. How about it? And Ngannou finds the back of the net again. He just cannot stop scoring.
Some change the game.
Lionel Messi! Oh my goodness! Lionel Messi does it again. He's superhuman.
We changed the way you watch it. Introducing Showmax Pro. Now live streaming world-class boxing, football, athletics, and more from Supersport. Sign up at showmax.com for live sport, live news, series, movies, kids shows, and music.
All the latest scores from all the big leagues across Europe. This is Football Live.
To bolster their ranks, at Manchester City strengthening defensively. Liverpool have brought some really top quality players in. Thiago Alcantara and Diogo Jota, who's already started to settle, as well as Tsimikas, who maybe plays a little bit more of a bit part role. Arsenal have done some business and appear ready to do some more as well. Tottenham have strengthened again yesterday. They added Carlos Vinicius to their squad to further relieve the pressure on Harry Kane. But Manchester United all the while continue to struggle to get business done. So we want to know your thoughts, not just on the Red Devils, but those United fans out there. I'm sure you've got plenty to say about it. You are a fan of another club, either at the top end or lower down the table. Do you think your club has done enough so far? Do they need to do a little bit more for that deadline on Monday? Do let us know. Hashtag Football Live is the way to get in touch with myself and Tom here in the Football Live studios. We're also going to have a little listen in over the course of the afternoon, some thoughts of managers. We will hear from Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. We've got Chris Wilder as well, talking about Sheffield United starts the season. Mikel Arteta, he'll be assessing what Arsenal have done so far in the opening weeks. Pretty positive on the whole for them. And Pep Guardiola also talking about Marcelo Bielsa. Guardiola, huge admirer of the Leeds manager, and of course those two square off today in the Premier League. That is the 5:30 p.m. kickoff this evening, and surely one that's likely to bring the goals. But we should really start, Tom, as we wait for the goals to come in here on Football Live. They inevitably will, they always do, but we should in the meantime have a little look ahead to the 3 p.m. match, which is Everton against Brighton. Just looking at the early team for this one, Everton with a bit of a blow actually. They're going to be without Allen, the summer signing who's performed so well in midfield, settled in immediately. He picked up a groin injury in the League Cup win against West Ham in midweek. Richarlison is also a bit of a doubt. He picked up an ankle problem in that game as well. But they're certain to be without John Joe Kenny, Andre Gomez and Mason Holgate. Everton have performed so well, 9 points from the opening 3 games of the season. Even Carlo Ancelotti in his pre-match press conference spoke about the bubble maybe being burst at some point. And potentially that could be today. As you said before, Brighton are a pretty decent side.
They certainly are. They've impressed, and we're unfortunate to not get anything against Chelsea on the opening weekend, and particularly against Manchester United last week when they hit the woodwork, didn't they? A record 5 times in the match, which tells its own story. But this will be a real tough test for them against Everton. It is a blow for Everton to be without Allen. I think he's done some work, settled him brilliantly. He's sitting in front of the back four. I also, I feel Richarlison's probably not going to be involved today. I think Carlo Ancelotti's keeping his cards close to his chest. I may be proved wrong, but the way he hobbled off during the League Cup game during the week suggests to me he's not going to be able to recover as quickly. It's only 2 or 3 days ago since that match, so I don't think there's enough time for him to recover there. I think it should be a really interesting game. Brighton have never won away at Everton in a league fixture.
All the latest scores from all the big leagues across Europe. This is Football Live.
This part of the show is brought to you by MultiChoice Showmax Pro, and of course we want to let you know that if you want to stay up to date with the series and everything, that movie that everyone's talking about, you don't want to miss a football game with the Premier League season back, the La Liga back, of course, Serie A, of course, back as well. No matter where you are, then you have to sign up to Showmax to enjoy the latest in-demand entertainment. Of course, with EPL games going on and fantastic movies. You can watch series, movies, kids shows, and news, plus live sport from SuperSport the way that it suits you. You can stream or download and watch on your smartphone, your tablet, and of course, you can also watch on your laptop or your smart TV anytime, everywhere. And of course, you can enjoy all that action from as little as 3,200 naira per month. That is all you need, of course, to enjoy all that action. So what are you waiting for? Go to showmax.com, sign up with your email address and create a password, select a payment method and start watching. You don't have to make any commitments, and you can cancel at any time. Go to www.showmax.com to sign up today.
Football Live. Pacquiao has done it. Knockout victory. How about it?
And Igalo finds the back of the net again. He just cannot
stop scoring.
Some change the game.
Lionel Messi! Oh my goodness! Lionel Messi does it again! He's superhuman!
We change the way you watch it. Introducing Showmax Pro. Now live streaming world-class boxing, football, athletics, and more from Supersport. Sign up at showmax.com for live sport, live news, series, movies, kids shows, and music.
All the latest scores from all the big leagues across Europe. This is Football Live.
And squad now, but I think he's also knocking on the door to potentially start when the international break commences. So it'll be interesting to see how Everton cope. They're going to have these injury problems over the course of the season, and as you say, they've got plenty of strength in depth there, but do they have the right players to come in and fill the important roles that particularly Alan is going to leave vacant today?
Come back to that in just a moment, because we can go across to Simon Barlow once again. He watches our Premier League game, our early one of the day, Chelsea Crystal Palace.
Coming up to half-time at Stamford Bridge, where it's still Chelsea 0, Crystal Palace 0, and Roy Hodgson's side doing a pretty good job of stopping Chelsea's attacks and preventing really too much danger on Vicente Gaeta's goal. Gaeta's only really made one save of note. That was the near-post shot from Timo Werner on a Chelsea counter-attack, which he managed to get behind pretty comfortably. There's been very little, in fact nothing at all, for Edouard Mendy on his Premier League debut for Chelsea to do at the other end. But Crystal Palace do look a threat from counter-attacks themselves. We know they've got pace in their side, and if Chelsea defend high, as they have been doing, and don't get it quite right, or there's a mistake at the back, and we know that Thiago Silva wasn't exactly brilliant on his game against West Brom last week, then you do fancy Crystal Palace could give some problems to Frank Lampard's side. Pressure beginning to mount on Lampard as well after some dodgy results recently, and this one could be going that same way. It's still Chelsea 0, Crystal Palace 0.
Thank you very much, Simon Barlow. Funny that he says the pressure could be starting to mount on Lampard, because there is Mason Mount on the bench, and just wonder why he's maybe not been given the chance to start today. He's often stepped up to the plate when asked to. The half-time whistle, by the way, is just gone at Stamford Bridge, so Chelsea and Crystal Palace will go back down the tunnel all square at 0-0, and work to be done for the Blues. I think Palace would have shaken hands on a goalless draw and a point prior to kick-off. Going into the second half, maybe they can nick something, maybe they'll be happy with how it stands out. I'll just take you through the 11s, by the way, because we obviously came in midway through this game. For Chelsea today, they have got Mendy in goal, Aretha Balaga on the bench. It's Mendy, the new signing, between the sticks. Then a back line of Azpilicueta, Silva, Zuma and Chilwell. Kante and Jorginho hold in midfield. It's Werner, Havertz and Hudson-Odoi as a 3, with Abraham, the man, up at the top. For Palace, it's Guaita in goal, Ward, Kouyaté, Sakho and Mitchell. Eze, MacArthur, McCarthy and Townsend, with Ayew and Zaha. It's been a pretty regular 11 that Roy Hodgson has deployed in the early stage of this season to decent effect as well. Of course, they won at Southampton opening day, then they beat Manchester United, they lost to Everton last time out, but have started really positively. I mean, as much as we can praise Palace for what they've done in the opening weeks of the season, Tom, they've been quite tight defensively. They've had that solid basis. Certainly have maybe got goals there that made it very tough for opposition teams to get through. They don't score too many themselves. 5 scored in the opening 3.5 games that we've seen them play now. But they're just so well organised, aren't they? And up against a Chelsea side today who have spent all this money, you just start to maybe question, are we going to see the best of Chelsea under Lampard? Or is he going to have to be moved on before someone else can get the best out of this group of players now?
Well, it's really interesting because they're two contrasting teams in so many ways, aren't they? As you say, with Crystal Palace, Roy Hodgson has them well drilled. It's a very settled side. Some of these players have been there for a number of years. He just dips in and out of the transfer market, doesn't he? He's brought in Eberechi Eze, who's starting today, and has been quite impressive really in the appearances he's had since arriving from Queen's Park Rangers. So it's a very solid base that Crystal Palace are built on. They're defensively solid, and then they try and nick things on the counter-attack with the pace and flair they have. For Chelsea, it's been well documented, hasn't it, the amount of changes and transfers they've made over the course of the off-season. It's best part of £250 million they've spent and counting heading into the final 2 days of the window. 6 changes made by Frank Lampard again today, to 11 Premier League debuts for Chelsea, for Mendy and Chilwell. There's just no continuity at the moment for Chelsea, which is the complete opposite to Palace. Frank Lampard's trying to shoehorn all these new signings into a starting 11. He's trying to keep everyone happy. He's trying to find his best formula, if you like, and it's very difficult, particularly because we've had such a quick turnaround since the end of last season, and I think it's going to take a while for Lampard and Chelsea to really get up and running. I'm convinced they will be a really good, entertaining side, given time, but we also know that Chelsea and Roman Abramovich don't tend to give their managers time, even club legends like Frank Lampard. So I think it's going to be really difficult. He's got to hope he can ride through these next couple of months, get Chelsea in a decent position, in touch with the early season pace setters, and go from there. Otherwise, he could be out the door, and Chelsea are scrapping around for a new manager once again.
We'll get the half-time views of James Butler and Simon Barlow in just a moment from the games they've been watching, Norwich against Derby and Chelsea against Palace respectively. Just on that managerial situation at Chelsea and Lampard, as Simon said, pressures may be starting to mount on Lampard. Lots of stuff you're already seeing in the media is not really building him up or suggesting that he's going to get much time or much slack from those in the press, and you wonder what kind of impact that will have at board level with Roman Abramovich, as he say, happy to pull the trigger quite quickly. I think it's it's important to worth noting as well that Mauricio Pochettino's still out there. We've not heard his name for a little while. He's not been linked with a few jobs because I suppose the way last season ended, no one was really going to sack a manager in that sort of situation, unless you're Watford, who surprisingly did in the final games of the season. Early stage of this season, I think looks maybe a little bit more against making those kinds of moves because of the financial implications and everything that comes with it. But when you have got Pochettino out there, I know he was ex-Tottenham, would he maybe be a good fit for Chelsea if Lampard was moved on?
Possibly so. As you say, he hasn't really been touted around for too many jobs of late. There is that connection to Spurs, which may make him think twice before taking the Chelsea job. We've seen in the past when he's been linked with Barcelona, he didn't want to go there because of his previous affinity with Espanyol. And Spurs and Chelsea don't quite have the same rivalry, but they have had some heated exchanges over the non-too-distant past. During Pochettino's reign, of course, there was that one at the end of the 2015-16 season, the battle at the bridge, where there was so many yellow cards and red cards, a night that cost Spurs a chance to win the title that season. So, I mean, he's a candidate. You've got Max Allegri, the former Juventus boss, who's still out of work. There's always candidates out there who get touted around to replace under-fire managers at big clubs.
Football Live. Pacquiao has done it. Knockout victory. How about it?
And Igalo finds the back of the net again. He just cannot stop scoring.
Some changed the game.
Lionel Messi! Lionel Messi does it again. He's superhuman.
We changed the way you watch it. Introducing Showmax Pro. Now live streaming world-class boxing, football, athletics, and more from Supersport. Sign up at showmax.com for live sport, live news, series, movies, kids shows, and music.
All the latest scores from all the big leagues across Europe. This is Football Live.
By Gaeta, all they muster really. A couple of opportunities fell to Jorginho and N'Golo Conte on the edge of the area, but they both hit them over. Crystal Palace have mustered even less, but they're really intent on defending. One opportunity that was crossed in by Townsend and headed wide by Sacco, about all they've got to show for a first half which remains Chelsea 0, Crystal Palace 0.
Thank you very much, Simon Barlow. Let's go to James Butler, Norwich against Derby.
Been a strange old first half at Carrow Road. 2 chances for Wayne Rooney, only 2 half chances. And we saw Steeplemans going close with a left-footed shot in the early stages, but it in a robust affair, lots of tackling in the midfield, lots of good play in the midfield, but that play has not necessarily translated into chances in each other's penalty area. So far, it's goalless at Carrow Road. Norwich City 0, Derby County 0.
Doesn't sound like a classic, and they're letting us down at the moment, Tom. We were so excited last weekend as the goals came right from the off and never stopped right through to the end. We were providing our listeners with updates on the latest around the Premier League and Europe, but just hasn't quite happened so far for us this afternoon. JK_SNR has been in touch with us on Twitter, #FootballLive. He says Havertz was good in the first half, but he needs to be stronger because this is the Premier League. And I think it's worth remembering that as well, isn't it? We've maybe praised Everton's new signings One of them obviously was a Premier League player anyway in Abdoulaye Doucouré. James and Allen have come in from other divisions, but maybe feel more settled because they knew the manager and they could immediately get involved and understand what he wanted them to do in their roles and positions because they've done it before. But you look at this Chelsea side and Havertz in particular, yet to see him really do what he did in the Bundesliga, and that's not to say it won't come in time. He just needs to get the feel of the league and work out how he's got to adapt his game to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you make a very valid point with the Everton players, the likes of James Rodriguez and Allen, do know Carlo Ancelotti prior to arriving. They're also considerably older than Kai Havertz. They're both in their late 20s. This is a 21-year-old Havertz, only relatively recently turned 21 as well. It's his first stint abroad playing football. He was settled. He'd come through the youth system at Bayer Leverkusen. And it's going to take him time to adapt to the rigours, the pace, the physicality of the Premier League and just get up to speed with the way Frank Lampard wants to play. And again, because there's been that many changes at Chelsea over the summer, it doesn't make it easy for new players to come and settle in. I mean, Havertz did have that really good performance, didn't he, in the League Cup against Barnsley earlier in the season, but it hasn't quite happened for him in the Premier League so far. I mean, he epitomises Chelsea. They're going to need time, he's going to need time, and eventually he will come good because he's an absolutely fantastic player.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Tom. He's looked good whenever I've seen him, and we're just looking at some clips now on the screen in front of me, and a few counter-attacking moves that he has been involved in. He's carried the ball well, and as our tweeter suggested there, he's had a good first half, but he just needs to be a little bit stronger, and I think it's that physicality that maybe does take more time. That certainly doesn't come overnight. You can have all the ability in the world, but if you're not strong enough and physical enough for the Premier League, it's unlikely to make you a star immediately. By the way, elsewhere in Spain, it still remains 1-1 between Real Valladolid and Eibar.
All the latest scores from all the big leagues across Europe. This is Football Live.
Of course, still, this is the multi-choice Showmax Pro. Of course, powered by Showmax. And let's let you know that if you want to stay up to date with everything that everyone's talking about, and you don't want to miss a football game, no matter where you are, whether be it in traffic or whether you're on the high seas, then you sign up to Showmax Pro to enjoy the latest in-demand entertainment, EPL games, the latest movies, the latest series, and many more. You can watch all of these plus kids' new shows and news plus live sport from SuperSport the way that it suits you. Stream or download and watch on your smartphone, your tablet, your laptop, or your smart TV anytime, everywhere. And of course, you can enjoy all the action from as little as 3,200 Naira per month. So what are you waiting for? Go to www.showmax.com, sign up with your email address and create a password. Select the payment method and start watching. No commitments, and you can cancel anytime. Go to showmax.com, of course, to cancel this. Go to showmax.com, to sign up today as far as this is concerned.
Football Live. Pacquiao has done it. Knockout victory. How about it?
And Igalo finds the back of the net again. He just cannot stop scoring.
Some change the game.
Lionel Messi! Oh my goodness! Lionel Messi does it again. He's superhuman.
We change the way you watch it. Introducing Showmax Pro. Now live streaming world-class boxing, football, athletics, and more from SuperSport. Sign up at showmax.com for live sport, live news, series, movies, kids shows, and music.
All the latest scores from all the big leagues across Europe. This is Football Live.
Pretty comprehensive win for them. New signing Florenzi getting himself on the score sheet. Neymar chipping in with a brace. Draxler and Idrissa Gueye also scoring, and Mbappe, of course, getting one himself in the latter stages of the match. But a pretty positive result for PSG, who had a bit of a mixed start to the season. 2 losses and 4 wins now it is for PSG. Those 4 wins coming in succession after the back-to-back defeats that they kicked off the campaign with. Is that maybe what we've seen with a few of the Premier League sides as well, that were involved in those European competitions latter stages? Bit of a hangover potentially, starting the new domestic campaign slowly, but eventually getting into their stride.
Yeah, quite possibly. We saw it with Manchester United, didn't we, on the opening day, losing to Crystal Palace. Manchester City have already suffered a defeat this season, and it's the same with PSG. Back-to-back defeats to start the campaign. Maybe we need to bring in this kind of handicap system into some of the big leagues. PSG have dominated in France for so many years, so maybe they almost should have started with a -2 handicap with the 2 defeats they had, and now normal service has resumed. They look like they're getting into their flow once again. Neymar, by all accounts, was fantastic again last night, and they're up to second in the table now. PSG back just about where we expect them to be. I don't think it's going to be quite the walk in the park for all these sides across Europe this season, given the condensed nature of the campaigns. I don't think PSG are going to be walking away in Ligue 1. Bayern likewise in the Bundesliga. You've got some good teams in France as well, so that'll keep PSG on their toes. And in a lot of ways, if they are fighting it out domestically with a lot more to play for, that could actually benefit them when it comes to the Champions League as well, because sometimes, because they've got that lack of that competitive edge domestically, they haven't been able to then up their game in the big European matches.
Just going to go back to Spain for a moment, Tom, because we've had a sending off in this game now. It's been a really dramatic second half. It was 1-1 at half-time, of course. Real Valladolid falling behind when Eibar went ahead from the penalty spot, Burgos scoring. Tony then levelled for Valladolid on 37 minutes. As you mentioned earlier, Guardiola missed a penalty kick then for the hosts Valladolid in the 48th minute, early stages of the second half. He's since been taken off, actually. He's been replaced by Weissman. But now we've got a sending off for Eibar, the away side. It's Papa Diop, the midfielder, who's been shown a straight red card. It's actually his second red card of the season already, somewhat surprisingly. He was sent off in the goalless draw against Celta Vigo back in September, on the 12th of September. He was then suspended for the game against Villarreal. He's played he played against Bilbao, picked up a yellow card, and has now picked up another red card. So a player there that certainly seems to have some issues on the discipline side of things. Has picked up a fair few red cards over his career. This will be his 7th red card that he's picked up in his career as a total. But with time still to go in that one, Valladolid have got a great chance now, Tom.
They certainly have, and as you say, Papa Diop, I was covering that game. He was sent off in earlier in the season against Celta Vigo, and he very much is a combative midfielder, shall we say. Walks that disciplinary tightrope, and he's gone over that line actually today, hasn't he? But it's a big game for these two. Neither side have won yet this season in La Liga, just a couple of draws between them, so I feel like these could be two teams fighting against relegation come the end of the campaign. So it'd be imperative really for either of them to go on and get a winner, particularly the home side. Now they've got that numerical advantage, and they've got to fancy their chances of going on and getting all 3 points.
Just to let you know, we are back underway in our championship match. Norwich against Derby, 48 minutes on the clock. They've just kicked off and the players are back out on the pitch. Well, the Chelsea players are back out on the pitch at Stamford Bridge. Of course, the new COVID-19 protocols mean that the usual dressing room situation is no longer in action at Premier League stadiums. The away teams are having to be based in a different part of the stadium. So Palace making their trip back around and out of a different avenue towards the pitch. We see Andres Townsend and Ward just waiting for the rest of their teammates to come and catch up and make their way back out onto the pitch. Palace won't mind making Chelsea wait a little bit. They've frustrated them enough in the opening 45 minutes, and they'll no doubt want to just frustrate them a little bit more in this second half. JK_SNR has been in touch again. Hashtag Football Live, saying Chilly Boy, I think it means Chilwell there, and Thiago were good in the first half, he says. So feeling that a few of the Chelsea players have performed, and I don't think we should get too down on them today. As Simon said before, Palace have defended well, but Chelsea have had the control of the game. They've not exactly been on the back foot. They've not been pressured. They've not looked like conceding a goal themselves. So it's just that patient game that we sometimes see. Mular has also been in touch on Hashtag Football Live. Says even commentators have no idea Chelsea's style of players. I think it is still a work in progress. There's no doubt about that for Frank Lampard and Chelsea. He had that one season under to get a management spell under his belt with Derby County, then was really thrown in at the deep end with Chelsea, a job that he probably likely couldn't have turned down, the chance to make that step up so quickly. Now with all the financial backing, as we say, new additions to the squad, he has got a bit of working out to do, and I think, as I pointed out earlier on, Palace have almost played the same 11 every game, and that's going to be to your advantage, isn't it, Tom, when you've got that consistency?
Absolutely. The players know each other inside out. They know their strengths and weaknesses, and they're working together. There's a team unit at Crystal Palace, and for Chelsea, all these players are still getting to know each other, and it's a really good point. Nobody really can put their finger on exactly what style of football Frank Lampard wants to play. Is he a high pressing manager? Is he a counter attacker? Does he want to be a possession based team a la Manchester City? We don't really know, and I think he himself is almost uncertain what he wants to do, and he's more reactive to the opponents that he's facing rather than having his own philosophy at this moment in time. He probably needs to find that identity, and then his team can really settle down and have confidence in him as well. That's possibly another of the reasons why it's been so stop-start for Chelsea at the beginning of the campaign.
Is this an argument then maybe against managers of Frank Lampard? Obviously an illustrious playing career, getting a job of this kind of stature so early on. I mean, you look at someone, I suppose his equivalent almost, Steven Gerrard, okay, didn't win as many trophies, but you would still say up there in terms of calibre and legendary status at the club, Liverpool, that he represented majority of his career. He's gone off to Rangers. He's spent a few years there now. He's sort of finding his feet. Maybe Lampard took this job on a little bit too soon. He didn't quite know where he wanted his philosophy to go, as you mentioned, what his setup would be with the players. Maybe you need that chance to learn your trade down at a lower level or elsewhere, out of the spotlight of the Premier League is what I mean, really, before then stepping into that sort of mould eventually.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, don't get us wrong. Steven Gerrard's in a very high-pressure situation at Rangers, where they're expected to win all the time, and they're expected to be winning trophies every season, as you are at Chelsea. So there's similarities there, but at least at Rangers, Gerrard has an opportunity to build some momentum. They are going to win the majority of their games they play in the Scottish Premiership, and Gerrard has done well to stamp his philosophy, his winning mentality on that team. They've performed really well in Europe last season, had a great result against Galatasaray as well in the Europa League qualifiers during the week to get their place in the group stage once again. And you're right, I think he probably is certainly south of the border in England. Gerrard's slightly out of the public eye, and he's not scrutinised as much as Frank Lampard is, so he's in a slightly more favourable position in that regard. For Frank Lampard and Chelsea, they are expected to win the majority of their games, but there's so many good teams in the Premier League as well. That's easier said than done. Chelsea, even at home against the Crystal Palace side, who most people would expect to be finishing in the lower half of the table, there's no guarantees they can get a result, and that heaps the pressure on Lampard every time they do fail to pick up 3 points.
Yeah, that's a fair point, I think. I'm just looking at this game between Valladolid and Eibar, and there's a really good chance at the moment for Eibar. They've got a free kick right on the edge of the opposition box. They might be down to 10 men, but they're still making a real fist of this. There's 10 minutes left to go. I thought a moment ago that they'd been awarded a penalty, but I think it's been overturned, and the decision is that it's a free kick because we're about half a yard out the box here. We'll see what happens. It goes under the wall, parried away by the goalkeeper. They look to try and keep it alive still, but they're going to have to settle for a corner. So, as you mentioned before, Tom, neither of these sides yet to get a win this season. Eibar may be down to 10 men, but they are desperate to try and get those first 3 points on the board. So we'll keep a close eye on that game between now and the full-time whistle. Of course, we've got reporters out at games in the shape of James Butler and Simon Barlow, watching Norwich against Derby and Chelsea against Palace respectively. We will go across to them shortly to hear their early thoughts on the second half and how it's playing out in those games in the Premier League and the Championship. Warren Ashurst will be in touch shortly as well. We'll get his team news ahead of the 2:30 kickoff in the Bundesliga when Borussia Dortmund take on Freiburg. On Dortmund, Tom, what are we thinking for them this season? I mean, second place is a must, isn't it? A minimum, I should say, in the Bundesliga for them. Of course, they want to try and close that gap on Bayern Munich. And then I suppose you'd be looking at maybe them trying to win some sort of silverware. Bayern with the clean sweep last season, not just domestically, but in Europe as well. Dortmund need to try and break that stranglehold somehow.
They do. Chelsea have just scored in the Premier League. Ben Chilwell on his debut, fantastic for him. His Premier League debut, of course, featured in the League Cup during the week, creeping in at the back post there. I was just looking at the statistics on Borussia Dortmund, and it just caught the corner of my eye. Chilwell rifling it home with his left foot, and there you go. Early in the second half, that's exactly what Frank Lampard would have wanted from his side. As you can see, there's a smile. He's almost trying to contain that smile, Lampard, on his face on the sidelines, but he'll be delighted. New signing up and running. Probably not the new signing he was expecting to open the scoring in this game, but brilliant for him and brilliant for Chilwell.
Yeah, it was all a bit scrappy, wasn't it? But they all count. Not cleared well enough by Palace. They had the bodies back there, and it sort of bounces off the head of Sacco. I think Kouyaté, rather, in the end. He was tussling away with Abraham, and Chilwell then just rifles it home, and it was JK SNR on Twitter earlier on who called him Chilly Boy and said that he'd had a good first half. Well, it was a cool finish from Ben Chilwell, who finds a way past Guaita and gives Chelsea the advantage. We'll hear from Simon Barlow in just a moment. We're still goalless in our game down in the Championship, and the score remains the same in Spain, despite Valladolid just creating a good opening, but were unable to get the shot away once they got into the box. So that one remains 1-1 with 5 minutes of regulation time to go. And as I say, we'll hear from Simon Barlow in just a second. In fact, let's go to him now.
Just a few minutes into the second half, and Chelsea have broken the deadlock. It's Chelsea 1, Crystal Palace 0. A mistake from Mamadou Sakho, punished by Ben Chilwell, who rammed home a shot from about 10 yards out after a good play from Callum Hudson-Odoi. His cross was initially blocked by Mitchell, but then as it should have been cleared by Sakho, he stood on the ball, played it by Azpilicueta, flicked on by Tammy Abraham, and then rifling it at the back post with a shot that went beyond Vicente Gaeta was Ben Chilwell on his Premier League debut for Chelsea. He opens the scoring. It's Chelsea 1, Crystal Palace 0.
Thank you very much, Simon Barlow. Chilwell signing over the summer, Tom. I heard a lot on the radio of fans and a lot on social media from Leicester fans in particular, saying that they were delighted to see Ben Chilwell leave for the sort of fee that he did leave. They felt that he was a decent player, and if he'd have stayed, then great. But they felt that he was very much overvalued for the kind of price that Chelsea ended up paying for him in the end. I was a bit surprised by that. I quite like Ben Chilwell, and I think Chelsea have probably done good business. He's still young, he's English, he's likely to stay at Chelsea for a good few years as long as they give him the right type of game time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he is a really promising player, isn't he? He's getting towards establishing himself as England's first choice left back when he's fit, and he's been a regular in the Premier League now for Leicester over the last 3.5 years at least. And yeah, he's only going to get better. I do kind of understand where the Leicester supporters were coming from, though. I thought over the second half of last season there was a clear drop-off in his performance levels, and it did coincide with Leicester's drop in form as well, but I don't think he was quite the player he was during the first half of the season, and perhaps that's what Leicester supporters are remembering. Sometimes fans can have short-term memories, can't they, and they may be thinking that Chilwell isn't as good as he actually is. I think he will, once fit and up and running at Chelsea, be a really good addition. He'll be the established left back, only or left wing back, depending on the formation that Frank Lampard ultimately plumps for. But yeah, this early goal for him on his Premier League debut for Chelsea will surely stand him in good stead.
I'm just going to go across to James Butler for our Championship game, because Teemu Pukki has missed a penalty. He's only scored 1 goal in his last 18 appearances. The Finn, you'll remember, he started last season in the Premier League so well, but he's just not been able to, he was unable to build on that in the Premier League, and he's been unable to start the Championship season strongly. It's a comical penalty miss. Let's hear James Butler.
We've had early drama at the start of the second half as a penalty was awarded to Norwich. Hernandez getting the ball on the edge of the penalty area. He tried the shot. Evans stuck his hands in front of his face, and it was a legitimate penalty. Teemu Pukki steps up and slid into the ball, fell over as he took the shot, and the ball skewed over the top of the crossbar. That pretty much sums up this match so far. It's not been high on quality in the final third, and that is why it remains Norwich City 0, Derby County.
Football Live. Expert analysis and reaction. All the latest scores from all the big leagues across Europe. This is Football Live.
We did just lose James Butler at the end of that one, but it is, as he was about to say, Norwich 0, Derby 0. But I don't know if you had eyes on that penalty, Tom. It's one that Pookie won't want to remember.
No, I didn't see it. I've got the Chelsea Crystal Palace game and the Spanish game in front of me at the moment. But yeah, it sounds like a untimely slip for Pookie, and as you mentioned, that won't do his confidence any good. I mean, this time last year, he just won Premier League Player of the Month. Everyone was raving about him, but those goals dried up. I mean, not really through too much fault of his own. I think it's just he was in a really poor Norwich team who didn't create enough chances, but that lack of confidence seems to have continued into this season, and a missed penalty, even in comical circumstances, isn't going to help him from that point of view. We know he's a good goal scorer at Championship level in particular. Norwich just need to find that formula again to get him scoring. He seems to be a player who scores in streaks, if you like, so if he can get one, he might get 4 or 5 in relatively quick succession.
Yeah, exactly. Once one comes, strikers often say that the rest follow much easier. It is just breaking that duck, really, and getting yourself moving in the right direction. A further tweet we've had through coming from Easy Slim Shade Vic, and he asks, good day, guys. When do you think Arsene Wenger should have left Arsenal? A little bit of a left field one, but I suppose it might be coming off the back of Arsene Wenger's interview that has been published today in the British press. He's been speaking to the Times newspaper, and he said that he is ready to return to the club one day. He's not returned to the Emirates since he departed and left his job in May 2018, so 2 years ago now, just over 2 years ago. Of course, he was hugely successful at Arsenal during his time, maybe not in the latter stages, but certainly over his whole spell there, you'd have to say it was a success. He won 3 Premier League titles, 7 FA Cups as well, to make Arsenal the most prolific winners of the FA Cup. He did say that he felt it was best to completely cut off from the club. He said he has been invited back since, but it was too hurtful for him almost to go back so quickly. He said that his exit was very lonely and very painful, and that he currently has no connection with the club at all, which is of course a huge contrast to what we saw at Manchester United. Sir Alex Ferguson, when he left, he was then offered a seat on the Manchester United board, and he's often still seen in the stands even now when fans aren't allowed in. Alex Ferguson is there at Old Trafford watching on and keeping a close eye on how things develop. But I suppose back to the question as to when Wenger should have left it, I think my feeling certainly was that he probably left it a couple of years too late, maybe a season too late, possibly even 2, because the fans started to turn against him, and it maybe tainted things towards the end. I think fans will now look back at it and say, yes, Arsene Wenger is he's a legend of the club, but in the moment that he left, they might not have felt that way towards him.
Yeah, as you say, I mean, it gradually got worse and worse for Arsenal when Arsene Wenger didn't hit over the final few years of his reign, and you're probably right, he should have left a good couple of years before he did, but time heals those wounds, doesn't it? And I think he will now be looked back at fondly, as we have got late drama in Spain, Bobby.
Yeah, we have. It's a goal for Eibar. Who would have thought it? Well, they went close before from that free kick, and we did say they were trying to press on. They have gone into their shells after being reduced to 10 men. Pape Diop has been let off the hook here. He was sent off on 73 minutes, but Eibar have gone and bagged a winner in the 91st minute. Or what looks to be a winner anyway. It's the Portuguese defender Kevin Rodriguez who has scored the goal, and Valladolid have now got it all to do if they're going to turn this one around. It's a header from Rodriguez at the far post. Looked as though he'd actually taken his eyes off it, but he managed to get enough on the ball, and they lead now, Tom.
They do, and real credit has to go as well to the substitute Arbitz Arbia. He's only been on the field a matter of minutes, but he whipped a brilliant ball in from with his left foot, right on the money for Rodriguez to head home. You can see Valladolid, they're absolutely distraught. Let's not forget that they've got the man advantage. They missed a penalty with the scores at 1-1. This is a game that Valladolid should be winning, and it looks like Eibar are going to nick it.
Yeah, it does look like they've done enough just right at the end, and that could potentially be a season-defining moment even this early on. We often say sides that get stuck in that rut in the opening stages often then find it very difficult to turn it around when you're looking sort of 5, 6, 7, 8 games still seeking that first victory. Well, now they've finally got one on the board, and it's Valladolid who will find themselves in that bad situation of still seeking a first win of the season. And Alaves now remain and Huesca rather, are the only three sides still yet to get a victory, although Huesca have drawn 3 matches, so they're currently outside the bottom 3. But as it stands, Eibar, who were in the relegation zone, are going to go up above Valladolid, Elche, Bilbao, Huesca, Osasuna and Levante. So it's a hugely important win, this one. They'll climb up to 13th place. Of course, sides around them have still got to play and have got games in hand. Some, for instance, have only played 3 games to the 5 that Eibar have now played. Some have only played two games. So there is surely a lot of movement, and I think that's something we're going to see in the Premier League as well, isn't it, Tom? Some Manchester City, for instance, I know they've dropped points already, but starting the season late, Manchester United starting the season late, we maybe won't get a real sort of serious position for them until a few months in, when things start to settle down.
Absolutely, there's real discrepancy there across all the big leagues in Europe, and you know, with the uncertainty that's surrounding the world at the moment, we don't know if further games will be suspended for positive coronavirus tests later down the line. We hope not, but there could be further discrepancies there where sides have played 3, 4, 5 games more than some of the other teams in the division. As I say, hopefully it doesn't come to that. I mean, at the moment we've got Chelsea currently playing their 4th game, and as you say, the likes of Manchester United and Man City have only played 2 so far. They will eventually catch up after the international break, hopefully, but that's what I was mentioning earlier on about the leagues in France and Germany and places like that, where I don't think it's going to be as straightforward for teams to run away with the respective divisions. Likewise in the Premier League, we've seen over the last 3 or 4 years it's taken 90, 95 plus points to win the league. I just can't see that happening this season. Teams are going to drop points because of just how many fixtures they have to play, and they're coming in such quick succession.
Yeah, it is thick and fast, isn't it? Tottenham in particular will tell you all about that, having to go and have a couple of lengthy trips away in the Europa League. They did play at home in mid-week on Thursday in the Europa League as they qualified for the group stage, but that, along with Premier League football and Carabao Cup action as well, has meant that they've been busier than most in the Premier League so far this season, and you wonder what sort of toll that is going to take as the season gets into sort of the winter period, the real winter period, when we often hear managers complaining about the backlog of fixtures around that busy Christmas period. We're only 3 weeks into the season, Tom. I've managed to get busy Christmas period out already. That's some going, right?
Absolutely. It's closer than it usually would be 3 games into the season. We'll say that, but yeah, the whole campaign feels like that kind of that busy, festive feel, and it's just going to be absolute madness, isn't it? Come December, when everyone's absolutely knackered, and there's just going to be so many games. It's going to be so exciting from our point of view, but you feel a little bit for the players and managers.
Yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing our families too much over Christmas this year, if we're even allowed to. But we have had a tweet in as well from Demi Coyote, who says, good afternoon, guys. Please, when will fans return to all stadia across England? It's a good question, and one that we're still waiting for an answer for here in the UK as well. There have been a few trial events over it was around about 3 weeks ago now, that we had a few trial events across the country in lower league stadiums. One at Bloomfield Road at Blackpool, as 1,000 fans were allowed in, and in socially distanced circumstances, and it happened at several stadiums. They didn't do it at any Premier League matches. They wanted to trial it first before trying to roll it out, and the expected date for fans to be allowed back in smaller numbers was the 1st of October, so this weekend would have been the return, but there was an announcement just a week ago from the Prime Minister Boris Johnson. He said that he was pulling back on that decision over fears of a second wave of coronavirus infection. So at the moment it is up in the air. He did hint that these new restrictions could perhaps stay in place for 6 months, so we're just going to have to wait and see how this all plays out. He did say that we won't be able to do this from October 1st. These direct quotes from the Prime Minister. He said, I recognise the implications for our sports club, which are the life and soul of our communities, and my right honourable friends and the Chancellor and the Culture Secretary are working urgently on what we can do now to support them. So there is a huge call from clubs outside of the Premier League that they need more backing because Premier League clubs, although they're going to take a financial hit, Tom, in terms of not having fans there, they still have money coming in from different avenues. We look at clubs in the Championship, and certainly when you go down to League One and League Two, and there isn't that safety net of merchandise and TV rights and everything else that Premier League clubs have to fall back on. They need some extra backing here, otherwise there could be some troubling times ahead.
Absolutely, those sides lower down the football pyramid in England, the lower down you go, the more reliant they are on the income they get on match days from selling tickets and supporters, spending money at the ground as well. I mean, Premier League teams, as you say, will take a financial hit, but they can cope without that because of the vast amount of money they get from sponsorship and from TV revenue, as you mentioned. That just doesn't apply lower down the food chain. We've already seen sides go out of business as an indirect result of what's going on. Macclesfield have folded over the last few weeks or so, and more clubs are going to follow suit, unfortunately, unless there is action taken by either the government or by the Premier League, or a combination of the two. Let's not forget how many players are playing in the Premier League at the moment. As I'll break off, because Chelsea have got their second goal of the game, possibly wrapping up the points at Stamford Bridge, and it's a towering header, Bobby, from Kurt Zouma, and I think it may well have come from a Ben Chilwell assist.
Yeah, Chilwell getting the high fives, and it's two scorers that you probably wouldn't have had down today to be getting their names on the score sheet, but defenders chipping in and doing the business. They spent all the money at the top end of the field with Werner and Havertz on there today, but it's two unusual suspects that are bagged. One new signing in Chilwell, one man who's been linked away from the club over the last couple of weeks in Kurt Zouma. Everton understood to be keen on a reunion. Well, if they do want him before Monday's deadline, he might have just added another chunk of cash to his valuation, as he shows good strength there at the far post, manages again to hold off Sacco, and it's almost a cushioned header, isn't it? I think Guayata expects it to go back across goal. He's not quite set. He tries to come back to his left-hand side. Zouma is there to nod home, and Chelsea now have a 2-goal advantage. You'd imagine with that, the points are wrapped up. Let's go to James Butler, shall we? We'll listen in to Simon Barlow in just a moment for more on that Zouma goal. But James Butler, is watching the game down in the Championship, Norwich Derby.
It comes to something when you come up to 70 minutes of a game and there's only one really big moment that's happened so far, and that was a little bit of a mess up too, as Timu Pukki got the penalty and then his left foot slipped away from him as he tried to drive it home with his right foot, and it ended up skewing over the top of the crossbar after being won by Arnold Hernandez. That's really all I can tell you about this second half. It's very much a 0-0 at the moment. It only takes one chance for one of these teams to steal a very valuable 3 points in these early stages of this Championship season. It's Norwich 0, Derby County 0.
Thank you very much, James Butler. He's not quite had the excitement that Simon Barlow has. We can go across to him now. It's Chelsea 2, Palace 0.
And it's now Chelsea 2, Crystal Palace 0. Kurt Zouma, who couldn't quite get his header on target from a corner about 10 minutes ago, has made amends. This time, the Chelsea corner was knocked away by Palace, but they sent it back towards Chilwell, who put in a good ball with his left foot towards the post, and out-jumping Mitchell was the Chelsea defender, Kurt Zouma. Really well-timed jump from him, and a looping header beyond Vicente Guy to make it Chelsea 2, Crystal Palace 0.
Your home for all the goal action and match report throughout Europe's top leagues. This is Football Live.
That's right, your best place to keep in touch with all of the goals on this Saturday afternoon, of course on a Sunday as well, when Football Live will be back tomorrow too. But for now, myself and Tom McGarry taking you through all of the action. Chelsea leading by 2-0. The full-time whistle has gone in Spain. Eibar reduced to 10 men, but they still managed to find a winner. They've beaten Valladolid by 2-1 away from home. We're up and running now in our games in Turkey as well, just as we hit 2 p.m. UK time.
Your home for all the goal action and match report throughout Europe's top league.
Let's get an update on the Nigerian players in action.
This is Football Live.
As far as the world of football is concerned on Football Live, of course, games going down in the Serie A. Sassuolo against Crotone is currently going on, about to start now, and Simi Wankwo starts for Crotone at Sassuolo. as they pursue the first win of the Serie A season. In the Premier League, Eberechi, of course, featuring for the Eagles at Stamford Bridge, has completed one dribble and won 50% of his ground duels in that fixture. In the Bundesliga, of course, a kickoff in about 28 minutes from now. Offenheim taking on Eintracht Frankfurt. And of course, defender Kevin Akpoguma makes his third start in the league for the High Flyers at the Commerzbank Arena. And of course, 2:30 as well in the Bundesliga, FC Köln will take on Mönchengladbach. And the defender Kingsley Aizibwe starts at right back. The 19-year-old teen sensation Tolu Arakodare is still waiting for his full debut. He is on the bench as far as that man is concerned. In the Turkish Super League kicks off, of course, right about now. And this one's coming from Başakşehir and Göztepe. Brown Ide Day starts for Göztepe and is seeking to add to his 1-goal, 1-assist tally, while Azubike Okechukwu and Obenan Wobodo are on the bench for Başakşehir and Göztepe, respectively. Meanwhile, Erzurum BB and Rizespor will kick off as well. And of course, Aminu Umar will not be available for that particular game as he still nurses a knee injury. And lastly, this one is in Latvia, where Ventspils are currently taking on Valmiera in the Virsa Liga. And of course, the goalkeeper, the freshly called goalkeeper for the Super Eagles, talk about Delia Lampasu, is on the bench as far as that is concerned. Of course, let me let Bobby Jackson and Tom McGarry take it away as they take you closer to the action on Football Live.
I think it needs to be done, really, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and as you say, we have a bit more of a vested interest in it than most, but I don't really see how Premier League teams can always justify spending that amount of money, £250 million, when there's so much unrest there below in the football pyramid. I mean, look at the Manchester United deal, the will they, won't they sign Jadon Sancho for, £100+ million. That just seems ridiculous to me in the current climate, the amount of what that money could do to save so many clubs. And you look over the course of this Premier League weekend, how many of the players on show would have had some kind of grounding playing in the Football League. I mean, look at Ben Chilwell, who scored and assisted today. He came through the ranks at Leicester, but he had loan spells away at the likes of Huddersfield in the Football League. That's helped his development. Those teams provide such good grounding and first-team opportunities for so many players. A lot of the Palace team, likewise, began life in the Football League. Wilfred Zaha coming through at Palace when they were a championship side, and their signing of Eberechi Eze as well today. He's played for Queen's Park Rangers, he's played for Wickham in the Football League. All these top players wouldn't be where they are today, and they wouldn't be doing big things that they are for their current clubs without the grounding they've got lower down the chain.
Yeah, very important indeed. Micah Richards is one that's been speaking about it. You'll remember him, former Manchester City player, had spell with Aston Villa as well, but he's been talking about it today. A pundit now on TV, one of the better pundits around, and he's been talking about how he was at the centre of excellence for Oldham as a youngster before he joined City, and now a club that are in a very dire situation, as many are struggling for finances. He said it would be such a shame to see a club like that go out of existence when you have got someone like Manchester City, Manchester United, both around the corner with huge sums of money, and they could give them some sort of support just to help them on their way in these troubled times. Otherwise, we are going to see some real disastrous situations in the Football League pyramid. But we'll leave that there for now, and we'll focus on some of the other tweets that we've had coming into us. Easy Slim Shade Vic, he's asking if we feel, Ademi Kayode has also been asking about VAR, from one controversial topic to another, I suppose. Asks why is it causing so much controversy in England since its arrival, and what is the way out of this controversy? If we knew the answer to that, Tom, I think we'd be paid huge sums of money ourselves by the Premier League to go and sort it out for them.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's football. Everyone who loves football loves the controversy as well. No matter what we bring in, there's always going to be controversy on one side or the other. It's the debate we all love to have. It's why we enjoy shows like this as well, where we can talk about these controversial situations. So there's never going to be a perfect formula. What they've said this week, haven't they, after the handball controversies of last week, that they are going to adopt a slightly more lenient approach when it comes to handballs, and referees will have more license to make objective decisions. So we shouldn't see, like some of these that we saw last week with Joel Ward of Crystal Palace being penalised for a handball which he could do nothing about. Eric Dyer as well for Spurs against Newcastle on the Sunday. So yeah, they're tweaking with the rules. They're trying to improve them, but we're always, no matter what we do, whatever technology comes in, there's always going to be controversy in football, and that's why we love it.
Yeah, exactly right. Let's go to Simon Barlow, Chelsea against Palace.
Into the final 20 minutes at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea looking pretty comfortable. 2-0 up against Crystal Palace. Both goals in the second half. One scored and one set up by Ben Chilwell. Chilwell only lasted 60 minutes of the EFL Cup defeat to Tottenham Hotspur in midweek, but his performance in this match, I don't think I've seen him play as well for Leicester City prior to joining Chelsea. This, of course, is Premier League debut. Both he actually and the other Premier League debut for Chelsea, Edouard Mendy, having pretty strong games. Mendy's only had one serious save to make, but dealt very well with that Jordan Ayew shot, and very little from Palace other than that. They have made a couple of key changes, though, bringing on fresh central midfielders to try and pep up their energy levels in these closing 20 minutes, but it remains at Chelsea 2, Crystal Palace 0.
Thank you very much, Simon Barlow. We were talking about Palace earlier on, Tom, and we were praising them for the way that they've started this season. They were up in the European places at the start of play today. With Chelsea winning now, Palace have dropped down the table a little bit. In fact, no, they weren't quite in the European places, but they were up in the top half of the table, 7th place before the game kicked off. But Chelsea have now climbed up to 4th as it stands. Palace have dropped to 8th. They've scored 5. They've conceded 5 now in 4 games. Have we got a penalty?
I think we've got a penalty. Yeah. Chelsea, you've got a spot kick at Stamford Bridge. Tammy Abraham has gone down. I think it was the youngster Mitchell who's clipped him. Abraham looks in a little bit of pain. There doesn't seem to be too much dispute from the Palace players, and yeah, he's just been chopped down. It's a very naive challenge from the Palace youngster. Sticks out his left leg and brings Abraham down. So chance for Chelsea to score a third goal. And if Chelsea win this game 3-4-0, everyone's singing the praises of Frank Lampard when half an hour ago at half time we were all wondering if he was going to get sacked.
That's football, isn't it? It turns around so quickly, and Chelsea have come out with their tails up in this second half. Jorginho is going to be the man to take this penalty. Will stay with it. Guaita is being warned by Michael Oliver not to come off your line. We've seen how strict referees are going to be in this from being an inch off your line, as you say. Had they made some real good ground and sprinted off the line, then you could understand, but there is no advantage to be gained whatsoever from that situation, and that's where you feel that the game is being changed and taken away from what we once knew it to be. Let's go to Simon Barlow for more on that penalty.
Just approaching the final 10 minutes, and it's now Chelsea 3, Crystal Palace 0. A penalty awarded to Chelsea when Tammy Abraham was fouled in the box by Tyrick Mitchell. Mitchell's first defensive header gave it away to Abraham, who burst towards that corner of the penalty area. Mitchell dangled a boot out, and Abraham went down very gratefully to win the spot kick. And Jorginho simply doesn't miss. The Italian stepped up, a little hop, step and a jump before he sent goalkeeper Guaita the wrong way and rolled it into the goalkeeper's left-hand corner. It's now Chelsea 3, Crystal Palace 0, and the points are staying at Stamford Bridge.
Thank you very much, Simon Barlow. I think that is a certainty now that all 3 points are staying at the Bridge this afternoon. Chelsea 3, Crystal Palace 0, and things could get even worse before the whistle goes if Chelsea want to continue pressing on. We will be hearing from Jack Deaton shortly. He's going to be watching the game for us at 3 p.m. today in the Premier League. It's now 50 minutes away, and we've had the confirmed teams out, so I'll take you through those. Everton going strong once again today. Pickford in goal, Coleman, Keane, Mina and Digne across the back four. Decore, Davis and Sigurdsson are the midfield three. So no Gomez, no Allen, Davis and Sigurdsson come in. And then the front three of Rodriguez, or James, as he prefers to be known, Calvert-Lewin and Richarlison. The Brazilian does get the nod to start this game. So the knock he picked up in midweek, he appears to have shaken off, and he helps Calvert-Lewin lead the line. As for Brighton, they go with the 3-4-2-1 that we've seen them play on several occasions. Ryan in goal, the back three then of Webster, Dunk and White. Wing backs of March and Lamptey, Alzate and Basuma as midfielders, Trossard and Maupay further ahead, with Connolly in attack as well. So there's your 11s for today's game. As I said, we'll hear more from Jack Deaton shortly. He'll give us a bit more information about all the changes around that one. But just first thoughts on those lineups, Tom, as Has your opinion been swayed one way or the other as to a full-time result?
Well, the big one is that Richarlison is fit. He's proved me wrong, and Carlo Ancelotti wasn't playing mind games. He is in the starting 11. You can only presume he's fully fit and able to play a full part in the game. Well, we could have another penalty actually at Stamford Bridge. Sloppy touch in the penalty area. Not sure that was it was Mamadou Sakho. Sloppy touch. He dives in on Kai Havertz, who goes down. He knows that he's committed an error there, the big centre back, and this could turn into a really, really impressive scoreline for Chelsea. It's so poor from Sakho. International defender, so experienced, loose touch, shouldn't be trying to control it in the first place in that kind of situation, and then he dives in rashly with the tackle.
Yeah, we're just seeing shots of Sakho now, and he's looking up at the screen, and I think he was seeing his own foul that he almost seemed to admit then. There's been a bit of a dispute here as well. I noticed that Tammy Abraham went and picked the ball up when the penalty was given. He'd clearly then marched the penalty spot and wanted to take it. He won the first penalty, of course, that Jorginho then took. Azpilicueta, the captain, has come across, taken the ball off Abraham, given it to Jorginho and said, no, you're going to take this one. Abraham has walked away, shaking his head, shrugging his shoulders. Jorginho better score this now, otherwise Abraham won't be happy. He does again. It's into the bottom right corner. Exactly the same spot, exactly the same outcome. Abraham can't complain. Chelsea have a fourth, and the 3 points are certainly staying on home soil.
Yeah, they are. And you know what? We don't know the ins and outs of that, but at first glance, Tammy Abraham shouldn't be sulking. He has no right to try and take that penalty off Jorginho. Jorginho's the penalty taker. Just because you're 3-0 up and you feel like the result is wrapped up doesn't mean that you can then take it upon yourself to take the spot kick. Azpilicueta, right, unless, you know, it's been discussed prior by Frank Lampard that Abraham was going to take it, then he can't get involved in that. And because Azpilicueta's come over as captain and taking it off him, that suggests that it was just Abraham trying to get the penalty. Yes, strikers want to score goals, but he's not the penalty taker. Leave it to Jorginho, who converted, you know, convincingly again.
Yeah, completely agree with that one. We'll hear from Simon Barlow in a moment. Just before we do, though, we've had a goal in our championship game. It's not been a great afternoon for James Butler watching on, and it's not a good afternoon for Norwich either. It's Wayne Rooney who has scored a free kick right at the death. He's since been substituted as the veteran man, the former United star. It's a really classic Wayne Rooney type free kick, just arcs the ball around the wall into the top right corner, and Derby County looks set to take all 3 points away from Norwich City. It's been a poor couple of weeks actually for Norwich, a draw in the Championship against Preston in mid-September. Then they lost against Bournemouth as well in the Championship, and looks as though they're set for another loss today. It's a big win for Derby though, because they'd lost 4 in a row prior to today's match, so a much needed 3 points for them. Let's go to Simon Barlow and hear more about that fourth goal.
Well, Chelsea now making this a little embarrassing for Crystal Palace. It's Chelsea 4, Crystal Palace 0. A second penalty awarded by Michael Oliver. Again, no disputing this one. It was clumsy play by Mamadou Sakho. Sakho's mistake cost Crystal Palace the first goal, and his loose touch inside the box then forced him to come out and challenge Havertz. Havertz, just inside the penalty area, went down under the tackle, which was, again, poorly timed. And the referee ideally positioned to award the spot kick. Tammy Abraham then wanted to take the penalty. He quickly went to the ball, picked it up, put it on the penalty spot, but the powers that be at Chelsea have told him he couldn't take it. He was furious about that, and eventually ceded the ball to Jorginho, who did exactly what he did just a few minutes ago in slotting it beyond Vicente Gaeta to make it Chelsea 4, Crystal Palace 0.
Thank you very much, Simon Barlow. Before we go to James Butler, let's get the team news ahead of Dortmund-Freiburg. Warren Ashurst.
Well, Borussia Dortmund play host to Freiburg today, looking to avoid 3 straight defeats. And they go into this match without Jadon Sancho. Plenty of speculation over his future at the moment, but he's been struck by pneumonia over the last week or so, and there's no place for him in the squad. There are actually 4 changes in the Dortmund squad from the side that lost 3-2 to Bayern Munich in the German Super Cup in midweek. Dahoud, Delaney, Plasak and Brandt are all out. Bellingham, Witsel, Guerrero and Royce are the men who come in to replace them, and as ever, Haaland starts on his own up front. As for Freiburg, who are 1 point better off than Borussia Dortmund at this early stage of the season, Well, they drew 1-1 with Wolfsburg last weekend, and they make one change to the side that picked up that point, although they do change formation to a 5-3-2. Manuel Gulda comes in as a third centre-back, and it's Italian midfielder Vincenzo Griffo who drops out and starts on the bench. It's a 2:30 kick-off at the Westfalenstadion, Borussia Dortmund against Freiburg.
Very excited for that game, and Borussia Dortmund always a joy to watch. As Warren says, they've not been in the best of form, but similar to a few other of the big name sides, maybe just taking a bit of time to get up and running at the start of this season. Sancho Saga maybe having a bit of a role to play in their struggles as well. Let's go to James Butler for more on this exquisite Wayne Rooney free kick.
Norwich City look as if they're going to be made to pay for their mistakes. Their blank finishing, Timo Pukki's missed penalty, because just a few seconds ago, Wayne Rooney, free kick on the edge of the D, he curls it over the wall into the top right-hand corner, beats Tim Krul in the Norwich goal, and it looks like Philip Cocu's side have nicked the 3 points at Carrow Road. Wayne Rooney with the goal. It's Norwich City 0, Derby County 1.
Derby County on course for all 3 points. 92 minutes pretty much played of 94 scheduled, with those 4 minutes of additional time added on. We're 4 minutes away, well, 3 minutes away really from the end of the 90 at Stamford Bridge. I think we'll have a fairly decent chunk of additional time there as well, but not that it's going to matter too much, with the points undoubtedly in the bag for the home side at Chelsea, and they're going to be climbing up into the top 4 as things stand, with other sides of course around them still to play this weekend. Everton, who are currently placed third, are in action in round about 40 minutes time when they play host to Brighton. Liverpool in second place make the trip to Aston Villa, and Leicester, who are currently top of the table on goal difference, will they take on West Ham tomorrow. So there's plenty to be won and lost up at that top end of the table, but Chelsea starting to rub shoulders with the sides that they want to be around for the majority of the campaign. There's a penalty shout here in the Championship game as a Norwich player goes down in the box. Referee is not interested. Could have been a bit of late drama there, but it looks as though Derby have been given a reprieve this time around, that there might have been some contact, but referee clearly feeling there wasn't enough in the end to warrant the penalty kick and potentially a route back into the game for Norwich. You'll remember they've already missed one spot kick when Timo Pukki slipped and ended up putting it over the crossbar. Plenty more still to come here, of course, on Football Live today. We've got all of our 2:30 games in the Bundesliga. That one that Warren Ashurst will be keeping us in touch with between Dortmund and Freiburg. Then it's Eintracht Frankfurt against Hoffenheim, Cologne against Borussia Mönchengladbach, Stuttgart by Leverkusen, and Werder Bremen against Arminia Bielefeld. All of those getting underway at 2:30, and we have our first goal of the afternoon in City out, Tom.
We do, and it's Sassuolo who've taken the lead at home against Crotone. Just 19 minutes on the clock. Sassuolo have made a decent start to the season, unbeaten so far. Crotone lost both of their games since returning to the top flight, beating a lot of reports and previews going into the new Serie A season. I think Crotone have been written off before the campaign started. They're expected to struggle. Sassuolo taking full advantage of that so far this afternoon, and it's a long-serving Domenico Berardi who's got the goal.
Yeah, there they are then with that 1-0 advantage. As I look up on my screen in front of me, Ben Chilwell appears to have been given the Man of the Match award, and Wayne Rooney undoubtedly will be the Man of the Match at Carrow Road, as his free kick has proved the difference with the full-time whistle going. It is Norwich 0, Derby County 1. I thought Norwich would actually perform quite well in the Championship this season. They appeared to have done some good business in the summer transfer window. They've lost a few players, yes, made some good money off them. The two fullbacks in Lewis and the other name escapes me now.
Ben Godfrey.
Ben Godfrey, that's
just passed his medical, hasn't he, at Everton ahead of a move which should be completed later today.
Yeah, so Ben Godfrey going as well, but they have brought in several players to try and strengthen, but it's just not gone how they wanted it to so far, and a loss today is going to put some serious pressure on Daniel Farke. I saw he was linked with a few jobs in Germany over the last couple of days, and he may well think that a move to the Bundesliga could be the right one for him at this time of his career. We are going to talk about moves a little bit later on, but in terms of players and transfers that we'll get on to over the course of this afternoon, there's been lots of business done so far with teams adding players in this final week that they've got of signing. We're into the final few days, of course, now, but there's been plenty of arrivals over the last few days, strengthening ahead of the close of the window. We'll maybe get into that a little bit more once we get underway with our 3 p.m. Premier League game. And speaking of that, here's Jack Deaton.
The team news is in from Goodison Park, where Everton look to continue their 100% start to the season against a relatively impressive-looking Brighton side. 2 enforced changes for Everton from their win at Crystal Palace last weekend in the league. Midfielders Alan and Andre Gomes are injured, and so in come Tom Davis and Gylfi Sigurdsson. Richarlison has picked up a knock in the Carabao Cup victory over West Ham on Wednesday, but he is fit to start. Brighton, on the other hand, they make one change from the 3-2 last gasp defeat to Manchester United in the league. Yves Bissouma returns from suspension and replaces Adam Lallana in midfield. The former Liverpool man drops to the bench.
Thank you very much, Jack Deaton. So just giving us a bit more into what's going on there with the 2 teams ahead of that 3 p.m. kickoff. We will, of course, hear from James Butler in just a moment with that full-time whistle having gone now at Carrow Road. Simon Barlow's full-time report will be through shortly as well. We're well into the 3 minutes of additional time. Chelsea might even have one more goal left in them as Tammy Abraham is seeked out by Havertz, but Palace are able to clear this one away. As always, we'll do our best to get some reaction for you as well from the 2 camps, Chelsea and Crystal Palace. I'm sure Roy Hodgson will be pretty frustrated with the way that this game has turned out so far this afternoon. One of the main areas that Palace have actually strengthened in this season, Tom, is in attack. Eberechi Eze coming in. They've also added Michy Batshuayi on loan, of course. But goals aren't coming too freely for them at the moment.
They're not, and it's a difficult one for Palace because they are set up so defensively and so organised by Roy Hodgson, and that will have a knock-on effect when they're going forward. They have to rely on the individual flair they have in the likes of Zaha, Eze and Ayew. And, you know, sometimes these players can't all perform, particularly in these games away from home where they're not seeing much of the ball. It's difficult, but if they don't produce some individual magic, then it is difficult for Palace to break teams down from open play, and then you're relying on set pieces and things like that. It's difficult. I mean, they don't have a good record against Chelsea Palace. I think this is 5 or 6 games they've now lost in a row as the final whistle does go at Stamford Bridge. That's 5 or 6 games they've lost in a row against Chelsea, incidentally. So it's difficult. These aren't the games that are going to define Crystal Palace's season. I mean, they've got 6 points, haven't they, from their opening 4 games now, and they've had tough fixtures as well against the likes of Chelsea, Manchester United. Southampton wasn't an easy game either, Everton. So yeah, I think this has been a satisfactory start to the season for Crystal Palace, albeit this result isn't a good one.
Yeah, I think you're right with that one. Roy Hodgson will have seen this game as one of the tougher ones for them in this opening stage of the season away at Chelsea. They haven't been able to do what they did at Old Trafford and frustrate as much, and they've fallen to a 4-0 defeat, potentially the last game as well in a Palace shirt for Wilfried Zaha. He's just taken his shirt off as he walks off the pitch. Of course, he's been heavily linked with a move away. The deal, the offers haven't quite arrived just as of yet, but he won't be playing again for Palace before Monday's deadline. So if he is on his way out, it's not the way that he would have wanted to sign off for the Eagles. Let's go to James Butler for the full time from Norwich Derby.
Daniel Farke will go to bed tonight wondering about what might have been, because his Norwich side didn't dominate this game, but they certainly have plenty of chances to put it to bed, particularly a Teemu Pukki penalty in the second half. But the forward slipped as he made contact with the ball and sent it spooning over the top of the crossbar. It was Wayne Rooney, though, that stepped up in the 87th minute. A free kick from just outside of the D. Right-footed, he bent it over the top of the wall, inside Tim Krul's left-hand post. It finishes Norwich 0, Derby County 1.
Thank you very much, James Butler. He's not had the best of games there this afternoon, but at least it was a decent finish for him with Wayne Rooney getting that goal via the free kick to give Derby a much-needed all 3 points. In terms of what that means down in the English Championship, Derby County have moved up to 18th position in the division with that their first points of the term. It has got a very strange look to it, the Championship. Sheffield Wednesday, bottom of the standings. They started the season with minus 12 points. They're currently on minus 8 points, having won one, drawn one, and lost one. You've got teams like Wickham and Nottingham Forest then in the bottom three without a point to their name so far. Barnsley and Preston on a point apiece. Middlesbrough on 2 points. Then come Derby on 3. So they could drop down a little bit lower again as the afternoon develops. We'll wait and see. But a whole fixture list of Championship games today that we will, of course, keep you in touch with. All of those getting underway at 3 p.m. We're just moments away from our matches in Germany starting. And what are we making of Jadon Sancho today? As Warren mentioned, Tom, not involved in the matchday squad as he's apparently got pneumonia. One of the stranger reasons that I've heard a young footballer certainly being omitted from a squad. I did see that Joshua King was left out the Bournemouth squad last night for their win against Coventry because he had a migraine. I thought that was one of the stranger ones as well. But Sancho, is he maybe on his way out? Are we thinking that this is something just to keep him out of the limelight, or do we think that he's definitely got pneumonia?
Well, isn't it? There's no way we can definitively know either way. I think he'll still be a Borussia Dortmund player at the close of the transfer window. Dortmund in a position where they are not quite playing hardball, but they control. They have all the cards, don't they? And I think they'll want him to remain at the club beyond the summer transfer window. And they're probably, just as you say, taking him out of the equation, if you like, taking him away from the limelight. And maybe it is convenient. Maybe there's a slight niggle. Maybe there's a slight sniffle there. And in the current climate as well, they're not going to take any risks. But it's also convenient for them. They've got players that can come in the short term for most Bundesliga games. They'll fancy they can still beat Freiburg without Jadon Sancho in the lineup. So I think that will be that's the only reason. I do expect him to stay. I think if he was going to leave for Manchester United, then it would have happened, a good few weeks ago.
Yeah, I did tip up a win to 0 for Dortmund today in this game against Freiburg. They have beaten them in the last 2 meetings to 0, and appeared to improve defensively last season under Lucien Favre. It was their strongest defensive record that they had since back in 2016. So a move in the right direction. I think he would still want them to tighten up a little bit more at the back. They've got so many goals in them. They used to be a side that you'd always look at winning 2-1, but I think they got a few more clean sheets last term, and despite a poor start to this season, Freiburg today might be the opportunity for them to go and get a win to 0. Worth mentioning the youngster Jude Bellingham as well, Tom.
Yeah, he's had a really good start, hasn't he, too? His Dortmund career, joined from Birmingham during the summer. He's just 17, 18 years of age, isn't he? He's got a huge future in the game. I think Dortmund have looked at him in a similar way to Jadon Sancho, a young player coming from England, and he's going to get an opportunity to get better and better. He's, as I say, he's featured regularly. He's scored a goal already in the DFB Pokal for his side. I think when Dortmund signed him, they initially felt he was going to be a player that would, take a few months to bed in, and we probably wouldn't see him that much in the first team until after Christmas. But today, and I think we're beginning to see already that he's going to play a major role for this Dortmund side this season, which means regular minutes in the Bundesliga, regular involvement in the Champions League, which can only be good for his development.
Yeah, they've just kicked off then in Dortmund. The side in yellow, their traditional home strip, getting the ball rolling. I've got an eye on a few of the other games in Germany as well. Some underway, some just slightly delayed. Worth pointing out as well, we had the question earlier about when fans can get back in the stadiums in England. Well, they are back in stadiums in Germany, of course, not a full house by no stretch of the imagination. There are huge amounts of empty seats there, and gaps between certain families and different groups, and making sure that unless you're in your own household, you are socially distanced. But always good and a positive, I think, to see, certainly for us over here in the UK, that could eventually be something that is manageable and something to aim for in the future, as Germany, of course, was the first country even to resume their league, having suspended around the same time as everyone else when this pandemic first began. Germany got a good grip of things on the health side of things and returned before most of the top leagues to complete their domestic campaign. Maybe that benefited Bayern Munich in their pursuit ultimately of the Champions League title, but they've certainly led the way in this pandemic, and on the footballing side of things, and good to see that fans are in there today. So we're now underway with all of those games in the Bundesliga. Dortmund, Freiburg, Eintracht Frankfurt, Hoffenheim, Cologne, Borussia Mönchengladbach, Stuttgart, Bayer Leverkusen, Werder Bremen, Arminia, Bielefeld, all of them goalless with only a couple of minutes on the clock. Get your tweets into us, hashtag Football Live is the way to do so. I did say that we would talk about some of the transfers that have gone through over the last few days, and one of the tweets is sort of surrounding some of the gossip which has emerged over the last week or so, and it comes from Easy Slim Shade Vic, who says, do you think Ousmane Dembele would be a good addition to the Man United attack if they fail to get Sancho? Well, that is the report that has now developed over the last few days, that United seemingly not able to meet Dortmund's asking price for Sancho, that Dembele is being lined up as a replacement. I did see the other day a journalist claiming that there was a bit of a stumbling block in that Barcelona wanted whoever takes Dembele. It seems to be a loan deal that's being talked about. They want whoever takes him to pay his full wage, which is about 250 grand a week. United aren't too happy with that. They would rather share the wage load. It's a bit of a step down, isn't it, Tom? Sancho to Dembele.
Well, yeah, it is in a lot of ways. Ousmane Dembele is a really good player, and that's why Barcelona paid so much money to sign him from, ironically, Borussia Dortmund just a couple of years ago. But he's had so many injury problems. There seems to be a persistent issue with his hamstring, and that will raise question marks for Manchester United if they do sign him, particularly if they do end up paying all his wages and then he's on the sidelines for a good proportion of the season. I just don't understand Manchester United's transfer strategy, in truth, full stop. I mean, yes, it's difficult not to sign Donny van der Beek, and he's a really good player for that kind of price, don't get me wrong, but did they really need that kind of player? Likewise, do they really need another winger in a Sancho Dembele mould? I feel like they're too busy fixating on one or two individual players instead of fixing the more fundamental issues in their squad, which is, getting in another top quality central defender, potentially getting another out-and-out striker of the quality to provide backup for United in all the big competitions. I don't know. I feel like they're almost blinkered at the moment and so focused on getting Jadon Sancho or a Jadon Sancho kind of player in that they're missing the bigger picture and missing out on potentially signing more worthwhile signings in the long run.
Yeah, well, Solskjaer is seemingly a bit frustrated with everything that's going on in the background, and that he's not been able to get full control of transfers. We know that Ed Woodward is the man really pulling the strings as far as it goes with the finances and who they can get in and who they can't. But I think you're right. They seemingly want to go and get this big name player in Sancho, and they think that that's going to keep the fans quiet and maybe just put them back on their seats for a little bit, stop any sort of complaints and dissent that's coming from the ranks, when really they probably need to use that €100 million, £100 million to sign 2 or 3 players in different areas, not quite going for the huge name, but players that are going to be able to chip in and do jobs and fill in different positions. It's not quite worked for them. We even felt that a little bit with the Van der Beek deal, whether they necessarily needed him for the type of fee that they've paid out. But yeah, all a little bit strange at what's going on with Manchester United at the moment. Over the last few days then, there has been a bit of a push in terms of business done by Premier League clubs. We've of course seen Tottenham had a loan player over the last couple of days. They brought in Carlos Vinicius to take a little bit of pressure off Harry Kane in the attack, and I think he's a player, having been joint top scorer in the Portuguese top flight last season, that might well be able to chip in off the bench. They have, it's understood, got a deal in place to sign him permanently at the end of the season. Elsewhere, we've also seen another player coming from Portugal, Ruben Diaz, leaving Benfica to sign for Manchester City, with Nicolas Otamendi going in the other direction. What's been your biggest deal of the summer so far, would you say, Tom? Are we looking at someone like a Thiago maybe at Liverpool?
I think in terms of value for money, yeah, Thiago is an absolutely fantastic signing. We spoke about him before, haven't we? Yes, he's 29, so there's not going to be any real sell-on fee there for Liverpool, but to get him for around £20 million is an absolute steal for me. He's ready-made, world-class midfielder. He improves an already really good Liverpool starting 11. He'll be a regular starter. Yes, it's
been a bit stop-start for him so far with the positive coronavirus test, but once he's back up and running, Liverpool have got one of the best midfielders in the world for me. And you were looking around, scratching your heads about how Liverpool could improve on last season in terms of their starting 11, and he certainly does that. And they've brought in Diogo Jota as well, who I think is a really good signing in terms of backup for the front three, and a versatile backup as well who can fill in different positions. So yeah, I think Liverpool's transfer business has been pretty good. Of course, we've been excited and talk about Chelsea as well. They have brought in some really, really good, talented players. We're just waiting for them to really settle down and get going in a blue shirt, and that could happen after a performance like today. So Chelsea and Liverpool have done some good business, and as you mentioned at the top of the show, a lot of the established top six have signed well, except really Manchester United.
Yeah, I think the other club that really jumps out for me that's done good business so far this summer is Aston Villa. They completed a deal for Ross Barkley on loan from Chelsea just a couple of days ago, and he adds to the wealth of additions that they've now got at the club, with already the likes of Matty Cash, Ollie Watkins, Emiliano Martinez, Bertrand Traore, all coming in. They've strengthened in pretty much all areas of the field there, from goalkeeper right through to attack. Bertrand Traore's got himself a goal in cup competition. Ollie Watkins has looked bright up at the top. Matty Cash starting to settle in, and Barkley in that midfield alongside Grealish, two England internationals there. Starting to look really promising for Villa.
Yeah, it certainly is. As you said, they've done some really good business, and the kind of business that looks like it's going to take Aston Villa from relegation strugglers to a team comfortably in mid-table with potential to improve further. They've backed Dean Smith, and they've brought in quality. Every one of the signings they've brought in, really, for me, will improve the starting 11. And as mentioned with Liverpool earlier on, that's what you need to do if you're going to keep evolving and keep getting better. And it might not be the most defensively savvy midfield in the world, but if you can imagine a midfield three with Ross Barkley, Jack Grealish and John McGinn, that's going to be really exciting for Aston Villa supporters. Just to tell you as well, Bobby, there's been the opening goal of the day in the Bundesliga. Bayer Leverkusen have gone 1-0 up inside the opening 8 minutes away at Stuttgart. It's Patrick Schick, a summer signing from Roma, who's got the goal in that one. All the other games are still 0-0, but they're all inside the opening 9-10 minutes or so.
Yeah, that's our opener there in the Bundesliga, and hopefully it opens the floodgates for plenty more to come over the course of the afternoon. Also, a deal done by Fulham over the last few days. They've got Ademola Lookman in from loan from RB Leipzig. I think a decent player, but Fulham fans will probably argue that's great, but we probably need strengthening in defence, really, and that's where you want to be looking at for Fulham to really go out there and do some proper business. Their owner, after the defeat to Brentford just a couple of days ago in the Carabao Cup, was on Twitter saying that he needs to get out there, and they've failed to get a couple of their first choices through. They're looking to get others. They've already added Anthony Robinson, Harrison Reed, Mario Lemina, Alphonse Areola, Kenny Tete and Ola Aina to their squad. Some of those on loan, some on permanent deals, with plenty going out the door as well in the other direction. Leeds United also did a bit more business this week. They've brought in Llorente as another addition. He's coming from Real Sociedad, so Leeds have continued to strengthen. They look a side that have got plenty about them, and we've got a tweet in about Leicester as well from Toby Alaya, who says, good afternoon guys, what's your take on Leicester signing Wesley Fofana? I'm a bit surprised that Leicester maybe haven't done more business this summer, Tom. I thought off the back of their success last season, Brendan Rodgers would have every strength and right to go to the board and tell them that they needed to go and strengthen the squad. Fofana, of course, a 19-year-old that's coming from St Etienne. He's not got a great deal of football under his belt, career-wise. As I say, he's only 19. He's only made 30 senior career appearances for St Etienne. So one that maybe still needs to develop a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think he's going to go straight into the team and figure out week in, week out, but he's there as the backup to Johnny Evans and Kagla Soyuncu. And as you say, I think Leicester are signing him with the potential for him to become a really good player. He's had rave reviews during his short time playing first-team football in France. Physically, I think he is someone that can really adapt quite quickly to the Premier League. But as you say, Leicester haven't been as active as I thought they would be either with the Europa League, the Thursday-Sunday football that's going to come for them. They're going to need a pretty strong squad, and that's one thing that curtailed them last season towards the end. They didn't quite have that strength in depth to get over the line and finish in the top four. The players they had brought in, as you say, Fofana, Timothy Castagne, who's made a really good start, and Cengiz Under as well could be a really exciting, game-changing kind of player. So I think they have brought in good players, but maybe not as many as we would have thought, and they might need one or two more, just to bolster out that squad before the window closes.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a busy few days, isn't it, really? The 5th of October, Monday is the deadline, so clubs maybe with this weekend in mind will look to get these games out of the way. We do go into an international break, of course, following the conclusion of Sunday's game, so a bit of a different time of the year that we're having the transfer window, and we'll see what that means in terms of clubs maybe having a bit of spare time on Monday with no domestic football to be thinking about to try and get players through the door. We've got, of course, our game underway in the Bundesliga at the moment, which is the feature match between Borussia Dortmund and Freiburg. We'll hear from Warren Ashurst shortly on that one. We will have a little bit more chat about Everton and Brighton as well over the next 15 minutes or so. Jack Deaton will be watching that 3 p.m. Premier League game for us. But we've had some games already come to a conclusion today. One of those was down in the Championship. It was Norwich against Derby. James Butler now has his considered view.
I won't want to be Daniel Farke's cap tonight as he enters his house, because he will be a cross manager as he's watched his Norwich City side lose all 3 points at Carrow Road today, despite having the better of the match. They had 66% possession, and it wasn't until the final few moments that Derby started getting any of their 3 shots on goal. Steepemans went close in the first half, and then a great ball across goal by Timu Pukki just evaded Onel Hernandez on the back post. A superb interception by Nathan Byrne. Wayne Rooney had a couple of half chances. A left-footed volley from a Dwan Holmes cross scooted off the outside of his left boot and went well wide. But it was the second half and things got a little bit more interesting. Timu Pukki missing a penalty midway through the second period after Onel Hernandez's shot had hit the hands of George Evans. Pukki stepped up, his left foot slipped as he went to hit the ball as it looped harmlessly over the goal. He wondered at that stage whether Norwich would be left to regret their missed opportunities, and they were, as Wayne Rooney, free kick in the 87th minute, just outside of the D, showed all of its experience and composure to guide it over the top of the wall and bend it past Tim Krul's left-hand post to grab the Rams' first points of this championship season. Philip Cocu will be a mightily relieved man. Finishes at Carrow Road. Norwich City 0, Derby County 1.
Thank you very much, James Butler. And as you return to us, we have a goal to bring you in the Bundesliga. We already brought you the news that Bayer Leverkusen were leading at Stuttgart, and we have another away goal. It's Borussia Mönchengladbach 1, Cologne 0. It's a really nice finish as well from Alassane Play. Gladbach, strong performers last season, Tom, and getting ahead early on here.
Yeah, as I said, in the Champions League, aren't they? Been drawn in a difficult-looking group, which I'm sure we'll go into later. But they're an exciting side going forward. And Alassane Play, the man who scored, Marcus Thuram, really good, young, talented players, and you expect Gladbach to be up challenging for the top 4 again this term. And yeah, a decent goal, good start for them. And it's no surprise that we've seen a couple of the away sides go ahead, because likes of Leverkusen, Gladbach, Hoffenheim, good Bundesliga teams are all away from home this afternoon.
Well, we heard from we brought you the latest there from that Bundesliga games. Let's go and hear now from Warren Ashurst. Dortmund against Freiburg.
Early stages of the game at the Westfalenstadion, still Borussia Dortmund 0, Freiburg 0. As you might imagine, the home side dominating possession, but they're yet to create a clear-cut opportunity. And in fairness to Freiburg, they look like a team who believe they can get something out of this game today. Some strong challenges in the middle of the park on both Bellingham and Witsel so far. Not yet seen the referee go to his notebook, but certainly Freiburg are going to be physical at times to stop Dortmund and their expansive game. And they have also managed to create a couple of half opportunities on the break, the visitors as well. As it stands, still Borussia Dortmund 0, Freiburg 0.
Very much, Warren, keeping us in touch there with Borussia Dortmund against Freiburg. Let's go to Simon Fowler. He was watching the game for us a little bit earlier on today. Chelsea comfortable winners in the end. They managed to claim a 4-0 victory over Palace. Is Simon's considered view.
Well, the pressure had been mounting on Frank Lampard after a week which saw his side 3-0 down at half-time to West Brom, eventually grab a point, and then dumped out of the EFL Cup by Tottenham Hotspur, with their manager Jose Mourinho having a bit to say about Lampard's sideline demeanour. Well, he was certainly pretty happy by the end of this one as Chelsea overpowered a stubborn Crystal Palace team to run out 4-0 victors, which should take them back into the top 6 after the weekend. First half was, again, a bit disjointed from Chelsea. They definitely dominated possession and territory, but couldn't find a way through a very disciplined and dogged Roy Hodgson side. You just felt as well that the way Chelsea were playing, that they could have got caught on the counter-attack. However, really, they stepped things up several gears in the second half and ran out comfortable winners by 4-0. Ben Chilwell, probably the star of the show on his Premier League debut for Chelsea, scoring the opening goal, assisting the second, and an overall man of the match award that was fully deserved for the ex-Leicester City defender. He rifled home the opening goal just 5 minutes after half-time after a flick on from Tammy Abraham saw him crashing home at the back post, and then he set up the second with a lofted cross towards Kurt Zouma, who'd stayed up from a corner, and he headed home beyond Vicente Gaeta for the second. Then it was a tale of 2 penalties, really, as Chelsea really stepped up the threat late on. Jorginho putting them both away. The first after a sloppy bit of play from Tyreek Mitchell as he brought down Tammy Abraham, and Jorginho slotted it beyond Gaeta. And then just a few minutes later, Jorginho was called on again after a shocking bit of play from Mamadou Sakho. It was Sakho's mistake for the first goal as well, and his mistake for the fourth as he fouled Kai Havertz. And Jorginho, after a bit of a row with Tammy Abraham about who would take it, made it 4-0. Chelsea deserving of their margin of victory. Palace will be wondering what happened in the second half as things really fell apart for them. It's finished. Chelsea 4, Crystal Palace 0.
Football Live. Expert analysis and reaction.
You're here with us on Football Live on this Saturday afternoon, the 3rd of October 2020. Just heard the thoughts there of Simon Barlow off the back of that early Premier League victory for Chelsea today. And Ben Chilwell, who Simon mentioned had been one of the stars of the show this afternoon, has been speaking to the media. He said the first half was frustrating, but we didn't really create enough. At half-time, we spoke about being a bit more creative and taking a few more chances in the final third, and we came out sharp in the second half and scored 4 very good goals. It's the same for all teams, but there's not really been a pre-season. It's going to take a few weeks for everyone to bed in, and in the second half today, I think we showed that it is starting to get together nicely. I spoke to the manager before I came on, and I also saw the talent he'd brought in, and I thought it was just a very exciting opportunity for me to come to a team that everyone thinks should be winning trophies. The biggest plus from today, scoring 4 goals, is great, but a clean sheet is the perfect thing for us going into the international break. It's a good sign of things to come. He also went on to speak about Thiago Silva and said ever since he came into the building, when he's in the room, he has a presence about him. He makes everyone want to do well. Standards will never slip. He demands quality, and he assures the whole squad. Frank Lampard also has been speaking to the media. He said not too many put 4 past Palace. First half, we started well. We came off it a little bit. We needed a bit more time. It was just great for us to get 4 goals. Just the urgency of our game needed more. We needed to get Ben Chilwell into the game. We can't allow Palace's back 4 to stay. Dealing with Chelsea's front line was easy. Dealing with Chelsea's front line was easy. He said Ben Chilwell was fantastic today. His ability to be so high up the pitch, and that's not a bad thing, and his great quality on the ball. The lads who have come in have all had issues, so we need to give them time, but Ben has shown what he's all about. On the Abraham situation and the penalty that he was denied, the second penalty, he said, it's been dealt with. No problems, just dealt with. I want leaders and a little bit of conflict. It's good that Tammy was enthusiastic, but you don't jump ahead of the list. So Lampard maybe just stamping his foot down on that one a little bit. Obviously, Azpilicueta had dealt with it on the pitch, but Lampard seemingly backing up his captain there, saying that the decision had already been made. I think we saw a situation, didn't we, with Manchester United last season, where they'd sort of chopped and changed. This was pre-Bruno Fernandes, when Rashford and Pogba were sort of going between one another, neither seemingly scoring either. They were both messing it up. And Solskjaer in that situation said it was up to the players to decide. And I think everyone felt that was the wrong way to go about it. Lampard clearly feels you need to make the decision. The list is there and you stick to it, Tom.
Yeah, I really like that comment from Frank Lampard on the Abraham situation. Not making a big deal about it, but he's let everyone know, especially Tammy Abraham, that he was wrong and he doesn't want that to happen again. You have your penalty takers. It doesn't matter if it's 0-0 or you're 5-0 up. If he's on the pitch still, he's the player who takes it. And Jorginho scored both his penalties, so you cannot argue with that. Just a couple of goals to bring you as well, Bobby, from the Bundesliga. Gladbach have actually doubled their lead. Now they're 2-0 up away at Cologne, described as a wonderful goal by Stefan Leiner to make it 2-0. 2 goals in just a space of a couple of minutes there. And another away goal, Hoffenheim victorious over Bayern Munich last weekend. They're 1-0 up away at Eintracht Frankfurt. And Andrej Kramaric, who's been full of goals, hasn't he, at the start of this season? He's in a brilliant run of form. This would, he scored 7 goals in his previous 3 appearances, so he's now 8 goals in 4 games so far this season. He's getting a Robert Lewandowski numbers, if you like, in the Bundesliga at the moment, including a brace against Bayern, as mentioned last weekend. So brilliant start to the season for him and a brilliant start to the game for Hoffenheim.
Yeah, I did see he was linked with Bayern Munich over the last few days. I think he's a player, as you said, that's been scoring lots of goals. The issue appears to be that Hoffenheim are asking for too much for him. 30 million euros is the most that Bayern are prepared to pay for him, and Hoffenheim feel that he's worth much higher than that. So I don't think that deal is likely to happen. I suspect that Hoffenheim don't actually believe that he's maybe worth more than that, but know that if they put that sort of price tag on him, that no one's going to come near, because he is a player, of course, that has scored lots of goals this season and has been a steady player over the years, but has never been a world beater. He had that unsuccessful spell in England, of course, as well, but I think just doing their best to keep him out the clutches of Bayern Munich if possible, and you can understand why. We'll hear more from Warren Asher shortly. He's watching Borussia Dortmund against Freiburg. Just a reminder for you, by the way, from Jack Deaton. He's going to be watching the game for us today between Everton and Brighton. If you missed it earlier, this is what the team news looks like.
The team news is in from Goodison Park, where Everton look to continue their 100% start to the season against a relatively impressive-looking Brighton side. 2 enforced changes for Everton from their win at Crystal Palace last weekend in the league. Midfielders Alan and Andre Gomes are injured, and so in come Tom Davis and Gylfi Sigurdsson. Richarlison has picked up a knock in the Carabao Cup victory over West Ham on Wednesday, but he is fit to start. Brighton, on the other hand, they make one change from the 3-2 last gasp defeat to Manchester United in the league. Yves Bissouma returns from suspension and replaces Adam Lallana in midfield. The former Liverpool man drops to the bench.
Thank you very much, Jack Deaton, for the team news there. Tom, if I was to press you for a bet today, what would you be going for in this game?
I'll be backing the Everton to win, probably Everton to win and both teams to score. I've got a real feeling for the 2-1 scoreline, maybe even a 3-2. Hopefully it will be tight, entertaining. That's all you want. You want lots of goals and it to be a really competitive match, and I think it will be. It's as we mentioned at the top of the show, it's one of the games of the weekend for me in the Premier League.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. I think we're looking at a real spectacular match that is ahead of us, I think, here. 3 p.m. kickoff between Everton and Brighton. That game between Leeds and Manchester City as well is going to be a real standout at 5:30, and we'll have a little bit more on Leeds and Manchester City over the next couple of hours that we've got left here on Football Live today. We've still got plenty to discuss, as well as hopefully plenty of goals to come our way. We'll be talking Champions League, Europa League draws, and we'll also be looking ahead to those fixtures as mentioned. Half-time has now gone in Italy. Sassuolo 1, Crotone 0. Full-time result earlier today in Spain was Real Valladolid 1, Eibar 2. Eibar scoring their second goal to win it after being reduced to 10 men. So special result for them in the end. And in Turkey, we're at half-time as well now. Başakşehir goalless with Göztepe, and Erzurum goalless with Rizespor as well. So that brings you up to date with all of the latest around Europe, and we might as well actually take the chance then to talk In fact, no, let's get some reaction from Roy Hodgson first, then we'll maybe delve into the European action and Champions League draw. So Roy Hodgson reacting to today's game, a 4-0 loss, of course, at Stamford Bridge against Chelsea. He said, unfortunately, we gifted them a goal after 5 minutes in the second half, and to compound that, we gifted them 2 more goals with 2 penalties. We were playing against a good team who were very solid defensively, which wasn't easy. There were some poor performances out there today, that's for sure. 1 or 2 will be looking in the mirror and saying that they didn't do anywhere near enough. Unfortunately, these days do happen over the course of the season. You have to take it on the chin and can't allow it to have too big an effect on your confidence. Our confidence was quite high before the match, but the couple of mistakes we made and the fact that we were fighting back from 2-0 down fairly early in the second half meant that we've ended up with a heavy defeat. And I think that's what's to be expected maybe from Hodgson really today. He's the type of manager I think that will lay into his players if they're put in a shocking performance and if everything has been done in the incorrect manner. They haven't kept their shape. They've allowed lots of defensive errors. Yes, I think he concedes there in his comments that they gave away maybe a cheap goal. They gifted them, he says, a goal after 5 minutes, and then the 2 penalties didn't help. But he understands that they're away at Chelsea. It's a game they're not expected to win. Maybe on another day they defend better for longer periods and they nick something or get the draw. But as he says, today was just one of those days.
It was, and as you say, individual mistakes are going to happen. The 2 penalties could have been avoided. The first goal certainly could have been avoided, and then the Kurt Zouma one really came from a corner. So I think Roy Hodgson will feel they could have all been stopped those goals, and it could have been 0-0. But as we were saying earlier on, these aren't the games that are going to define Crystal Palace's season away to a Big Six side. They're expected to lose. No one thinks they're going to get anything from the contest. So Roy Hodgson will be frustrated. He'll certainly be having 1 or 2 choice words probably behind closed doors with 1 or 2 players who didn't perform today. But at the end of the day, just dust yourselves down and go again. They've got an international break to gather their thoughts. It's never really nice, is it, going into an international break on the back of a heavy defeat? But I'm sure Palace will come out fighting in their next fixture. We've got another goal in the Bundesliga, incidentally. Bobby, we can always guarantee that Germany provides the goals, and it's come in the match involving Werder Bremen and Arminia Bielefeld. The home side, Bremen, are in front. Leandro Bittencourt with the goal, that coming just a few minutes after Bittencourt had actually had a goal disallowed via VAR, so he'll feel justice has been done. Bremen have the lead.
Yeah, that's always a fallback, isn't it? As you say, the Bundesliga with the goals, and nice to see that remains the same today. Just a couple more tweets to go through before we go into our talk about the Champions League draw. Nemeka Orju says, how many COVID-19 positive cases should make the Premier League clubs realise that they need to sustain the 5 substitute 9-man bench format? He says that off the back of Sadio Mane being the latest player to test positive. If you haven't heard the news, Sadio Mane is now self-isolating. He joins fellow Liverpool player Thiago Alcantara in returning a positive test. Liverpool have released a statement. This came out late last night, saying that the Senegal winger has displayed minor symptoms of the virus but feels in good overall health. He played for Liverpool in the 3-1 win over Arsenal on Monday. He wasn't in the squad when the Gunners beat Liverpool in the AFL Cup on penalties on Thursday. And Liverpool have said further in their statement, like with Thiago, Liverpool are and will continue to follow protocols relating to COVID-19, and Mane will self-isolate for this required period. So it means that he's going to miss tomorrow's game, of course, against Aston Villa, but he should be available for the game back after the international break, which is the Merseyside derby against Everton. The Premier League on Monday did announce that 10 people had tested positive for coronavirus in the latest round of testing. That's the highest number of positive tests since the season began. There has been an upturn in cases in the UK, and I suppose it's inevitable that some of those cases are going to be in the Premier League as well. As for the 5 substitute 9-man bench format, I don't think any of us are really on board with the 5 substitute format as it gives a huge advantage to those bigger sides that have got better players in their ranks. We'll come back to this because we've got a goal, Tom. We're all about the goals here on Football Live. It's come in the game between Dortmund and Freiburg.
Yeah, it certainly has. The only game that was still goalless in the Bundesliga, but Dortmund are now in front, capitalising on a mistake in midfield by Freiburg, and who else but Erling Braut Haaland, the man to fire home. Really good finish with his left foot into the corner of the net. So yeah, Dortmund 1, Freiburg 0. Goals in all the Bundesliga games, even though we've only just passed the half-an-hour mark in all of them. As you said, Bobby, even if the goals aren't really going in elsewhere, we've got goalless games in Turkey, just the 1 goal in Italy. You can always rely on Germany to provide the excitement.
You can. It is a league that gives us plenty to get up off our seats about, and what a way to get going. We're not even at half-time yet, and all of the games have got those goals in them, and he's a man you can always rely on as well. Is Haaland assisted as well in this one by Giovanni Reina, the young American. I mean, they've got a really good young squad, haven't they, Dortmund? That's a great business model that they have, that they find these talented youngsters. Reina is just 17 years old, the American, one that's come through the youth ranks with Dortmund and played a few times, 15 for them in the Bundesliga last season, and twice already this term. He scored a goal and he gets an assist today for Haaland. He adds to that list of players, Bellingham, Haaland, Sancho, that have all got extremely bright futures ahead of them. We're just underway at Goodison Park. It is Everton goalless with Brighton, less than 2 minutes played, and Tom Davies already showing a good bit of battle in midfield to win possession for his side. A big game for him today. He's not been given a start so far in the league due to Allen's performances and Doucouré's arrival as well. But he gets the opportunity with both Gomez and Allen missing, and an early chance for Everton. Seamus Coleman stinging the hands of Matt Ryan, and with just over 2 minutes played, that is a real signal of intent from the Toffees, Tom.
It is, particularly, Bobby, considering I think when you were looking at the Borussia Dortmund game, Dominic Calvert-Lewin had a good chance saved as well by Matt Ryan. So a couple of opportunities inside the opening few minutes. And yeah, Everton, they've actually got their noses in front, have they? I think the referee is signalling, isn't he, that there was a pull in. Was it Michael Keane who got up and won his header and it ricocheted in off Richards? Might be Calvert-Lewin. Actually, either way, though, ball was in the back of the net. Referee quick to give the free kick, though. VAR will have a look. But what a start it's been from Everton.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it, really, the way that they've got off the bus here. And I think the key thing that we've noticed about Dominic Calvert-Lewin, we just saw it was his shot that was saved there as well, is that he's been scoring goals with his first touch, and that's something that both he and his manager have highlighted when we've been on Football Live previously. And all his hat-tricks that he's scoring, they're all first touch finishes. It seems really simple, doesn't it, that a striker should be trying to finish it straight away if they can. The opportunity provides itself.
Your home for all the goal action and match report throughout Europe's top league.
Let's get an update on the Nigerian players in action.
This is Football Live.
Of course, the Nigerian players still seen action as far as the big, beautiful world of football is concerned across Europe. Let's let you know that Sassuolo are currently leading Simi Nwankwo and Crotone by a goal to nothing. Simi Nwankwo in that particular fixture has made 2 key passes already and continues to drive his team forward as they seek an equalizer in that fixture. In the Premier League, of course, Eberechi Eze played the full 90 minutes for the Eagles at Stamford Bridge. He completed 1 dribble and won 65% of his ground duels as Crystal Palace lost 4-0 at Chelsea. Everton and Brighton are currently kicked off, and Alexander Iwobi is on the bench for the Toffees, who will be hoping to get his 3rd league appearance from the dugout today as well. In the Championship, Bright Asayi Samuel started for QPR at Middlesbrough, while Fred Onyedima, of course, is on the bench for Wickham at Luton Town. Meanwhile, Reading and Watford is the bumper clash in the Championship this afternoon, and Sonne Aluko and Michael Olisa are both started for Reading at home against the Hornets, with Ovie Ejaria missing out. William Troost-Ekong starts on the bench for Watford. In the Bundesliga, entering Frankfurt against Hoffenheim has kicked off, and the scoreline is 1-0 to Hoffenheim in that fixture. The defender Kevin Akpoguma currently playing at the left side of the three defenders right there for Offenheim at the Commerzbank Arena. Between Köln and Mönchengladbach, defender Kingsley Ezeboy currently not doing so well in his attempt to shut down Gladbach's left side. Marcos Thuram and Rami Bensebaini finding a lot of joy down that particular angle right there, and he will be hoping for a better second half. The 19-year-old forward and teen sensation Tolu Arokodare will be hopeful, of course, of making an impact off the bench for them right there. Talking about FC Köln in the Super League, it's half-time between Başakşehir and Göztepe, and Brown Aide Deye has looked steady. He's made one key pass, won 60% of his aerial duels and 53% of his ground tackles as well. Full time in Latvia, where Ventspils have been held to a 1-1 draw by Valmiera. The goalkeeper Delia Lampasu watched from the bench in that stalemate. Meanwhile, in Holland, in the Eredivisie, in about 24 minutes, Ilari Gong and Vitesse take on Herakles, and of course he will start that one on the bench as well. In the Russian Premier League, Ural currently taking on CSKA Moscow. The scoreline is 0-0, and the Nigerian Consendes Chidera Ejuke, he's on the bench for the Army men. He will be hoping to come off the bench in the second half to make an impact. Perhaps if it still remains 0-0 at halftime, he will definitely be required to come off the bench to give them a new dimension. Viktor Goncharenko's men, who are in the Europa League as well this season. We definitely send the pass back to Bobby Jackson and, of course, Tom McGarry, as they continue to give us updates as far as Football Live is concerned, and they take us closer to the action in Europe.
Madrid, João Felix and Suarez leading the line today. Of course, Diego Costa is on the bench as well. Thomas Lemar still there, and at the moment, anyway, he's been linked away with a potential move to Bayern, but Carrasco as well. Options starting to pile up for Diego Simeone.
Yeah, and quietly been going about their business, haven't they, Atletico Madrid? I was just reading before as well, Lucas Torreira's currently undergoing a medical there ahead of a move from Arsenal. I'm not sure if that will influence potentially Thomas Partey leaving the club. He's starting today's game. As you say, they've got attacking options. They've always been solid defensively. I know Black remains there in goal. You know, you feel like perhaps Atletico Madrid, they won 6-1 last week against Granada. Maybe they can creep up on Barca and Real Madrid when there's slight uncertainty surrounding those clubs, particularly Barcelona. And maybe Atletico could mount a serious title challenge this term.
Yeah, potentially so. I think obviously they have that consistency in the dugout, don't they, of Diego Simeone, and he once did create a side capable of winning the league title and beating Barcelona and Real Madrid. Maybe that cycle is coming back around again. Who knows? We'll have to keep a close eye on them over the course of this season. Brighton getting a bit physical with Everton now. Maybe that's the way they're going to have to be today to go and cause problems. They're currently counter-attacking, but the move breaks down. But there was a clash just a moment ago between Steven Alzate and James Rodriguez, of course, both Colombia internationals, although Alzate London-born. He's able to represent Colombia and has turned out for them twice. Going in with a challenge on James Rodriguez, and Rodriguez came away clutching his face. We saw that last week, of course, when he was pushed in the face by Kieran Gibbs and ultimately led to the West Brom man getting sent off, and Everton kicked on from that point. This time around, I don't think there was a booking shown, and maybe James was making a bit too much of it, but definitely something to keep an eye on there, a potential battle.
Well, Bobby, there wasn't a yellow card showing there, but Alzate was actually booked before that for an incident in the second or third minute. So I think that was the question Everton were perhaps asking, that a potential second yellow card could have been handed out. And just thinking off the top of my head, I can't remember too many players in the Premier League history being sent off for two bookable offences this early in a game.
Yeah, that is some going, really, isn't it, to feel the wrath of the referee that quickly. To pick up any yellow card within the opening 10 minutes is pretty rare. Referees normally give you a couple of goes before they'll come to the pocket. Have to overstep the mark quite some way to have your name taken. We've got another goal, and it comes from Serie A, and it's an equaliser. Game on in this match just early in the second half, Tom.
Yeah, we were saying before that Crotone have been written off by the pundits, experts in Italy, to be a relegation fodder this season, but they've got an equaliser away at Sassuolo. It's 1-1 now in that game. Domenico Berardi put Sassuolo in front in the first half, but a penalty from Simi has leveled things up early in the second period for the visitors.
Yeah, so that's all square, and we'll keep a close eye on developments there over the course of the second half. No goals yet in Spain in our one match. Atletico against Villarreal, goalless in our doubleheader in Turkey. Başakşehir Göztepe and Erzurum against Rizespor. Both of those matches still 0-0, early stages of the second half, and it's goalless, of course, in our Premier League match. We do have a feature game in the English Championship as well today. By the way, it is Reading against Watford, and Paul Fisher is going to be watching that match for us, so we'll hear from him shortly. It's been a fantastic start to this season for Reading. They've won 3 from 3 going into today's game, and they've been really strong defensively. Scored 6 and conceded just 1. They had a couple of 2-0 wins and then a 2-1 victory. They're up against a Watford side who've also started the season positively. They're in 5th at the moment. They're unbeaten, 2 wins and a draw. New manager in, and he's clearly going defence first because they've scored 2 goals and conceded none in 3 games of Watford. They had a 1-0 win against Middlesbrough, a goalless draw against Sheffield Wednesday, and a 1-0 win against Luton. It's not been pretty, but it's been effective. So we'll see how that one plays out over the course of this afternoon. But I suppose Watford certainly will have ambitions of promotion come the end of the season, Tom.
They certainly will, and as you say, it's Vladimir Ivic, isn't it? The Serbian manager that's come in, and he's made them really resilient, really tough to beat. I mean, he's joined Watford off the back of winning 2 consecutive Israeli Premier League titles with Maccabi Tel Aviv, so he's got that winning mentality to him, and I think Watford look well placed to mount a serious promotion charge this term. It'll be the key couple of days, won't it, in the transfer window. 1 or 2 players continuing to be linked with a move away from the club. Ismail Assar, one of the wingers Manchester United are supposedly considering. He's in the starting lineup today. No Troy Deeney, he's only well, he's not amongst the substitutes, is he? So his future also remains a little bit up in the air. But we have now, Bobby, just as I was speaking, I was going to tell you we've had no goals in the Championship 3 o'clock kickoffs, but we have had one now, and it's come at the City ground. Nottingham Forest, who've lost all of their games so far this season in the league. The pressure really on Sabri Lamouchi. Well, they're already 1-0 down at home to Bristol City. The writing really is beginning to be on the wall for Lamouchi. Bristol City made a decent start to the campaign, but they're 1-0 up away from home. Just awaiting the confirmation of the goal scorer, but I'll run you through the other Championship games going at 3 o'clock. They're all still 0-0. Blackburn against Cardiff, Luton versus Wickham, Middlesbrough versus Barnsley, that Reading Watford game we just mentioned, Rotherham against Huddersfield, Sheffield Wednesday versus QPR, and Swansea against Millwall. So hopefully plenty of goals to come in all of those games, and it's Andy Vyman who's got things up and running for Bristol City in Nottingham.
Well, we can find out a bit more in what's been going on in the game between Reading and Watford. Let's go to Paul Fisher.
Early stages of this fixture, it still remains Reading 0, Watford 0. Watford yet to concede a goal in the Championship so far this season. Reading with an unblemished record, only them and Bristol City so far have all full 9 points available so far. Only early chance really fell Watford's way. Great break by Kiko Firmino back in the starting 11 today. He broke down the left-hand side. His left foot cross went across the 6-yard box. Coming in the back post was the fullback Jimmy Ngakia, but his right-footed strike went well wide of the left-hand post of Raphael. So a moment it remains Reading 0, Watford 0.
Thank you very much, Paul Fisher. Let's go to Jack Deaton for his first update in from Goodison Park, Everton Brighton.
A really bright start from Everton at Goodison Park. Everton 0, Brighton 0, and Everton within the first couple of minutes had 2 really good opportunities. The first, Dominic Calvert-Lewin picking up on the end of a gifted ball really from Yves Bissouma. His poor pass intercepted by Abdoulaye Doucouré, and Calvert-Lewin found himself through on the edge of the penalty area. His shot well saved by Matt Ryan down to his right. From the same passage of play, Brighton cleared the ball and Everton came once again. Seamus Coleman ended up with the ball, drove forward, hit a shot from the edge of the penalty area that forced a good save from Ryan, this time to his left. Brighton haven't really got out the traps, look a bit nervous on the ball and keep gifted possession back to the Toffees, who so far have been relentless. Everton 0, Brighton 0.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jack Deaton. Perfectly summing up how that opening 14 minutes has really played out in this game with lots of opportunity for Everton. on what is a terrible day. As I said before, conditions aren't great, and this, I suppose, is a real welcome to the Premier League now for James Rodriguez. He's had it easy over the last few weeks. Weather's not been too bad, Tom. Now it's raining, it's pouring, it's cold. There's not even any fans there to try and spur you on. You've got to do it in this cold, wet, miserable stadium now.
Yeah, welcome to the northwest of England. It's like this, and 3/4 of the year, really. James has joined it. It's been okay for the opening couple of weeks, but he's going to have to expect this now, really, until March, April time on Merseyside. But I'm sure he'll quickly adapt. You seem warm enough, aren't you, when you're running around? And yeah, he's made a promising start to this game. You can see he's always wanting to get on the ball. He's dropping deep. He's asking. He's dominating the game at times. And we know that it just takes one moment of magic from him, and he can unlock a defence with a pass or potentially a goal, a strike of his own.
Just on the other side of things today, actually, we've just seen Everton win a corner kick as... we'll break off because that corner kick has led to the opening goal. Everton have the advantage, and surprise, surprise, one-touch finish. Dominic Calvert-Lewin, the header at the far post. Everton have the lead they deserve. Just 15 minutes on the clock. Everton 1, Brighton 0.
Yeah, brilliant towering header from Calvert-Lewin at the far post. You can see his desire to get up and beat his man, and once he's up there, it's a routine finish from close range. They take the corner short. Everton, James finds Sigurdsson, and he twists and turns. One thing we know about Gylfi Sigurdsson, he's so two-footed, whips that ball in with his left boot, and yeah, Calvert-Lewin's too strong, isn't he, at the far post for Ben White, who ends up on the floor, heads home. I don't think there's a question of a foul. VAR will have a look, and no, White just seems to end up on the floor, lose his footing, something like that, and Calvert-Lewin capitalises.
Yeah, White doesn't make any complaints, does he? I think one or two of his teammates sort of turned and put their arms out to say, well, is there a foul there? But it normally tells the story if the man who ended up on the deck doesn't even have a question about it, and VAR don't even seem to be looking at this one. So the goal stands. Everton 1, Brighton 0. We heard from Jack Deaton just a moment ago. He was suggesting, as we had as well, that Everton had started brightly, and now they have a goal to their name as well. I was just about to give a bit of praise to one of the Brighton defenders, actually, in Tariq Lamptey. I suppose you'd say he didn't really have much of a role to play in that goal. You can't fault him, but he's one that's really shown up well over the last couple of weeks against Manchester United in particular. In the Premier League game, he was causing all sorts of problems. A man that joined from Chelsea that was through the academy system there, and another that's been well developed by the Blues, but now he's really making his way in life at Brighton.
Yeah, absolutely. Linked with Bayern Munich recently as well. He looks a fantastic addition, and another young fullback coming through, particularly right backs. England seem to be blessed with those at the moment, but he certainly looks like a real exciting prospect. He's done the right thing, it seems, as well, going out and playing regular Premier League first team football at Brighton. That can only benefit his development. Just to mark your card as well, with what's going on elsewhere in Europe, a game in Belgium in the Jupiler League has just got underway around 3 or 4 minutes ago. It's Vaslan Beveren against Genk, still 0-0 in that one. There is a penalty as well in Italy, and in fact it's just been converted. Sassuolo have retaken the lead. They're 2-1 up against Crotone. There was a VAR check, but the penalty awarded, and Francesco Caputo is the man that has restored the home team's lead in that one.
Yeah, weren't on level terms for long in that one, so nice that they've been able to restore that advantage. Half-time's starting to come in the Bundesliga now, and we'll get through all of those half-time scores in a moment. But let's go to Warren Ash as he watches the feature game in Germany, Dortmund against Freiburg. We can get his half-time view.
Half-time at the Westfalenstadion. It is Borussia Dortmund 1, Freiburg 0. Nothing really happened in the game for the first half an hour, but it exploded into life on 32 minutes. Again, Erling Haaland with the goal. Marco Reus won the ball back on 35 minutes. Reina slipped the ball into the channel, and Haaland with a left-footed diagonal finish into the far corner. He's also had a snapshot just wide of the far post. We've seen Reina also go just wide as well, to adding a second goal. All Dortmund at the moment. They lead 1-0 at the break.
Thank you very much, Warren. As he says, it's been a comfortable game, really, for Dortmund. Even without Sancho today, they seem to have more than enough in reserve to get the job done. Only 1-0 up. That'll be the frustration, I suppose, at the moment. But time for that to be to improve on that in the second half. Can you run us down the list of the other half-times, Tom?
Yeah, it's Werder Bremen 1, Arminia Bielefeld 0 at the break. Leander Bittencourt scoring the only goal of the game in that one. Mönchengladbach are 2-0 up away at Cologne. 2 goals in the space of 2 minutes from Alison Player and Sebastian Leiner in that one. Andrej Kramaric has given Hoffenheim the lead away at Frankfurt. A 0-0 is their advantage. It is also 1-0 to Leverkusen away at Stuttgart. Patrick Schick, who scored the first goal of the afternoon in the Bundesliga.
Thank you very much, Tom. So that gets you up to date with all the latest then in Germany. And, well, we've been attempting over the course of the afternoon to try and get into the Champions League draw. We keep getting interrupted by goals, which is a good thing, of course, here on Football Live. That's what we are all about. But while we do have a bit of a lull and half-time in Germany in particular, that's where we tend to get the majority of our goals from. A chance just to assess what happened a couple of days ago when the draw for this 2020-21 Champions League draw was made. The final this year being played in Istanbul at the Ataturk Stadium in May, the 29th, May 29th, 2021. And the group stage will start on the 20th of October. So we're just a couple of weeks away, and when we get back from the international break. As it stands, Manchester United will face PSG, RB Leipzig and Istanbul Basaksehir in the group stage. That looks to be arguably the toughest group for any of the English sides involved. Premier League champions Liverpool have got a group containing Ajax, Atalanta and Danish outfit Midtjylland. Chelsea have got Europa League winner Sevilla, who will provide a test. Then they've also got Krasnodar and debutants at Rennes. Manchester City are in Group D. They've got Porto and Olympiacos with Marseille. There's a real mouth-watering clash set to take place in Group G as Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi will square off. Juventus and Barcelona, of course, they've been drawn in the same group along with Dinamo Kiev and Hungarian side Ferencváros. Group F is Zenit St. Petersburg, Borussia Dortmund, Lazio and Bruges. And you've got Group B with Real Madrid, Shakhtar Donetsk, Inter Milan and Borussia Mönchengladbach. That looks like a tough one as well. Group A, finally, champions Bayern Munich take on Atletico Madrid, Salzburg and Lokomotiv Moscow. So that is how the draw looks, Tom. What are you making of the chances for the English sides this year?
Well, there's some really intriguing matchups, aren't there? I mean, as you alluded to there, Manchester United have arguably got the toughest draw of the English sides in the same group as two teams that made it through to at least the semi-final stage last term in PSG and Leipzig, and then a difficult looking away trip to Istanbul Basaksehir as well. It's going to be really difficult for Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's side just to get out of the group, I would imagine. And you see Leipzig and PSG both fighting alongside United for a place in the last 16. Liverpool's group looks really, really, though, exciting for me. Ajax, Atalanta and Midtjylland, all sides that like to attack, play fast-flowing football. Every game in that group I expect to have goals and be really entertaining. So from a neutral point of view, Group D is probably the league you want to watch. Manchester City look like they've had a fairly favourable draw. No easy team that there ever is in the Champions League, but they should be better than Porto, Olympiacos and Marseille. And Chelsea similarly looking a little bit tough with Sevilla in there, of course, and a reunion with Edouard Mendy and Rennes to come in the group stage as well. But I'd expect they should have enough to go through to the last 16 as well. Just to tell you also, Bobby, there's been another goal in the Championship. We've only had 2 goals so far in the 3 o'clock kickoffs there, and they've both come to Bristol City away at Nottingham Forest. They're 2-0 up. Narky Wells adding to Andy Vyman's opener at the City Ground.
Yeah, thank you very much for that latest update in from the Championship. It's been a terrible start, hasn't it, to the season for Bristol City. Just one final thing on the Champions League then. We've had a tweet in, and I'm going to send this one your way, Tom. Ede Nonso says, hi guys, do you think Manchester United will make it out of that group? As we've said, it looks very tough. Do they still need to do business to be able to advance from that type of group, or have they got enough about them to be able to fight on all fronts here?
I think they should have enough to get through the group, just about. As I say, I think it'll be tight. PSG will probably win the group, and I think they'll just about have enough to edge out Leipzig into second place. The problem for United
you almost feel like they might be getting stuck in a rut now where they can't get beyond the last 16 stage, because they'll then get a really tough draw probably in the first knockout round, and you can draw similarities almost to them and how Arsenal were a few years ago. They could get through the group just about, but they never really had that ability to go beyond the last 16, and that's kind of where I see Manchester United at the moment. They're about the 12th, 13th, 14th best team in Europe.
Yeah, I think that's is not quite the United that we knew of old, is it? Where you would go into these sorts of groups with a fair bit of confidence about them going all the way or even deep into the competition. Half times in Germany then. We've got no changes so far in our scoreline in the Premier League. Let's see what's been happening down in the English Championship first. Reading against Watford. Paul Fisher.
Still Reading 0, Watford 0. Only one real opportunity, and Reading it's their turn to have an opportunity on goal. It was a good move. Yaku Mite switches play to the left-hand flank. Find Michael Elise in his right-footed drive. Fizzed over the bar. He certainly had Ben Foster beat. He couldn't hit the target at all. So a bit of a stalemate between these two. Both sides trying to find themselves and through the course of this game, but opportunities few and far between, I'd say, but they're starting to open up a little bit now. It's Reading 0, Watford 0.
Thank you very much, Paul Fisher. What's going on at Goodison Park, Jack Deaton?
We've seen very little in the way of a reaction from Brighton at Goodison Park. Everton 1, Brighton 0, and the Seagulls have given nothing really in return. A couple of long balls into the penalty area that have been dealt with really comfortably by Everton is all that Brighton have given, and in all fairness to Everton, they've had loads of the ball. They've tried to get forward as much as they could, but without really causing any problems to Brighton. The game hasn't quite gone into a lull, but it's definitely slowed down after what was a frantic opening 10 minutes. Everton 1, Brighton 0.
Thank you very much, Jack Deaton. I suppose the early pressure for Everton, they managed to get their goal. You could excuse them maybe for taking their foot off the gas set a little bit. Of course, Ancelotti will still want them to go and grab further goals in this game just to make sure and give themselves a cushion. They don't want to be riding their luck. The big news, I suppose, is that we've got Alex Iwobi on the field of play now, haven't we? He's come on here to replace Richarlison, who did get a couple of kicks early on in this game, and I wonder if that was intentional from Brighton. You never want to think that players are out there to injure someone, but if you know your opposite numbers come into the game as a doubt with an ankle problem, you're probably going to try and test that out, right?
Yeah, just a little tap on the ankle. Nothing wrong with that. You've got to test the waters. But I didn't quite see what happened to Richarlison. Whether it was his ankle again, a recurrence of the injury, or whether it's a fresh blow. But he wasn't able to continue. Iwobi's come on for him and can fill into that role on the left-hand side of the players just in behind Dominic Calvert-Lewin quite nicely. It shouldn't change too much the way Everton play, but obviously still a blow to lose Richarlison.
Yeah, huge blow. The bonus, I suppose, is that we're going into the international break, so opportunity for players to rest and recuperate after what's been a pretty hectic start to this season, a very hectic and positive start to this season, of course, for Everton. Not just winning all of their Premier League games so far and leading today's, but also winning all of their games in the Carabao Cup and getting through to the quarterfinals of that competition. So the side certainly on the up at the moment, the Toffees, and I think Carlo Ancelotti will want to see that continue for some time. So he'll want the likes of Richarlison certainly to be available once they do come back. And that Merseyside derby that we mentioned before is obviously going to be on the horizon as soon as they come back too. So we're just in Tariq Lamptey with his first real venture forward down this right-hand side, not able to make it stick as we approach the half-hour mark. We'll surely hear from our reporters again in the not-too-distant future with Paul Fisher and Jack Deaton watching Championship and Premier League games respectively. Warren Ashurst will keep us in touch with that German game in the second half, yet to get back underway. Borussia Dortmund 1, Freiburg 0, and we are now up and running in the Eredivisie. It's Vitesse against Heracles, 0-0, of course, just a minute played. No goals yet in our Spanish game either. Atletico unable to find a breakthrough against Unai Emery's Villarreal. That game remains goalless with just half an hour played. So we've taken a quick glance there at the Champions League, Tom. I suppose we should follow that up with a look at the Europa League as well, because we've got English and British sides involved in that competition. Celtic, of course, the Scottish champions, are set to face Italian giants AC Milan in the group stage. Rangers have been handed a section that includes Benfica, so both of the Scottish outfits being handed groups with difficult-looking matches in there. The groups in full for Celtic Group H, it's Celtic, Sparta Prague, AC Milan and Lille. For Rangers, it's Benfica, Standard Liège and Lech Poznan. What are we making of those, Tom?
Yeah, a really tough group, particularly for Celtic, considering they were the top seeds, weren't they, in the going into the draw. To get AC Milan and Lille is really tough. I think they'll be doing really well to get out of that group. In all truth, for Rangers, it's actually they were in pot 3, but I'd say they've had a slightly easier draw. Where Benfica will be tough, of course, but I think Rangers will fancy they can take Standard Liège and Lech Poznan and get themselves through to the knockout stages, particularly after seeing off Galatasaray in qualifying, a really impressive result against established European team in the Turkish side. So. Yeah, I think Rangers will be the happier of the draw out of the two Scottish teams. I just want to comment on the Europa League as a whole. I really love it as a competition. I just love the variety compared to the Champions League of the teams involved. So many different countries with representatives in the group stage, and you know, obviously Champions League teams will drop into it after the group stage into the knockout rounds, but you cannot pick out like a standout side necessarily, or who will go on and win it at this stage. I just find it a really enjoyable competition, and I kind of wish it got a bit more respect than it gets from a lot of teams.
Yeah, it's been a great competition to watch, hasn't it? And I think also worth noting this, maybe not the news that everyone is excited to hear, but certainly Scottish football fans will be. Rangers beating Galatasaray the other night to qualify for the Europa League actually means now that Scotland's coefficiency in Europe is better than Turkey's. So therefore, next season, the winners of the Scottish Premiership will get an automatic place in the Champions League, which obviously has been a major issue over the last few years because Celtic have had to go through qualifying, they've stumbled, they've not been able to get into the Champions League, and it's meant there's been no Scottish representation in that competition, both going into the Europa League. So it really gives them a boost now, and that is a huge positive for Scotland. Rangers potentially have actually done Celtic a favour. If Celtic win the league again, then they've given Celtic a direct route into the Champions League. But Rangers will also look at it as the fact of, well, that's an extra carrot at the end of the stick for us to go and win the Premiership.
Absolutely. I mean, it makes such a huge difference because if you think about it, to qualify for the group stage of the Champions League this season, Celtic would have had to come through 4 qualifying rounds. So to go from that to being automatically in there amongst Europe's elite is absolutely fantastic. And it would be quite ironic after all the years of Celtic winning the league and scrapping to get through the qualifiers if this is the season Rangers come out on top and they can just slip straight into that group stage.
Yeah, it would not be a good time to be a Celtic fan. I think we could say that much about it. In terms of the English sides then involved in Europa League, FA Cup winners Arsenal are set to face League of Ireland side Dundalk, Rapid Vienna and Molde in Group B of the Europa League. Tottenham have been drawn alongside Bulgarian champions Ludogorets, Lask and Royal Antwerp in Group J, and Leicester, they won a place in the Europa League, of course. They take on Braga, AEK Athens and Ukrainian outfit Zora Luhansk in Group G. I'll run you through the groups. There's a lot of them in the Europa League, but I'll just give you the quick rundown of them. So Group A, it's Roma, Young Boys, Cluj and CSKA Sofia. Group B is Arsenal, so you've just heard that one. Group C is by Leverkusen, Slavia Prague, Hapoel Beersheva and Nice. Group D involves Rangers, and I've took you through that one already. So Group E is PSV, PAOK Thessalonica, Granada and Ammonia. For Group F, it's Napoli, Real Sociedad, AZ Alkmaar and Rijeka. Group G is Leicester, you know that one. Group H is Celtic. Group I then, it's Villarreal, Karabakh, Maccabi Tel Aviv and Sivasspor. Group J is Tottenham's, and Group K it's CSKA Moscow, Dinamo Zagreb, Feyenoord and Wolfsburg, with Group L Ghent, Red Star Belgrade, Hoffenheim and Slovan Liberec. There's a couple of teams in there that I've never heard of before, Tom. I'm not sure if you've heard of Ammonia or Slovan Liberec.
Ammonia, the Cypriot champions, Bobby.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
And Slovan Liberec, Czech Republic. So not one of the big Czech sides, but yeah, they've had one or two ventures into the group stage of the Europa League in the past. Just to tell you, well, there's been a few goals dropping in the Championship. About time, we may argue, because it's been a pretty slow going in England's second tier so far. Rotherham have taken the lead, first of all, at home against Huddersfield. Yorkshire derby, that one. Ben Wiles is the scorer for Rotherham, newly promoted to the second tier, of course. Nottingham Forest are back in the game as well against Bristol City. They're 2-1 now. Their trail at home. Luke Freeman has got one back for them. Middlesbrough have gone 1-0 up against Barnsley as well, just awaiting confirmation of the scorer in that one. And in our featured German game as well, Bobby, just into the second half, Emre Can has given Borussia Dortmund now a 2-0 lead at home against Freiburg. So we'll be hearing from Warren Ashurst shortly on that goal. Seeing we've got the Middlesbrough score. Yeah, we haven't quite got it yet, but 1-0 up at home against Barnsley.
Yeah, Emre Can chipping in with a goal.
That Middlesbrough goal's just been ruled out, actually. So correction coming through. It's 0-0 still between Borough and Barnsley.
Well, there you have it. The Championship latest score lines: Middlesbrough 0, Barnsley 0, amongst the others that Tom has also taken you through. As he said, we will hear from Warren Ashurst in just a moment, but Borussia Dortmund seemingly on course now for all 3 points in that game. 2-0 up. You'd expect that, if anything, they're only going to add to it rather than find themselves potentially inviting the opponents, Freiburg, back in. Worth noting as well that Reina has got both assists in the game. He provided the corner for Emre Can to head home there. So that is 2-0 now to Borussia Dortmund. And Warren Ashurst will have more on that goal for us in just a moment. With 36 minutes gone at Goodison Park, still Everton 1, Brighton 0, no change in that game. And goalless still in our featured Championship game today, Reading against Watford. I don't think we ever expected that to be a match that was going to offer up a great amount of goals. Having not conceded a single goal so far this season, Watford, and only scored twice in their opening few games against a Reading side who are very much proven to be tight defensively as well, conceding just the one in their opening 3 games. It looks like it could be a very close run affair between two sides that are happy to put defensive attributes first. Everton have just failed with an attempt at a counter-attack, but still looking to try and get that second before the half-time break. Before we go to Warren Ashurst, a couple of tweets concerning Manchester United. Lots of Man United fans out there. Anya Kachuruku Okeki is saying, hi guys, any news on Man United signing Cavani? And Eddie Nonso has just said, any latest news on Manchester United signings? Well, it's almost impossible to know what Manchester United are up to be honest, because Solskjaer says one thing. You then have Ed Woodward, who has very different types of plans. They've been linked with a whole host of players. France forward Ousmane Dembele, as you heard before. It's understood that even Paul Pogba has called his France teammate Dembele to try and convince him to move to Old Trafford. There's reports today stating that Solskjaer's prepared to sell winger Dan James in order to help try and make up the gap between the bid they've made for Jadon Sancho and what Dortmund want for the player. Leeds United are understood to be keen on signing James, having previously tried to bring him in at another point. But I think it's all very much going to be rushed, and we might end up with a situation that we saw last January where United said they wanted a striker. They went and approached several players. They couldn't get who they wanted, and they ultimately landed on Odion Ighalo. He chipped in with a few goals in the second half of last season and did okay, but he wasn't the long-term answer that they were maybe looking for. And you just feel that United have maybe shot themselves in the foot again here, Tom.
Yeah, quite possibly. And as you say, Ighalo, he scored in a couple of European games and in the FA Cup as well against lower league opposition. But is he really going to be a difference maker from the bench? I suppose the jury's still out there. Just looking at the potential Edinson Cavani deal, a report in the British press that has come through this afternoon suggests that United have opened negotiations over a transfer, but it's wages that are going to prove the stumbling block with Cavani. He was on over £200,000 a week during his time with PSG, and he wants something similar than that before he joins someone new, and that's put off the likes of Atletico Madrid, Benfica, and Inter Miami, who have all been linked with him previously during this window. United are probably not going to want to pay that. Almost certain they're not going to want to pay that a week for a man who won't necessarily be a guaranteed starter. But they're going to have to potentially, offer him something lucrative if they're to get this deal done before the window closes.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? I mean, we know he's a player with ability and I suppose could do a similar job to what Zlatan Ibrahimovic did at United. Came and scored goals. He's a physical enough player that he should be able to fit in the Premier League, but it's tough to be giving out that sort of wage when you've got others that are maybe more loyal to the club, that have been at United for a while and will say, well, you know what, are you giving that to a brand new player? I want a bit of a pay rise as well. And United have been guilty of that over the last few years as Brighton have pulled a goal back here, and Jordan Pickford is at fault for this one. It's Neal Maupay who has managed to wriggle the ball home in the end. Pickford walks away. He apologises to his teammates. I think, of course, we're going to have to say conditions have played their part in this one as well, but it was a high ball that Pickford spilled. Then he was just muscled off the ball by Maupay, and Brighton are back in this game, Tom.
Yeah, ball in from Lamptey, isn't it? It's volleyed back across, bouncing ball. Jordan Pickford's got to be gathering that, wet conditions or not. It falls at the feet of Neal Maupay, another striker like Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who's in form at the moment, and he just turns in and squeezes the ball through the legs of Michael Keane on the line, who can't react quickly enough. He might have been a little bit flat-footed actually there, but the mistake really is with Jordan Pickford. He knows the conditions are wet and testing, and if he's got any doubt, he's got to just tip that over the crossbar. But saying that, it should be a ball even in wet conditions, he should claim. He doesn't, it slips through his fingers, and he's paid the ultimate price.
We've got a goal as well in our featured championship game. It's Reading 1, Watford 0. A first goal of the season conceded by the Hornets, and it's come courtesy of Andy Rinomhota, who's gone and broken the deadlock. The 23-year-old midfielder has given Reading the lead, and Reading, having made a fantastic start to this season, winning all of their matches and now winning on home soil at the Medeski Stadium. Could this be the season that Reading make a return to the Premier League? It's been some time since we last saw the Royals in the top flight. Let's go across to Warren Ashurst, and we can get more on that second goal for Borussia Dortmund.
Well, I said at the end of the first half that Borussia Dortmund were well on top. It was just the 1-0 at half-time, but it's taken them 90 seconds of the second half to double their advantage. An out-swinging corner from the American Reina on the near side. And there was Emre Can playing as one of the three centre-backs today for Dortmund, running onto it. A firm header from the former Liverpool man that found the top corner of the net. Dortmund now in complete control. They lead Freiburg by 2-0.
Let's go across then to Jack Deaton. In fact, no, we'll go to him in just a moment for more on that goal. We can go to Paul Fisher first. Reading against Watford.
We had the game's first goal just after Ben Foster pulled off an excellent save from Yaku Mite as well. It was a ball pumped forward. It saw Laurent get the ball up to George Puskas. His left-footed turn was deflected off a Cathcart. Ben Foster was absolutely helpless that time, and it's Reading who have taken the lead. Watford conceded their first goal of the season in the Championship, and Reading had the vital lead, and it's George Puskas with the goal. It's Reading 1, Watford 0.
Thank you very much, Paul Fisher. Now we can go to Jack Deaton. Everton, Brighton.
The Seagulls are back on level terms at Goodison Park. Everton 1, Brighton 1, and it's a goal that Jordan Pickford will not want to see again. Across from Tariq Lamptey from the right-hand side was scuffed towards goal by Leandro Trossard. It looked like a really comfortable take for Pickford, who spilled it at the feet of Neal Maupay on the edge of the 6-yard box. The Frenchman able to turn and somehow getting through a couple of bodies and into the back of the net. A real horror show for Jordan Pickford, just ahead of the international break as well, with many watching to see whether he's going to be worth the number 1 jersey. Well, maybe time for different thoughts. Everton 1, Brighton 1.
Thank you very much, Jack Deaton. Well, he raises the point there, doesn't he? We are going into that international break. England have got 3 games to play over the next couple of weeks before domestic action will get back underway. There is a huge amount of competition, definitely, for the number 1 jersey with England. You've got Jordan Pickford, who currently has it. You've got Nick Pope. You've got Dean Henderson. You could throw others into the mix maybe further down the line. Tom Heaton was one that was in and out of the squad previously, and has got injuries now, so he's currently ruled out. But there's definitely a battle on there, which is the key thing. And at the moment, Southgate seems to be sticking with Pickford because, yes, he's making some mistakes with Everton, but he's yet to make those mistakes with England. He's been really solid for the Three Lions and obviously played a big part in that World Cup as well, saving penalties, helping through the penalty shootout victory over Colombia, amongst other exploits that he had in the competition as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Gareth Southgate very, very loyal to Jordan Pickford. And I think with England playing a friendly against Wales first up before their double-header in the Nations League, I think you will see a change. Either Dean Henderson or Nick Pope will come into that game, and you know what, if whoever plays ends up having a really good match, then there could be a change made. But if not, I think Pickford will retain the number one jersey for the competitive games, and unless his form falls off a cliff for Everton or he starts making mistakes for England, I think he will retain that number one jersey for the short to medium term at least. Goals to tell you about as well elsewhere in Europe, incidentally. Couple in Germany. First of all, Borussia Mönchengladbach are now 3-0 up away at Cologne. Look like they've got the points wrapped up. Lars Stindl scoring the third goal from the penalty spot. There's been an equaliser in Germany as well. It's now Eintracht Frankfurt 1, Hoffenheim 1, and it's Daichi Kamada who scored the equaliser for Frankfurt. And Sassuolo now look like they've wrapped up all 3 points at home against Crotone. They now lead by 3-1 inside the final 5 minutes of that game, and it's a second of the match for Francesco Caputo.
Yeah, good work from Sassuolo. In the end, it looked a little bit ropey for them at one period, but the job is now done, you would feel. Everton looking to try and get themselves ahead just before half-time. We're a minute into additional time, and they've got a free kick on the right side of the penalty area. It's not going to be a direct effort at goal, I wouldn't imagine. Although the left footer of Amos Rodriguez is there as a potential option. Gylfi Sigurdsson is there too. So I'd imagine this one is going to be just swung into the box and hoping that one of the big lads, we can see Keane, Decore, Mina all in there. And this will likely be the final action or final chance of this first half. Good delivery in, and there is the goal. Everton have re-established their lead on the stroke of half-time. Everton 2, Brighton 1. It's Yerry Mina who manages to score the goal. The Colombian, too strong for his teammates, and the well-coordinated celebration is now set to take place as Mina has a little dance with his teammates down at the corner flag. There's no fans there to watch it, but we can watch from home. And Everton have the advantage again, Tom.
Yeah, it's a goal made in Colombia, isn't it? Great ball in from James, whipped into the 6-yard box, and Amina's just in front of his man. It's not great defending from a Brighton point of view. Maybe Adam Webster, is it, who's lost his man there, and Mina can head home from close range. Once he gets his head on it, he's not going to miss. Really good in the air. And I should say the choreographed celebration, there was 4 or 5 of them involved. Seamus Coleman headed over and he thought, oh, I'm not getting involved in that, and thought better of it and left it to the likes of Mina and James to enjoy the celebration. I can tell you as well, Middlesbrough are now in front at home against Barnsley. Johnny Howson has scored on the stroke of half-time. He's actually gone to the break now in that game. All the half-time starting to come through in the 3 o'clock kickoffs.
Yeah, and we've just gone half-time as well in this Premier League match. So goals from Dominic Calvert-Lewin and Yerry Mina. The difference in the match is Neil Maupay's goal, of course, coming from a mistake from Jordan Pickford, but he still made the most of it and was able to give Brighton a lifeline. I'm sure we're going to have plenty more excitement in the second half. That's the way it's been with Everton so far this season. They've scored, they've conceded, and the conditions will play their part as well. We'll hear from Jack Deaton in just a few moments with his half-time view. We'll also, of course, hear from Paul Fisher, who's watching the game between Reading and Watford. Half-time consideration from him. Just got eyes on the game between Atletico Madrid and Villarreal, and Yana Black has just made an incredible save, tipping one over the crossbar. It led to a corner, and he's keeping Atletico Madrid in that game at the moment. It is goalless. In fact, it's just half-time, and that's a save that he'd made in the first half. I was mistaken that it was a replay rather than live action, but still, he's made a remarkable save in that first 45 minutes to keep Villarreal at bay, and he's one, of course, that was linked away over the summer, but they've been able, it seems, to keep hold of him for the time being. Do continue to get in touch with us on Twitter. #FootballLive is the way to approach us here in the studio. We've got just an hour left, just over an hour left here on the show today. Easy Slim Shade Vic has tweeted us. He, in response to our talk about the Champions League earlier on, says he sees Manchester United coming out on top ahead of PSG in Group H. That is an optimistic Man United fan right there. Ifenye also has been in touch, says, guys, good job. I see Man United suffering this season. Ole thinks it's good to talk and defend the clueless Ed Woodward. He says because of that, the team will suffer this season. Easy Slim Shade Vic has also been in touch saying, should Hudson-Odoi consider moving to Bayern Munich before the transfer deadline? Well, there are reports again that have come out today. It's an ongoing saga, this one that's been on its way for a couple of seasons now, really. He was approached by Bayern Munich last January. Chelsea rejected a few bids for him. Reports have come out again today saying that Bayern Munich are in talks with Chelsea to sign him on a season-long loan. That season-long loan would then be a potential opportunity for Bayern Munich to sign him on a permanent deal. I mean, you look at the Chelsea squad now, and there is a lot of competition for places in the forward line. But if Hudson-Odoi goes to Bayern Munich, he's probably got even more competition there, Tom, right?
Well, he's certainly not guaranteed to start at Bayern, but I think in a weird sort of way, with the likes of Ivan Perisic having left Bayern or not returned after his loan spell last season, I think there's actually space for Hudson-Odoi to get a little bit more game time at Bayern. He's only really got Kingsley Coman and Serge Gnabry in front of him in those wide forward areas, and fancy his chances of playing at least a decent role in games, particularly once the Champions League kicks in and Hansi Flick's going to have to rotate his squad. I actually feel there might be more opportunities for him at Bayern than there is at Chelsea, and if you throw into the fact that Bayern are a better team than Chelsea at the moment as well, then for me it's a no-brainer. I'd be heading off to Germany.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would be too. If Bayern came knocking on my door, I would be there without a doubt. Onye Kachukwu has also been in touch saying Dean Henderson is a better goalkeeper than Jordan Pickford. He says that on the #FootballLive. That's the way to get in touch with us here in the studio. It would be interesting to see Henderson get his chance with England. He was great with Sheffield United. You just wonder how much football he's going to get this season. Being the backup now at Manchester United, cup competition, maybe the best he can really hope for. Let's get half-times in, shall we? Reading against Watford. Paul Fisher.
Well, Reading lead by 1-0 at the Majeski Stadium thanks to George Puskas' strike. In the closing stages of the first period, Holmes' ball forward. Puskas sent back to goal. His left-footed strike hit the back leg of Craig Cathcart, deflected past Ben Foster into the back of the net. James Garner went close for Watford, and his right-footed free kick hit the bar and eventually was cleared. Tom Dele-Bashiru has limped off, replaced by Ken Seymour for Watford. It's Reading 1, Watford 0 at half-time.
Thank you very much, Paul Fisher. Tom, what's the latest elsewhere in the Championship with the half-times? We'll come back to Tom in just a moment. We can first actually go across to Jack Deaton, Everton, Brighton, the half-time view from there.
Half-time at Goodison Park. It's Everton 2, Brighton 1 in a half in which Everton deservedly go in ahead at the break. Dominic Calvert-Lewin gave them the goal on 16 minutes. A short corner from James Rodriguez to Gylfi Sigurdsson, whose high-hanging cross was headed home at the back post by Calvert-Lewin. Neil Maupay then prospered on a Jordan Pickford error when Leandro Trossard's shot was fumbled by the keeper. Maupay tapped home before Yerry Mina's powerful header from a James Rodriguez free kick gave Everton a deserved lead at the break.
That was Jack Deaton with his Premier League half-time report, and we've got more goals to report from Serie A. It's now Sassuolo 4, Crotone 1. It's been a remarkable performance in the second half from Sassuolo. It was, of course, a goal from Simi early in the second half that got Crotone back on level terms, but Sassuolo have kicked on. Caputo scoring twice, and now the fourth goal of the game has come from Manuel Locatelli, the midfielder, who was got his first goal of the season, and his first goal actually since 2018-19. So he's finally broken his goal-scoring duck and gets Sassuolo fourth in the game and on course for all 3 points, I should say. We have another goal in the Bundesliga. It comes in our feature game, and it's Borussia Dortmund 3, Freiburg 0. We felt that this one had all the makings of a Dortmund win to 0 today. Looks as though that is going to be the case. The Dortmund win side of things certainly looks good here. Just having a look at the goal now, and it's a bit of a counter-attacking move. Freiburg trying to play an offside trap. It doesn't work. And guess who pops up with the goal? It is Haaland, and the same man with the assist as well. Reina getting his 3rd assist of the afternoon. Looks a real special talent, does Giovanni Reina. Haaland joking just a couple of weeks ago when they first started really playing together that Reina was the American dream, he named him, and it must be a dream to play with him when he lays on assist for you to turn home. And Haaland's season is up and running in fine form. We will hear from Warren Ashurst pretty shortly. They have, as we said before, Tom, a long way to go to try and match Bayern Munich this season, but it is so exciting to watch Dortmund play football.
Oh, they are. They're one of the most exciting teams in Europe, and as you mentioned, so many young, talented players. The scouting network they have in place is absolutely superb, and because they've got that reputation now, young players like we saw with Jude Bellingham, Erling Haaland, Jadon Sancho, that they want to join Borussia Dortmund because they know they're going to improve and get game time at the highest level. It's almost a unique position for Dortmund. They're like this kind of feeder club for the top teams, but they're already a top team themselves. So they're developing these young players whilst giving them Champions League opportunities and opportunities to win big trophies.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They have all this room for development, don't they? And either the players stay. You'll think back years ago now when they had that team under Jurgen Klopp, when they did similar with Lewandowski there, of course, who eventually left for free. But Royce, who was a youngster, they had Mario Götze, who was a youngster, and these players that were all coming through together and starting to develop. I think that they've probably improved matters now in terms of what they do with contracts, because at that point they were really poor and allowed some of those big name players. I mean, the money they could have got for Lewandowski would have been absolutely huge, but he left for absolutely nothing. Götze left for nothing at one point. Royce is a player that's been out of contract as well, and they've had to battle to get him down to new terms. But all these young players now, you'd imagine that they're not going to make those same mistakes again, because they could be making absolutely huge fees in years to come that could set them up for big futures. Full-time starting to come in Turkey. In fact, both games have now gone full-time, and the reason we haven't mentioned them is because there's been no goals. A couple of 0-0s. Başakşehir against Göztepe and Erzurum against Rizespor. It's been a bit of an afternoon to forget in Turkey. In truth, the early game finished just 1-0. Yeni Malatyaspor beating Antalyaspor. Fenerbahce against Karagümrük is the game to come at 5 p.m. just as we go off air. And won't you just know it, that one will be 6 or 7-0 as we drop off air. But we've had that third goal, of course, from Borussia Dortmund, and that means we can go across to Warren Ashurst now to hear more about it.
Well, looks like it's game over now. Borussia Dortmund lead Freiburg by 3 goals to 0, and once again it's Erling Haaland who's got his name on the score sheet, his second of the afternoon, but also a second assist for the American Gio Reyna, who did really well picking up possession in midfield, drifted past his marker before playing the ball through to the Norwegian, and Haaland, as ever, looked as confident as he always does, firing left-footed high past goalkeeper Moore and into the back of the net. Just a minute before then, by the way, Dortmund could have gone 3-0 up prior to the goal when Bellingham chipped across in from the left-hand side and Marco Reus headed over from just 6 yards out. Didn't matter too much, though. Another goal for Haaland, another for Dortmund. They lead 3-0.
Thanks very much, Warren. He's got around about 20 minutes left of that game, and potentially more goals to come still from Borussia Dortmund. Just while we've got a bit of a lull with all the championship games, of course, at half-time, or Premier League match at half-time, and the Bundesliga games maybe starting to wind down a little bit. We can have a quick look ahead to tonight's game between Leeds United and Manchester City, a 5:30 kickoff at Elland Road. It's been a great start to the season for Leeds. They've really settled into life in the Premier League. 6 points from their opening 3 games. Manchester City, 1 win and 1 loss. Not quite the start they would have wanted. Leeds are going to be without one of their key players for today's game, though. Jack Harrison, who's on loan from Manchester City, is ineligible to face the Citizens. So Edgan Alioski is set to come in his place. They're also going to be without Pablo Hernandez. That's another real blow to them. Meanwhile, City look as though they're maybe strengthening today. Aymeric Laporte could make his first Premier League appearance of the season. A new signing, Ruben Diaz, is also in contention to play. They've still got a bit of a situation sort out in attack, City. We know Aguero's out long term. Gabriel Jesus is out as well. So Raheem Sterling is probably going to play in that false 9. We've got to expect that today's game is going to be full of goals. It's two managers that have very attack-minded philosophies. Pep Guardiola actually a big admirer of Marcelo Bielsa, and he was speaking about him in his pre-match press conference.
I want my team's more titles than him, but in terms of knowledge of the game and many things in training sessions, still I'm away from him, and always is, I said before when I was in the Premier League, so always a good present, a good gift to have him here in this championship in the Premier League, because his teams always is a joy to watch, and how honest they are, and always they want to attack, they want to produce some good football for spectators, and I think it's a good news for England.
Yeah, I think it is good news for England. It's hard to disagree there with Pep Guardiola in what he says about Marcelo Bielsa. Obviously, we've known him for a few years, and the job, I think, when he really came onto my radar was what he did at Athletic Bilbao, to developing them in terms of getting them into Europe, and that victory they got over Manchester United, which really, I think, brought him into the mainstream a little bit more of people who maybe hadn't heard of him prior to that point. Especially tough job as it always is with Bilbao, the fact that you can't just go out and sign anyone as you do with other teams. But then he's gone on, he's sort of struggled in some jobs, he's thrived in others. I suppose that's really the kind of maverick that Bielsa is. You never quite know what side of him you're going to get, and if the club isn't on board with the Bielsa project, it's likely to go spiralling downhill quite quickly. If they all back him, as Leeds have done, then you're going to reap the rewards, Tom.
Yeah, he's the ultimate Marmite manager, isn't he? You either love him or hate him at a club. Really, either goes really well or basically stops before it even gets started. But yeah, he's been absolutely fantastic at Leeds. He's adored by the supporters there, and you know, if anyone had any doubt about how Leeds and Bielsa were going to approach life in the Premier League, that really went out of the water after their performance against Liverpool on the opening day, away at the champions. But Leeds played like they played every game in the Championship the previous season, on the front foot, looking to press and counter-attack. And you know what? Pep Guardiola's got a decision to make tonight. You mentioned Ruben Diaz is in contention to make his debut. It is a game against Leeds with the high press that they adopt, really the right match to throw him into the deep end. I don't know. As you say, this game has to have goals, surely. I mean, it may end up being a routine victory for Manchester City because Leeds just can't quite get close enough to them, but it should be entertaining. You know, there should be 2, 3, 4, 5 goals in it easy.
Yeah, I think that when I've looked at it in the week and potential bets for this one, I was looking at over 3.5 goals and not really nailing my colours to the mast with any kind of winner on that, just a general over 3.5. I think between the two clubs they should have enough attacking intent about them to see that bet land. I was kind of leaning maybe towards a Leeds double chance, a Leeds win draw, just down to the fact that City are a side a little bit like Liverpool that do come unstuck sometimes, and those sometimes are when they're pressed really high up the pitch. And obviously they're going to take risks, they're going to gamble, and they're the types of clubs, City and Liverpool, who think, well, no, we play our game, we're the best. If you're going to come and try and impose yourself on us, then do that, but we're still going to go about our business in the same way. There's almost an arrogance about it, where Leeds, we know they run, they charge, they press in those high areas, and that's what they're likely to do today. So I think if they can force the mistakes, it depends what City see. If they're casual and maybe a little bit complacent, Leeds could take advantage of that. If we see City at full steam and swagger about them and everything comes off, then it could, as you say, be a routine City win.
It certainly could.
Your home for all the goal action and match report throughout Europe's top league.
Let's get an update on the Nigerian players in action.
This is Football Live.
Thank you right there, Bobby Jackson and Tom McGarry. Let's let you know that Simi Tochukwu scored his first goal for Crotone today at Sassuolo. The forward scored from the penalty spot just after half-time to register his first goal of the Serie A season. However, it was not enough to stop them from losing 4-1 against Sassuolo. Meanwhile, Alexander Iwobi replaced Richarlison after 25 minutes for the Toffees for his third league appearance of the season. Of course, the Nigerian has not had much impact since coming on. Richarlison left the pitch due to an injury. Meanwhile, in the Championship, Sheffield Wednesday currently scoreless against QPR, and Bright Asai Samuel not having the best of days for the Hoops at Hillsborough. So far, so good. Fredo Nyendima still on the bench, waiting to see action for Wickham when they take on Luton. It's 0-0 at half-time in that fixture. Second half has gone underway between Reading and Watford. George Puskás gave Reading the lead in that fixture. Michael Olise is yet to complete a cross, but has made one key pass in this particular game, while Omatsone Aluko has contributed more defensively than going forward for Reading at the Majeski Stadium. Meanwhile, Watford's Tom Dele-Bashiru's game was cut short by 37th minute when he had an injury, and he's been replaced by Ken Sema, while William Trostekong is still waiting for his debut for the Hornets. Of course, in La Liga, Samuel Chukwueze is on the bench and is watching action right there when Villarreal, with Villarreal taking on Atletico de Madrid at the moment. He will definitely be hoping to see action in this game, and he should see action because Villarreal currently crying out for a player of his mode going forward. In the Bundesliga, Eintracht Frankfurt have taken the lead against Hoffenheim. In that fixture, Kevin Akpoguma made one clearance and attempted 2 long balls so far in this fixture. Of course, in the game between Köln and Mönchengladbach, defender Kingsley Ezibwe was substituted on 66 minutes, and Tolu Arokodare is contracted, still waiting to see if he could come off the bench in that game for the Billy Goats. In Turkey, it's full time between Başakşehir and Göztepe. Brown Aide Ideye played very well. He looked steady, made one key pass, won 60% of his aerial duels and 50% of his ground tackles before leaving the pitch due to an injury in the 83rd minute. And of course, in the game between Ural and CSK, it's full time right there. CSK winning by 2-0. Chidera Ejuke did not play in that fixture. He was on the bench entirely for the Army men, who triumphed despite finishing the game with 10 minutes. The same situation in Austria, where Bright Adomwanyi is on the bench for Austria win in their visit to Tyrol as well. In the Eredivisie, Hilary Gong is still on the bench right there. 30 minutes have been played between Vitesse and Heracles Almelo. And over back to partners in the UK studios, of course, talking about Bobby Jackson and Tom McGarry as they continue to give us the best of updates on Football Live.
Exciting experience we're all looking forward to this evening. What do we describe Newcastle Burnley as?
It's not one that kebab on the way home.
It's the kebab on the way home that you may well forget about by the next morning. It's not.
You wish you hadn't had it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it may turn out to be something better than it is, but I would be hugely surprised. It would be a war of attrition. I would probably suggest the odd goal in it. Newcastle actually haven't lost at home to Burnley in 44 years, so you may be fancying the home side to just nick the 3 points if anyone's going to do so. A couple more goals to tell you about elsewhere. Vitesse are now 2-0 up at home against Heracles. A couple of quick-fire goals in that one towards the end of the first half. Usama Darfalu with the second one. There's been a goal as well in the Championship. Middlesbrough are now 2-0 up at home against Barnsley. The second goal coming from Chuba Akpom there in that one, putting them in a decent position. I did think we were going to have another goal as well from Germany in the game between Frankfurt and Hoffenheim, but it is still just 2-1 to the home side.
Yeah, so that's all of the latest latter stages, of course, in those German games. As you say, we didn't quite get the goal we were expecting there. And early stages, second half, Everton 2, Brighton 1, and all the Championship games as well. There's a standing ovation here at the Westfalenstadion as Borussia Dortmund are about to make a change. And I think that might be Reina, who's going off on the far side of the pitch. As Warren said before, he's got 3 assists to his name today, so he's really played his part, and is another one that the Dortmund fans are starting to look up to. He's just been replaced by Reinier, so that's the third change today for Borussia Dortmund. By the way, Reinier, who's come on, a Brazilian 18-year-old midfielder, so it's a 17-year-old off, an 18-year-old on, and Bayern Munich's average age has maybe just edged up slightly. But not so much. They have also taken off Jude Bellingham and Marco Reus with Delaney and Brandt coming on as well. So that's your latest from the Bundesliga. You've got just under an hour left, 50 minutes or so, if you want to get in touch with us here in the Football Live studios. #Football Live is the way to do that. We've had a look at what's to come today in the Premier League, obviously after we go off air at 5 p.m. But there's a big fixture tomorrow in the Premier League. I think the plan at the moment, with fans not allowed to be in stadiums, is that they're trying to spread the Premier League games as much as possible so they can all be watched, all be televised. But with it being the international break, they've had to cram all the games in to a Saturday and Sunday catalogue. So we've got 6 games tomorrow, 2 at midday, 2 at 2 p.m, 1 at 4:30 and 1 at 7:15. So it's Leicester against West Ham and Southampton against West Brom at midday. Arsenal and Sheffield United and Wolves and Fulham both meet at 2 p.m. United Tottenham, I'd say, is probably the biggest game of the day. That one comes at 4:30. And Aston Villa against Liverpool is the late one then at 7:15. Football Live tomorrow, by the way, it's Chris Rivers and Jack Deaton with you, 2:30 till 6:30 p.m. We'll just come back to today's action, though, in the goals, because Everton have now got a 3-1 advantage, and it looks as though they're going to continue their winning run, Tom.
Yes, James Rodriguez as well with the third goal, and it's a sweeping move down the left-hand side. Ball gets cut back, and Rodriguez is there to fire into an empty net. Brighton initially giving the ball away, actually, to James. Calvert-Lewin involved. I think it's Iwobi actually who pulls the ball back. In the end, it is onto the left boot of James Rodriguez, who finishes really emphatically on this slick surface. Everyone delighted, except Carlo Ancelotti, who had his hood up and looks miserable and wishing he could be absolutely anywhere else at this moment in time. I'm sure he's feeling delighted on the inside as his Everton team 3-1 up, and it looks like they're going to start the new season with 4 wins from 4 in the Premier League. Elsewhere, a couple of goals to tell you about. Millwall weren't behind for long in the Championship away at Swansea. It's 1-1 now in that game. Tom Bradshaw equalising 4 minutes after Jake Bidwell gave Swansea the lead. And a consolation goal for Cologne at home against Borussia Mönchengladbach. 3-1. It is the trail, and it's Elvis Rex Bekaj who scored that goal. I wish it had been someone else for Cologne, but it's him who's got on the score sheet. Quite a complicated name to try and pronounce.
We can't pick and choose our scorers, Tom, but we're happy to have the goals scored in the first place. Here's a simple one. James scores, and it's Jack Deaton with the update.
Everton have got a 2-goal lead now at Goodison Park. Everton 3, Brighton 1, and it's James Rodriguez with the goal. It was Brighton who gave the ball away. Leandro Trossard gifting possession to James Rodriguez. Dominic Calvert-Lewin went through, found Alex Iwobi in the area, who pulled it back across the edge of the 6-yard box for Rodriguez to arrive at the back post, power the ball into the back of the net, and give Everton a 2-goal advantage. Everton 3, Brighton 1.
Thank you very much, Jack. He's had the pleasure of watching a pretty decent game this afternoon with that Everton match with Everton running away with that match. Of course, they were pegged back at one point when Neal Maupay was able to get himself on the score sheet, but that coming from a mistake. I'm going to tell you something now, Tom, that I've not admitted to anyone just yet. Last weekend, I backed Everton to win the Premier League.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying they are going to win the Premier League, but, you know, it's just the way they've played their football, and I thought, if Leicester can win it one season, why can't Everton? I've got them at 50-1 to win the league. I've put £10 on it, so let's hope that they keep this winning run going, shall we?
Well, you've told me and all of our listeners now, so
yeah,
we're going to remember this.
I have also backed them for the top 4. That was my initial thought before the season kicked off. And then I got a little bit bold, I think, last weekend and thought, no, come on, they can go all the way. And if I just back them for the top 4 and they win the league, I'm going to be annoyed. So, Yeah, we'll see how that one either falls apart over the next few weeks or gets me on the edge of my seat because they might be onto something special. I mean, that would be remarkable, wouldn't it? Liverpool win their first Premier League title, to be followed the next season by their Merseyside rivals going and doing the same. That would put a bit of a dampener on the Reds' celebrations, I imagine. Sending off, by the way, in Liga 1, we've got a game up and running, Lens against St Etienne, and it's Koledziak who's been shown a straight red card for St Etienne, so they're down to 10 men. Yeah, we've got no goals in any of the other games just at the moment. That match in Portugal, Santa Clara against Gil Vicente, is still goalless. Likewise, our game in Belgium, which has now reached half-time as well. We can go across to Warren Ashurst now then. He's got the latest in Borussia Dortmund, Freiburg.
It's still Borussia Dortmund 3, Freiburg 0. The visitors have been better in the second half, but really have barely threatened to get on the score sheet. We've just seen their only shot on target a couple of minutes ago. When Dortmund gave the ball away cheaply in their own area, it bounced up around the penalty spot. There was a snapshot from Dominic Heinz, but he hit it straight at Hitz in the Dortmund goal, and it was a comfortable save for the home goalkeeper. A number of big changes have been made so far. You might not be surprised to hear that Erling Haaland isn't one of them. He's desperately looking for a hat-trick. As it is, it's Borussia Dortmund 3, Freiburg 0.
They'll have a job on their hands trying to get Haaland off that pitch before the full-time whistle or hat-trick, whichever comes first. Everton, as we see here, just a replay of that James goal, looking slick despite the tough conditions today. I thought James might struggle a little bit with the real wake-up call to what the Premier League's all about, but he's looked absolutely fine, and of course got himself that goal that Jack Deaton just told us about. Told you about that red card in France, and we've now got a goal as well, Tom.
We have. Lens have taken the lead against 10-man Saint Etienne. Gael Kakuta is the man that scored from the penalty spot. I'm wondering if it's come from the incident that saw Timothy Koledziak sent off. VAR had a look, and yeah, it was a red card given, and I can only presume a penalty was then awarded. Either way, Kakuta has converted from the spot to give Lens the lead. Lens, who beat PSG at the start of the season, they're only newly promoted back to Liga and after a few years in the second division, but as things stand, if they can win this game against 10 men, then they'll be moving up to second, level on points with leaders Rennes.
Yeah, remarkable, really. As we see a change in this Everton game, Fabian Delph is going to come on to replace Seamus Coleman, who I think has picked up a bit of a knock. He seemed to be receiving some treatment on the pitch and has gone straight down the tunnel, so Fabian Delph will come on. I'm just wondering where he's going to slot in here for Everton, whether he is going to go in that midfield and there's maybe going to be a bit of a reshuffle elsewhere in the team, but we'll try and work that one out. On Twitter, by the way, Onyeka Kachukwu pointing out that it is Everton against Liverpool next time out, and that could be a really exciting game on the basis of the way that Everton have started the season. It's probably the best chance they've had to beat Liverpool for some time, and the fact it comes off the back of an international break, Carlo Ancelotti might be hoping that some of his players have had a chance to rest if they've not been called up. I know several of the South American nations aren't playing international games at the moment, so there might be a bit of a reprieve there and a chance to recuperate. But we could be going into that game with both sides the perfect records. As it stands, Everton have scored 11 and conceded 4. Liverpool have scored 9 and conceded 4. So they could even go in level on goal difference and points. It could be a real good clash between the two. And I suppose that will be the first serious test of Everton's season. We thought that Tottenham might have been it on the opening day, but they came through that one with flying colours. But champions Liverpool, that would be a marker if they could get a win, right, Tom?
Yeah, I certainly would be. And, you know, if it is set up like that, you know, it's going to be one of the most eagerly anticipated Merseyside derbies in a long time. And just a shame that it will be being played behind closed doors, because Everton will really fancy their chances, particularly as it will be at Goodison Park to go on and get a victory. It will be a concern, though, if the injuries picked up by Richarlison and, as you say, Seamus Coleman today. I think Tom Davis is who's gone to right back for the remainder of this match, but with Coleman potentially sidelined now, John Joe Kenny currently sidelined, they'll be glad of the international break, really, Everton, to get one or two of these players back for the big Merseyside derby. And as you say, at the very worst, they're going to be level on points with Liverpool if they can hold on and win this game. We're writing Brighton off. There's still half an hour to go, and
Seagulls do have a corner at the moment, but yeah, you'd fancy Everton, the current form they're in, should have enough to hold on to the 3 points.
Well, there's almost there have been another couple of knocks picked up there, but it looks as though the players are going to be all right. Yerry Mina was clattered by his own goalkeeper, Jordan Pickford. He was down on the floor for some time, but he is back up now, and that corner, as you say, has been taken and short as well by Brighton. They've actually wasted it really a little bit by going all the way back to the halfway line. Still goalless in Spain. Atletico Madrid against Villarreal, and that's not good news for Easy Slim Shade Vic, who says Atletico Madrid should please win for the sake of my betting ticket. He's clearly got the accumulator on today, but it's not going his way at the moment. They have had chances in that first half. We're now 62 minutes in, so well into the second period, and they'll be hoping to press on. They've yet to hit the target. I think that's the crucial stat to let you know about Easy Slim Shade Vic. I don't know if that's good or bad news for you, but they've had 6 shots in total. None have hit the target. Villarreal 4 shots with 2 on target. So we'll see how that one works out. And hopefully we can bring you some good news before we go off air in 40 minutes' time. We've got a goal in the Championship, Tom.
Well, we certainly have, and it's an opening goal of the game for Sheffield Wednesday, home against Queen's Park Rangers. Wednesday starting the season with that 12-point deduction, but they can win this one. It would get them back onto -5, and, you know, already within touching distance of pulling themselves out of the relegation mire. Another goal to tell you about as well in the Championship. We've seen Luton take the lead against Wickham, 1-0 the scoreline at Kenilworth Road. Wickham yet to win or score a goal since earning promotion to the second tier for the first time in their history. We're just getting a confirmation of the scorers in those games. It's an own goal that has put Sheffield Wednesday in front against QPR. Johan Barbe has put through his own net, the French defender. Luton scorer is Pele Mpanzu Ruddock. Has given them the lead just around about the hour mark, just over the hour mark in all of those games. And the goal just coming in from Germany as well. As I was about to hand back to you, Bobby, and it's a 4th goal for Borussia Dortmund, 4-0 up against Freiburg. This is an emphatic return to form, and the goal coming in second half stoppage time is not a hat-trick for Erling Haaland. It's a Felix Passlack who's got the 4th.
Yeah, and you know what? It's so unselfish from Haaland as well. They broke on the counter, Borussia Dortmund, and they had Haaland and Passlack both goal side of every single Freiburg defender. So the two of them were facing up against the Freiburg goalkeeper. Haaland's the man carrying the ball, and instead of having a shot himself and taking it on, he decided to square it to his teammate, who then simply had to pass into an open net. Deserves a lot of credit for that, Haaland. Could have taken it on for his hat-trick, but decided against it and allowed his teammate to go and score instead of him. So Passlack, who would come on to replace Thomas Meunier, getting himself on the score sheet. Another exciting youngster, one that's returned back to Borussia Dortmund this season after some spells away out on loan. The 22-year-old getting himself a goal this afternoon. Lens thought that they doubled their advantage against St Etienne, but they've had a goal ruled out offside after a VAR check. And that full-time whistle is now gone at the Westfalenstadion. Borussia Dortmund earning a comfortable 4-0 victory. We'll hear from Warren Ashurst shortly. In the meantime, let's go across to Paul Fisher. He watches Reading against Watford.
So Reading 1, Watford 0 at the start of this second half. Watford have started off really lively at the start of this second period, looking to try and grab an equaliser, but it's Reading who've had the 2 better opportunities. Jakub Mite and Jordan Holmes, Thomas Holmes, who exchanges passes before Holmes was shot wide. Then Mite himself had a left-footed drive saved by Ben Foster. But a number of corners from Watford have forced Reading onto the back foot in recent times. So Watford looking for that equaliser. It's Reading 1, Watford 0.
Thank you very much, Paul Fisher. We didn't expect many goals in that game, and that's how it's proven to be at the moment. Just the one that's separating them, despite some late pressure from... some corner pressure from Watford. Full-time then has gone in the Bundesliga. Let's get Warren Ashurst's full-time view.
It is finished. Borussia Dortmund 4, Freiburg 0. 1-0 up at the break through Erling Haaland. Emre Can's header made it 2-0 on 47. Haaland then got his second on 66, and he looked in stoppage time to be going through on goal for his hat-trick, but very unselfishly, he led it into the path of Paslak to side foot into the empty net. A dominant performance from Dortmund. Freiburg crushed by 4-0 at the Westfalenstadion.
Thanks, Warren, for your input this afternoon. We'll have his considered view shortly on that game, but a big win for Borussia Dortmund on home soil, and a fine performance with 4 goals in the bag. It moves them up to second in the Bundesliga. 2 wins and a loss so far this season from the opening 3 games. Scored 7 and conceded 2, so it's been a pretty solid start for Borussia Dortmund. Not quite as solid as the start for Everton. 3-1 up today, on course for a 4th successive win, and Brighton are just reacting by making some changes now, maybe to try and turn this game in their favour. I think that's Connolly who's going off, and Adam Lallana is the man who's coming on, familiar with Merseyside, of course. Wasn't so long ago he was across Stanley Park with Liverpool, so he'll be, I'm sure, relishing the chance to take on Everton, and slots into that midfield today. Already involved in, and goes and nicks the ball off James Rodriguez. So we'll keep you in touch with that Everton game, and we can do that even further now through Jack Deaton.
Still a lot of work for Brighton to do at Goodison Park. Everton 3, Brighton 1. The closest they've come to scoring since going 3-1 behind actually came courtesy of Gylfi Sigurdsson, across from Solly March from the left-hand side. Everton man Sigurdsson just got in the way of, very nearly diverting into the bottom left-hand corner. Other than that, it's been very little from Brighton. Everton look comfortable and are very happy actually not having the ball. They're happy to allow Brighton to retain a bit of possession because they're not causing them any problems. The one problem that Everton have had today has been injuries. Following Richarlison going off in the first half, Seamus Coleman has gone off with an injury. It looked like a hamstring problem in this second half. Everton 3, Brighton 1.
Thanks very much, Jack Deaton. Oh, almost a chance here for Brighton. I think Pickford in the end made the save. I was just looking down at my desk, and as my eyes came back up, I saw the bright pink kit of Jordan Pickford flying through the air, and the ball came back out the other way. I don't know if it was a mistake or whether I'm giving him credit this time around. We're going to see the replay now, Tom. The ball in from Brighton. Oh, I don't think I can give him credit for that one.
No, that's it. That is a mistake from Jordan Pickford. The ball comes in. Again, maybe he's influenced by the mistake he made earlier, the slippy conditions, but he's got to do better than that. He just palms it back out into, well, he doesn't even palm it. He sends it with quite a lot of power back into the danger zone. It could have ricocheted anywhere, and he got away with that one, Pickford. Very, very poor goalkeeping, really, for someone at this level. He's clearly had his confidence not by that mistake earlier on, but do the simple things. Don't palm the ball back out into your own 6-yard box area.
I'm just thinking now, the only way my bet for Everton to win the league this season can fail is if Jordan Pickford keeps making those mistakes, I think. The outfield players are doing their bit. He's the one that's going to let them down. Reading against Watford. What's the latest, Paul Fisher?
So it remains Reading 1, Watford 0. Watford have had a couple of opportunities. James Garner with a right-footed free kick to the right of centre. It went wide of the left-hand post, didn't hit the target. João Pedro with a little flick from across that came in from the left-hand side. Easy save for Brazilian keeper for Reading called Rafael. Easy save for him. That's the only 2 opportunities that really gone so far. Reading have brought on a defensive midfielder, Tom McIntyre, with a lead by 1-0. Reading 1, Watford 0.
Thanks very much, Paul Fisher. I'm sure we'll hear from him again before play concludes in that game, and of course that will be just before we go off air today, unless something extraordinary happens with an injury break in the match. We've got just half an hour left here on Football Live with you today. A goal in the Championship, Tom?
Yeah, third goal of the afternoon at the Liberty Stadium. Swansea back in front against Millwall. 2-1 they lead, and it's the Wales international defender Ben Cabango who's put Swansea back in front. So there's been 3 goals in that game, and a couple of goals as well again in the Nottingham Forest Bristol City game. But all the other matches, not too much goal mouth action to speak of. Only 1-0 now, though, and that's in the game involving Blackburn and Cardiff.
Yeah, I think we're hoping that they all start to give us those goals as the afternoon goes on. We've still got 20 minutes left, so we can live in hope. Can you give us the full times from Germany then, Tom? Now we've concluded with all those 2:30 games.
Yeah, they finished Werder Bremen 1, Arminia Bielefeld 0. Borussia Dortmund were 4-0 winners, as we're hearing from Warren Ashurst against Freiburg. Borussia Mönchengladbach won 3-1 away at Cologne. Eintracht Frankfurt came from behind to beat Hoffenheim 2-1, and it finished Stuttgart 1, Leverkusen 1. RB Leipzig against Schalke kicks off in around about an hour's time. Schalke, of course, sacking their manager David Wagner last week.
I'm just going to break off for a moment, Tom, because we've got a fourth goal for Everton at Goodison Park, and it is James Rodriguez once again. Almost a carbon copy of the way that he finishes off. It's a ball that's cut across to him. The goal is there gaping, and he simply just has to side foot into the back of the net. No great power, just direction. That'll do. James on course for a potential hat-trick, I think. It might even be Iwobi again who gets the assist. He's the man wide on the left-hand side. No, he rolls it into the box. It's cut back then by Decore, and James on the edge of the 6-yard box. Surely Everton must have been working on this type of movement on the training ground. For that to happen twice in succession doesn't happen by coincidence.
No, it doesn't, and it's really good, slick play. Once again, midfielders breaking beyond the strikers. Decore doing it on this time, dinks it back across, and it's tapped home by James Rodriguez this time with his right foot. But as you say, a very similar kind of goal, and this is a real signal of intent, isn't it, from Everton? Really impressive. They're taking Brighton apart. I mean, it's not a great defensive performance from Brighton. There's been a few individual errors in there. Phil Webster probably should have done a better job trying to cut that ball out from Decore, but nevertheless, take nothing away from Everton. This is a really good performance. Perhaps a marker to lay down their title credentials, Bobby.
Exactly that. Well, we have had a tweet in which is backing me up here, and I'm very delighted to see Remite 007 say, "Greetings, I'm a gunner, and I followed suit. I've staked on Everton to win the league and also as a top 4 candidate." I'm not alone out there in this. I've got friends in this world at the moment. It'd be nice to hear from any of the other listeners. Hashtag Football Live if you think that it's crazy to be backing Everton to win the Premier League. Pretty good odds that you do get on them, of course. But I suppose they could be the best odds in the world. If they're not going to win it, they're not going to win it. So, yeah, I do think that they could be in the mix. Who knows? We'll have to see. We're only 4 games in. Let's not get carried away at the moment. But they are playing some good football. We've got a goal in Portugal, Tom.
We have. Carlos Carvalho has given Santa Clara the lead at home against Gil Vicente. It's 1-0 in that game now. Just over half an hour played in what was a 4 o'clock kickoff in Portugal. Yeah, I was running through the Bundesliga results, wasn't I? Yep. When that Everton 4th goal went in. I will just clarify the table for you as well. Frankfurt have actually gone top thanks to their come from behind victory over Hoffenheim. They're on 7 points. Dortmund up to 2nd on 6. Augsburg it is, who are the only team really boasting a 100% record now. They've got 6 points from their 2 games so far. Hoffenheim complete the top 4. That was their first drop points of the season. Bayern, because they've got a game in hand and don't play until later in the weekend, they're down in 12th place, which is quite strange to see. At the bottom end, as I mentioned, Schalke on 0 points with 2 games played. Mainz and Cologne have played 3 apiece, and they're also yet to pick up a point.
Let's go to Jack Deaton for more on Everton's 4th goal.
Everton have got themselves a 4th goal at Goodison Park. Everton 4, Brighton 1, and it's a goal really out of nothing. Brighton were maintaining possession really well and trying to build, but they gave the ball away, and Everton went on the counter. Alex Iwobi, the man initially breaking down the left-hand side, he did all the hard work, saw the overlapping run of Abdoulaye Decore, found Decore, who pulled it across the edge of the 6-yard box. For that man again, James Rodriguez, arriving at the back post, unchallenged, unmarked, unfazed, slots into the back of the net. 2 for him, 4 for Everton on the day. Everton 4, Brighton 1.
That's Jack Deaton with the latest in from Goodison Park, and I'll read another tweet out for you here, Tom. One from iMade on the hashtag Football Live. He says, "Safe to say Everton are title challengers this season. Total transformation Ancelotti has done with this Toffee side. I'm loving this team." Nothing but support for my title bet at the moment. Hashtag Football Live. Do let us know what you think. Can Everton realistically challenge this season? I didn't actually get your thoughts on it, Tom. Do you think they can?
Oh, you're wrong.
Okay.
No, I that's a little tongue-in-cheek, but with Everton, I think they're certainly going to be challenging for the top 4 and the European places. They're not involved in Europe this season, so they can focus primarily on that, and of course the other domestic competitions. They're going great guns in the League Cup as well. I think I mentioned earlier on about it being much more difficult for the top sides to maintain their dominance given the congested nature of this season, the unique circumstances. So it does open the door for one or two of the pack to emerge and perhaps challenge. I don't think they'll actually win the title, but they could certainly be in amongst the top 4, top 6 minimum, really, for me at this stage. They're a really exciting team, but we're still very early in the season to be touting them really as realistic title challengers. Just to tell you as well, that Santa Clara goal for Carlos Carvalho has actually been ruled out by VAR due to offside, so it's still Santa Clara 0, Gil Vicente 0 in Portugal.
Another tweet in here, Remite, saying on the hashtag Football Live, sincerely, Rodriguez will be the biggest transfer into the Premier League this season. He says the stats are just ridiculous. He has had an incredible start. In fairness, I think a lot of people talking about James in almost a similar fashion to the way they were speaking about maybe Bruno Fernandes when he arrived at Manchester United last January. Immediately settled in, was scoring goals, was popping up with assists, and just looked as though he was familiar with playing in the Premier League and familiar with playing with his teammates. He wasn't. And James is doing just the same as well, scoring goals, getting assists. He commands the field, he demands the ball, as Tom said earlier. He just looks a real good player, and one that's starting to thrive again and getting his career back on track after a few too many years in the wilderness, really, with both Real Madrid and Bayern Munich, where it didn't quite work out for him. We will be getting the considered thoughts of Warren Ashurst. In fact, we have now got the considered thoughts of Warren Ashurst. He earlier watched the game between Dortmund and Freiburg. We can now listen into that.
Well, Erling Haaland was once again the star of the show as he helped Borussia Dortmund to a crushing 4-0 win over Freiburg at the Westfalenstadion. It took Dortmund, fresh from back-to-back defeats, a half an hour to get going, but when they did, they were in complete control after that. They broke the deadlock on 32 minutes with that man Haaland getting his name on the score sheet once again. Marco Reus won the ball back 30 yards from goal, played it on to Gio Reyna, the American slipping the ball into the channel, and there was the Norwegian Haaland with a left foot diagonal finish into the far corner to make it 1-0. It should have been more before half-time, but it took them just 90 seconds after the break to extend their advantage. An out-swinging corner from the impressive Reyna found Emre Can unmarked, and the German international headed home with a looping header into the top corner to make it 2-0. Soon after, Axel Witsel blazed over from 10 yards when he should have scored, but it didn't make too much difference because Haaland was on hand again to get a third goal, his second of the afternoon, on 66 minutes. Reyna again the provider, drifting past his marker before playing the ball through, and Haaland this time shooting high past goalkeeper Muller into the roof of the net with his left foot. It looked like he was on for a hat-trick in stoppage time, Haaland, when he was played through one-on-one with the goalkeeper, but very unselfishly, Haaland decided to square it for a simple tap-in for substitute Felix Passlack to complete the rout. It finished Borussia Dortmund 4, Freiburg 0.
All the latest scores from all the big leagues across Europe. This is Football Live.
Just looking up at the screen in front of me as you're with us here on Football Live for the next 20 minutes. Myself, Bobby Jackson, and Tom McGarry have been with you all afternoon, and James Rodriguez has been taken off. He gets a big warm reception as he goes to the bench, a coat wrapped around his shoulders, which he'll be delighted to finally have after what's been a very wet and windy, awful afternoon on Merseyside. So he can now get himself warm with that coat on. But I think you pointed it out the other week, Tom, when he came off at Goodison Park after that game against West Brom. It's such a shame. He's putting in these incredible performances. He's new to the Premier League. He's had such a great impact. And the amount of adulation he would be getting every time from the Goodison Park faithful, standing ovations, and maybe even from some of the opposing fans for some of the performances he's putting in. but he just leaves the field, and there's a ripple of applause from the players on the bench and the manager.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine as well that the shirt sales with James on the back from Everton supporters are probably really high at the moment.
Yeah.
They'll appreciate him, and I'm sure get an absolutely superb reception when supporters are eventually allowed back in the ground. I wonder if all the new signings will be introduced almost to supporters as they normally are before their first game or when they've just signed, which obviously all these summer editions haven't been privy to because of the restrictions with coronavirus. I did hear a nice story after last weekend's victory for Everton. James was out and about in Liverpool after the game, and a slightly inebriated supporter, shall we say, came up to him and gave him a bottle of red wine. I don't know if it was already been opened or if it was a fresh bottle, but the gesture was there, a kind of thank you for joining us, and it was quite a funny story to stem from last week. And I don't know, maybe he'll get a bottle of champagne this weekend. He might go wandering around Merseyside to see what freebies are on offer. But yeah, he's been fantastic, and if he can continue like this, and Everton have got the signing of the season. It was mentioned earlier on Twitter, wasn't it? I think he is at the moment the best signing of the summer so far. Just to tell you, in Belgium, we've had the deadlock broken in that game midway through the second half. It's Vaslan Beveren 0, Genk 1. The scorer of the Genk goal is Nigerian Paul Anuachu, who's got on the score sheet. He's got 5 goals. Well, he's got 6 goals in 4 games now, so he's in a fantastic run of form at the moment. The striker, Genk having a decent start to the season as well. They're in the upper reaches of the Jupiler League, but Onuachu in particular playing really well.
Let's go across to Paul Fisher, the latest in from the Championship game, Reading-Watford.
Still remains Reading 1, Watford 0. Watford were trying to go into the charge. They were pushing their Reading back into their own half, but then they couldn't quite see through the wall. Then of Morrison and Moore brought on Tom Cleverley to try and change things, taking off the very impressive Kiko Firmino. Same has dropped to the left-hand side. But at the moment, it remains Reading with that goal advantage. They're on course for 4 wins out of 4 at the top of the Championship. And a great start to Veljko Paunovic in his first 4 games as Reading boss. Reading 1, Watford 0.
Thank you very much, Paul Fisher. We'll just go back to Twitter briefly. Continue to get in touch with us in the closing stages. Just under 20 minutes left. Hashtag Football Live. It'll come through to us here in the studio. Hilary Solomon, another of my fans in terms of the Everton bet. He goes with the tweet. I said it last week that I see Everton challenging for top 4. Sincerely, I see Everton challenging for the title because of the presence of an experienced Carlo Ancelotti. Everyone feeling that the Ancelotti factor is maybe enough to give Everton a bit of clout in terms of that title battle. Not had anyone argue against it just yet, and I hope that it is something that can come true. Hashtag Football Live if you do want to have your say on it. Danny Escobar says, hello guys, what do you think about Ansu Fati? Is he the next big thing in Barcelona? And do you think Dembele has fallen down the pecking order? I mean, it's been a remarkable rise, really, for Ansu Fati. He's now a Spanish international and has received high praise from the Spanish national boss, Luis Enrique, of course, formerly of Barcelona. 3 goals in 2 games in La Liga so far this season. And at just the age of 17, I mean, I wouldn't like to say that he's the next Lionel Messi, and I don't think he will be anyway. He's not shown enough for me that he's that extraordinary. But he still looks to be a top player at the age of 17 to be scoring at the rate he is. I think he's going to be up there as one of the better players around soon.
Absolutely, and I think his goal against Ukraine for Spain last month made him their youngest ever goal scorer. Yeah, he's not 18 until the end of this month on the 31st. So yeah, he's got such a bright future ahead of him, and there's been a bit of doom and gloom surrounding Barcelona over the course of the summer, the departures that have happened and the non-departure of Lionel Messi. But Fati is certainly the leading light in the next generation, if you like, at the Camp Nou. And he had 3 goals in 2 games. He's going to get more game time now, isn't he, with Suarez having left, particularly as well if Dembele departs. But certainly I think he's ahead of Dembele in the pecking order regardless at the moment, and seems to be a pretty much nailed-on starter.
Yeah, it seems to be that way. He's definitely a favourite of Ronald Koeman. A few more tweets that we've got coming our way just into the final 15 minutes now. Olawukere says, hello, warm regards to the Football Live crew. I've been listening all day but unable to tweet. He says you guys do a great job every weekend. Big Joe as well on hashtag Football Live says, hi guys, good to catch up with you before you wrap up for the day. Please, what was the Blues score today? And please, do you think Lampard is still a baby coach? Well, it was a comfortable win in the end for Chelsea. You might be glad to hear. I'm not quite sure of your persuasion in terms of football team, but Chelsea won 4-0 against Crystal Palace, if you did miss it earlier on. Ben Chilwell scoring, Kurt Zouma, and 2 penalties scored by Jorginho. We did talk about Frank Lampard earlier. Tom feeling that he needs maybe a bit more time in the job to be able to prove his worth. I tend to agree that he probably shouldn't be given the boot just yet, especially off the back of a win today. But he's still a little bit like his players, I suppose. Some of them, he's finding his feet in the game, and maybe they all just need that time to develop together. Whether or not Chelsea give him that, we'll have to wait and see. Let's go back to Jack Deaton, closing stages at Goodison Park. What's the latest?
Everton easing to full-time now at Goodison Park. Everton 4, Brighton 1. The Seagulls have had a couple of, I suppose you'd call them, half chances. Adam Webster with the first, cutting in from the left-hand side. The defender's shot blocked by Yerry Mina. Before Leandro Trossard from a very similar position just inside the penalty area to the left. His scuffed shot wide, the closest that Brighton have come. Just a couple of moments ago, a really good ball in from Yves Bissouma towards the back post was missed by Lewis Dunk, who, if he'd have got any sort of contact, would probably have caused Jordan Pickford a problem. But Brighton, to be fair to them, have had loads of the ball in this second half and have done their very best to try and do something. They've just not created enough. Everton, at the moment, easing to top of the Premier League. Everton 4, Brighton 1.
Remarkable top of the Premier League for Everton. If they can only sustain that for another 30-odd games, then I'll be a happy man come the end of the season. Hashtag Football Live if you do want to get in touch with us. Everton have currently got a free kick, and that's been a bit of a late press, I suppose you would say, from Brighton, but all in vain, really. Hashtag Football Live Joy Forever says Everton is doing well, but for how long they will push. He says Arsenal cannot sign Hassem Aouar this season. Talks that they are trying to get a deal done, but Real Madrid and Bayern Munich, PSG have all been linked with the Lyon man as well. I think it is likely to be a tough one if they are going to get that deal done ahead of others, but we'll have to wait and see until we get to Monday's deadline. Latter stages in the Championship, Tom, and we're still waiting on a goal in that game between Blackburn and Cardiff. A red card, though. Tomlin off, and Blackburn so far haven't been able to make it count.
They haven't, and Blackburn have been amongst the goals at the start of this season. The top scorers in the Championship with 11 from their first 3 games, but can't find a way through in that one. The other latest scores, Luton still lead Wycombe by 1-0. Middlesbrough 2-0 up at home to Barnsley. Nottingham Forest trailing as they have been for a long, long time now. They're 2-1 down at home against Bristol City. Reading 1, Watford 0, as we've been hearing about. Rotherham 1-0 up against Huddersfield, as are Sheffield Wednesday against QPR. And Swansea lead Millwall by 2-1. Just a bit of news from the Premier League as well. Away from the action on the pitch, Wolves striker Raul Jimenez has signed a new contract with the club until the summer of 2024. Earlier in the window, he was being linked with a move away from Molineux, but that's really positive news for Wolves ahead of their game with Fulham in the Premier League tomorrow.
Yeah, that is a really big boost for them, isn't it? As you mentioned, linked with a whole host of clubs, so to have him tied down to fresh terms is hugely important for Wolves, and really shows their intent for the future. A side that have been very consistent since returning to the Premier League over the last few seasons. Still tweets coming into us. Hashtag Football Live is the way to do it. Big Joe says, what's wrong with Ziyech? He says he's yet to be displayed for us, and do we think Rudiger will go? He also says Everton are just a flash in the pan. I did like you, Big Joe. I've just decided that my favourite is iMade, who's been agreeing with me all afternoon. Big Joe is no longer my best friend here on Football Live. In terms of Ziyech, he's understood to be getting closer to a return, but he's got a knee injury. So Frank Lampard told us in his pre-match press conference that he's getting closer, but not quite fit enough to be on the bench for today's game. It's expected that on the return from the international break, having had that time to really build up his fitness, he will be ready to play. So expect to see him in the next few weeks. Certainly, I think before the end of October, he should be available unless he faces any sort of further setbacks. The Antonio Rudiger one's an interesting one, isn't it, Tommy? He's been linked with a few clubs, and more recently, Tottenham said to be keen on trying to sign him.
Yeah, I think Rudiger's a really good defender, arguably Chelsea's best defender. I'd be playing him alongside Thiago Silva, but I wonder if Frank Lampard's thinking he wants to get one of the younger defenders, or both Kurt Zouma and Andreas Christensen, established as long-term players at Chelsea, and they can learn from playing with Thiago Silva over the course of this season, which leaves Rudiger a bit more experienced himself, redundant at Stamford Bridge. One or two speculative reports as well that he and Lampard might have had something of a falling out, but they're unconfirmed reports. So yeah, I'm surprised. I would have Rudiger in my best Chelsea X1, if you like, and if I was someone like Tottenham, I'd be seriously considering signing him.
Goals to bring you as we go into the closing stages, starting off in the Championship, and Wickham could be set for their first point of the season, Tom.
Well, it could be, but apparently it's just been ruled out for offside, which is devastation, as a Fred Onyendinma on as a substitute, who thought he got their first goal in the second tier, their first point sealed in the second tier as well, but no, they still trail Luton by 1-0. Football can be very cruel. In fact, it could be getting even crueler for Wickham as I speak, but we'll come back to that. Oh, as with Brighton have just scored at Goodison Park, a rifle from Aviz Bissouma. Probably not going to mean very much with just seconds remaining in that game in stoppage time, but 4-2 it is in that one now. Barnsley are 2-1 behind against Middlesbrough. They pulled a goal back through Corley Woodrow's strike from the penalty spot. Vitesse lead Heracles by 3-0 now in Holland as well. The third goal coming from Usama Tanane in that one. It's finished Atletico Madrid 0, Villarreal 0 in La Liga. And just keep my eye on that Luton-Wickham game, because it looks like Luton might potentially have an opportunity to make it 2-0 in that game. They currently lead by 1-0, so I'll update you if that scoreline changes.
Yeah, we'll let you know if anything does come through. We can quickly go across to Paul Fisher for the latest in Reading Watford.
Into the closing stages of this match then, and Reading look to be going 4 wins out of 4 at the top of the Championship. And Bristol City have a better record than them by a single goal at present. It is Watford just doing all the chasing. They've just thrown on Glenn Murray to try and help out for the disappointing Ismail Assar. He's gone off. And Murray then on loan from Brighton. And put a bit of spark in, but he's running out of time to try and get that forward. Reading lead by 1-0 thanks to George Puskas' strike in the first half. It's Reading 1, Watford 0.
Thank you very much, Paul Fisher. We'll hear from him with his full-time view. And Tom, it is very cruel football. You said it.
Yeah, poor Wickham. That goal disallowed, and Luton have gone up the other end. Elliot Lee has made it 2-0 now in stoppage time in that game. Wickham thought they were getting back on level terms. I do feel for them. I think it's going to be a long, hard season for Gareth Ainsworth's side.
Yeah, there have been suggestions that Wickham could go the full season without getting a single win. They were close to getting a draw today, not to be in the end. That would be really remarkable if they didn't get one single win over the Championship season. Such a long campaign. Full-time whistle winning isn't a problem for Everton at the moment. 4 in 4. Fist bumps all around, a little smirk between Carlo Ancelotti and Duncan Ferguson, as if their evil plan has come off there on the touchline. But Everton have coasted to victory in the end. Title, Everton champions-elect maybe. Who knows? 4-2 they've won today. They are top of the Premier League standings at the moment. Of course, there's sides around them that still have to play over the course of this weekend that could knock them back off their perch. Leicester, the side who started the weekend top of the division. Liverpool also could climb ahead of them if they get a hefty victory over Aston Villa. We will get the full-time view in from Jack Deaton in just a moment, and we will also hopefully get considered in before the end of today's show. And we'll look as well, if we can, to try and get you a rundown of all of the championship games with the full-time results as well. It's been a hectic day, hasn't it, again, Tom, as always, especially on these Saturdays, even the Sundays now, tomorrow in particular. The show going, of course, from 2:30 till 6:30 with Chris Rivers and Jack Deaton. 6 Premier League games. There's going to be no shortage of goals once again, but when Everton are involved, you know it's going to be a good game.
You certainly do. I'm just thinking that's 10 goals from the 2 Premier League games we've seen this afternoon. It's another really good return, and as you say, it's a slightly strange scenario, but there's more games on a Sunday than there is on a Saturday this weekend, which I can't remember happening on too many occasions before. I think we would have had a few more today, but because there was the League Cup on during the week and Tottenham were involved in Europa League qualifying, I think that's moved a few of those Saturday games to Sunday kickoffs. But that means it will be a bumper show tomorrow, that's for sure. Still, all the championship games are ongoing, by the way, deep into stoppage time in the majority of them. Sheffield Wednesday and QPR a little bit behind. That's just ticked into the 90th minute, but we should get a full rundown of those results and any late goals that go in as well before the end of the show.
Just a few more tweets to get through before we head off air in about 5 minutes' time. Hashtag Football Live, and Anya Kachukwu says Rudiger would be a very good signing for Liverpool. That one a little bit left field, but feeling that the Reds could maybe do with the Chelsea man. Big Joe's been back in touch. He says, lols, guys, you're still my friend and brother. I never knew you were a Toffee fan, but we still support you, and says Ancelotti can try and achieve at the top 4. Olya Wakeri says James Rodriguez of Everton is proving his worth as the purchase or transfer of the season. Great one for him. Assists and goals made in Colombia. So you've got a little bit of time left if you do want to get in touch with us. Hashtag Football Live. For now, though, we can go across to Jack Deaton for his full-time view on what was another win for Everton today.
Full time at Goodison Park is finished. Everton 4, Brighton 2, as Everton go top of the Premier League with 4 wins from 4. Dominic Calvert-Lewin had given them the lead on 16 minutes before. 3 minutes before the break, Neil Maupay prospered on Jordan Pickford's error. James Rodriguez's free kick, though, was met by Yerry Mina as they went in 2-1 up at the break. Then James Rodriguez scored twice in the second half before Yves Bissouma's wonderful volley gave Brighton a consolation goal as Everton are top of the pile.
Yeah, and just reading as well, not just top of the pile in the men's Premier League, but the women's Everton team have also gone to the top of the Super League today after a 3rd successive win. A 6-0 victory over Aston Villa. Whatever they're eating at Goodison Park, Tom, I think we need to get ourselves some of that because it's clearly working.
It certainly is, and yeah, whatever training measures or whatever they're putting in the canteen meals at Goodison Park definitely is doing the job, but that won't have happened too often, if at all, in the past with the men's and women's teams at Everton topping their respective divisions.
So elsewhere, just waiting on a couple of full-time still to come in from the Championship. One game that has concluded, though, is Reading against Watford. Paul Fisher.
Well, it's 4 wins out of 4 for Serbian boss Veljko Paunovic of Reading. He's maintained an excellent start to his campaign as Reading manager. George Puskas' goal in the first half after a Thomas Holmes chip ball forward. His left-footed strike deflected off Cathcart past Ben Foster, who had absolutely no chance.